Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called SnatchThatWeave. Episode is entitled STW versus Everybody. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out what's in for all. Who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
Yay. WATP coming at you.
WATP.
WATP.
Episode that Kevin has been looking forward to.
Yes, dreading all week.
Totally not uncomfortable with at all. Very excited about.
Yeah, I'm, I don't know how the hell this is going to go. So let's get right into it, I think.
We listened to a podcast called SnatchThatWeave. It is hosted by three black millennials, women, out of Chicago. And it's pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
I didn't learn a lot, and I'll admit that I understood about
Excuse me?
I understood. Crazy Alice is upset. I understood maybe half of what they were talking about, but I did learn some new things. Why don't we start off by playing their theme song, which is pretty damn catchy. Track 1.
I can't find my cell phone. 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 Cell phone, 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 cell phone. Hell no, turn on the lights. Somebody stole my cell phone.
Cell phone, cell phone, cell phone. I've been singing that all week, dude.
Somebody find my cell phone.
Cell phone. So I was listening to that song, and I go, that reminds me of another song that I like a lot, and I decided to go for it. I made a mashup.
Okay.
If you see down there, I have a cell phone PBJ mashup.
Cell phone, 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 cell phone. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly. Hell no, turn on the lights. Somebody stole my cell phone. Hell no, turn on the lights. Somebody stole my cell phone. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. Cell phone, cell phone, cell phone, cell phone. I can't find my cell phone. I can't find my cell phone. There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. I can't find my cell phone. 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 Peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat.
Holy shit. I think that you improved it quite a bit. I actually kind of like that. I was bopping my head over here.
Well, they're almost the exact same tempo. I didn't even screw with the beats per minute. I was just listening to that cell phone song, and I'm like, that sounds exactly like peanut butter jelly time. So thanks for letting me play that. I feel like I've been playing music clips that I create. It's becoming a trend on the show. I won't let it become a habit, though.
Well, yeah.
That one was pretty annoying.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into some clips. I have a whole bunch of clips. Kevin has like none.
Yeah.
So let's get into these clips and talk about this podcast and review it. If you want to play Bucket Boys drumming ability, they're talking about giving money to street performers in Chicago. There's going to be kids out there hammering on buckets with sticks and trying to make money from it. What do they call that? Buskers? Is that the word?
Yeah, it's a busking. Yeah.
Busking, yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's what they're talking about here. Play Bucket Boys drumming ability.
Niggas be needing jobs.
Yeah,
the Bucket Boys
right.
get me because I've been in marching band so long. If you don't have the hand tactics, if you're not doing paradiddles or the least minimal bass, you know what I'm saying, algorithm for drumming, I'm not giving you no money.
She said you have to do the bass algorithm for drumming. She was trying to figure out, because she has a drumming background, she's trying to figure out, paradiddles. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But then, Kevin, you play drums.
Yeah.
Is there an algorithm for drumming?
If there was, I definitely would not have been a drummer because I'm shitty at math. But yeah, no, there's.
What is she talking about?
I have no idea.
She does not know what algorithm means.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, she was searching for a word, and that's the one that came. It was not the word that she needed at that time. But
the other thing I noticed in this show is there's a lot of storytelling. They tell a lot of crazy stories, and they all seem to know these stories and know people involved in the stories. This was one that I thought was pretty out there. If you want to play track 11, the booties, they're talking about women who inject, what is it? Some type of
bouillon. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, bouillon cubes into their butts to increase the size of their booties. Play track 11.
What they do to get booties, or what they think helps to get booties. Y'all know bouillon cubes?
That's what I was thinking. It seemed like it was comparable to bouillon cubes.
You crush them hoes up in some water, stir it around, put it in a little like a syringe, and stick it up your ass and inject it in your body.
And now, can we see any booties that look like that?
Kevin, is that possibly true that they have a syringe and then shove it in their asshole?
I don't think.
Yeah, don't think you wouldn't need a syringe. You would just need like a turkey baster or something.
Yeah, I gotta believe that the syringe would be going into your ass cheek.
Right. They're like, oh, no, you take that, you just shove it right up your asshole.
Just put it right in your asshole. Just take that whole syringe and stick it right up there.
So there's a lot of funny things like that. This one was part of that same discussion if you want to play track 12.
I mean, if I ever post my booty and I only get like 138 likes,
but you know what though? I think it's way more people who are just normal like us than there are like the crazies that are dying for all of this attention and taking.
All right, two funny things there. First, the one woman's upset because she posts her booty and only gets like 138 likes.
Yeah,
and then they go to say, "I think there's more people who are normal like us." Is there anything about this show that sounds normal to you?
Not at all. This is a completely foreign world to me.
It's very out there.
Yeah.
I have no idea how they think that they're the ones who are normal. I guess because they don't have giant asses.
Yeah, well, they haven't put the bouillon cubes in their asshole, their booty holes yet. So
we didn't even talk about it, but there's 3 hosts. It's Choosy D, Manny Freshest, and Boss Stance. And
Choosy D is the
Choosy D.
I love that name. I love it.
I like it too. She's actually the most attractive of the 3. She's kind of cute. I'm not sure who the person is who's right in front of the microphone, but the way this show sounds is like one person's in front of the microphone, the other 2 are way in the background behind that person.
Right.
Did you pick up on that? Was that Choosy D who was close?
I could not decipher who was who.
Yeah, I couldn't either. But one of them was like yelling, and then the other 2 were just making noises and stuff a lot.
Yeah.
But I was looking at Choosy D's bio on their website, and I just thought this was funny. Choosy D is currently sharpening her comedic skills in preparation for her debut on Chicago's comedy scene.
Okay, so she hasn't performed.
She's done nothing.
Okay.
That would be like me saying, "Yeah, I don't play any jazz piano, but watch out because when I do, I will be in every jazz club tearing it up on the jazz piano." Like, just don't announce that you're going to do something; just do it.
Right.
I thought that was pretty funny.
That is actually.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. You had something else you wanted to say about our hosts here?
Oh no, I not particularly. No, I have a lot to say, but
okay. What would Imus say about our hosts?
Hardcore host. That's a nappy-headed hose there. I'm gonna tell you that now. Man, that's some
oof. Oh, these comments are gonna get me fired.
I did take an ISO clip that I think works pretty well for every other clip that we're playing in this show. Can you play the one that says, what y'all talking about?
No.
What are y'all talking about?
I was saying that out loud over and over again during the show. Like, what are they talking about? I have no idea.
That's funny. That I clipped something right in the beginning that I just thought was a little slip up in the way that they were talking. That was pretty funny.
Oh,
Please come on your P's and Q's if you see Constance in the room. Turn around if you ain't got your note cards ready.
So come with your P's and cubes, everybody.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard that too.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what that was. Yeah. I actually rewound that part and listened to it 4 or 5 times trying to decipher what was going on.
Yeah.
So were they talking about one of the hosts you have to mind your P's and Q's around?
I don't even know. I just heard peas and cubes, and I just thought it was funny.
Cubes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is funny. We'll just keep playing these clips. This is a funny one, real short. This was one of the hosts remembering an interesting conversation that she had, number 3.
They was like, I'm like, all right, fuck it.
That's the kind of banter that you get from this show.
I actually followed along with that pretty well. You're like, nah, fuck it.
All right, my next clip is guess what they think is some real ass shit. Track 4.
This one dude, he had a rat in the wall. He was a Dominican dude.
In the wall?
Yeah, he's like, oh, excuse the smell, you know. It's a rat up in the wall. I'm like, damn, this is some real ass shit.
Sorry, I triggered that a little early, but I think everyone got the gist of it.
Well, it's funny because I almost clipped the part before that where she talks about every city she goes to the ghetto, and then she'll also go to the most affluent part of town. And in the ghetto, she got shot at, but not really. And then, so they're talking about like serious ghetto shit. And then she goes to what is some real ass shit is a dead rat in the wall.
Yeah. That was.
I didn't find it to be anywhere near as real as getting shot at, but okay, whatever.
I got to step back and say too, for the people listening, there was an inordinate amount of the N word in this podcast.
It was a little uncomfortable for us whiteys.
Yeah, it was. There was more N word than like Django Unchained. It was like Django Unchained up here, but times 50,000.
Yeah, Quentin Tarantino would blush listening to this.
Yeah, it was really cringeworthy for us white folk who were like, ooh, my shirt collar is way stretched out because I'm just like, I'm like, go, stop using that word.
Well, speaking of that word, I have another short one. Play track 6.
All the way.
Yeah, he
I
ain't
ain't
posting
stepping
shit.
out on shit.
Talking about I just finished swimming today. No, who you been fucking?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is they're talking about like I think is it a basketball player? I'm not sure. It's like an athlete.
Yeah, some pro athlete. Okay, I didn't follow this at all, but apparently some pro athlete cheated on his wife when he was in Chicago, and the chick that outed him.
Yeah.
And they were pissed off at the chick. These women have the funniest point of view on cheating and on guys cheating on women. It's the exact opposite of what it should be. And I'd love to play a couple of clips that sums this up.
Yep.
Play track 8. Oh, hold on, before you play it, I do want to set it up. And this is going to be an ongoing theme of these clips that I pulled. As I mentioned, there's one host who's right up on the mic, and then the other, I think there's like one other woman who just makes noises in the background, like crazy noises. And this is a good example of that. Track 8.
An app called Calculator on the iPhone, and when you click into it, it is not a calculator.
Stop!
You want to know what it is, baby girl?
What is it? What is it?
A message.
It is another phone, essentially. So it's like you're dialing out from another number, you're texting from another number. Now, this was a rumor. This is what I was told from my days as a side B word.
I gotta go home.
Oh yeah, baby. Go ahead and check which calculator you got, because it's like to actually it does add and calculate stuff.
All right, it's so distracting with all the noises that she's making. But the kicker there was that she goes, there's this app called Calculator, but it's not a calculator. And at the very end, she goes, but it does add and calculate shit.
It does what it says it's supposed to do, but it also does other things. I like that she called herself a side B word after using the N word 8,000 times.
Yeah, that is funny. Their sensibilities are different than ours, Kevin.
Apparently.
So going on, let's keep this conversation going because they're talking about this app you can use for cheating on people, and you won't get caught because no one's going to open up that app. They don't know it's a messaging tool. Play track 9. I called this track, and you'll find out why. I called it damn, yeah, wow.
Okay.
Lady left her baby with this little kid. The kid was like maybe 8. I want to say he was even younger than that. And the kid ended up dropping the baby on the head and hitting it. And it killed the baby. And these women I think I hope they're in jail now.
Yeah,
because they was for child. It was like negligence, and he was watching multiple kids too.
Oh wow!
All right, that was about a whole different topic. I apologize.
It's like a running.
Right.
It's like a running commentary of. Yeah, damn.
I'm going to start doing that to you, Kevin. When you start talking, I was going,
shit. Well,
it gets cartoonish. Play track 16. Listen to these dams.
When it's not Halloween.
Treat it. He got some real mean treats, man.
It's like her only job on the show is to make noise so you can't hear what the people are saying. It doesn't seem like a great role for someone to have on a podcast.
She's the hype woman. She's like the
she's the hype woman.
She's the Flava Flav of the podcast.
Yeah, Kevin.
Damn.
You got that right, Kevin. Woo!
That is the whitest.
I know. It's depressing. I learned something new about Photoshop, so that was encouraging. Play track 7.
You never know. Photoshop go crazy.
No, Photoshop definitely go crazy, but.
Did you know that Photoshop go crazy?
I did know Photoshop go crazy because
okay.
I use Photoshop a lot, and I often go crazy because of using it. You know what?
The reason Photoshop go crazy then?
Yeah. You know what goes sideways? Illustrator.
Illustrator be going sideways.
It goes side. I don't even know if that's a thing. Is sideways a thing?
No doubt.
God.
In fact, with that comment, you should probably play my other ISO that I have on there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's... You say something outrageous. That's exactly. All right. So lots of weird noises that these women make, and I just want to point out a couple more. Track 13 is I call porn discussion with many background noises.
It took him 6 months.
Damn.
To get an erection naturally.
Whoa.
Because he would always have to watch porn to have an erection.
I used to watch a lot of porn.
Really?
Yeah. And it
I
wasn't
never
good
really
for
get
like
into
my
it.
bedroom.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That's what they said. Another thing. Like,
it's
you
like
have
you
these
can't get
porn
those
expectations
images out of your mind. And like, yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's wild.
That's
wow.
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why I started watching porn. I don't know what made me do that.
That's interesting.
When they interrupt each other, nobody ever backs off. Like, you'll hear if I talk over Kevin or Kevin talks over me, we'll figure it out real quick. They just keep going as if there's nobody else in the room. And they're not even saying, they just keep going with noises. Oh, damn. It's like someone's talking. Shut the fuck up.
There can never be silence. There needs to be some type of, yeah.
There's no listening going on. That's for sure. Everybody is talking. Nobody's listening. Play track 14. I call this even more background noises. Now it's getting silly.
Ooh, then fuck it up.
It was an industrial grade silicone.
It was an industrial grade silicone that you get from Home Depot, G. That's what was injected into her body. So by the time...
What is she doing? Wow.
I want to know what was that in reference to?
So they went back to the booty thing.
Oh, all right.
And they told the story. Now, they have all these stories that are just crazy. So they told this story about this woman who went to the Home Depot and bought silicone that's, used for, I don't even know. I'm terrible. I'm not a handyman. But yeah. And they injected that in their ass. And
damn.
Exactly. That's the only way to react, I guess. I guess that's actually the right thing to do.
Oh, sorry. I just felt like I needed to do that underneath what you were saying. But, yeah, that is pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you go, Kevin. Yeah, you talk now. Mm-hmm. Is Tracy Morgan on this show? I feel like Tracy Morgan's one of the people out here.
Tracy Morgan.
I'm going to get her pregnant.
These guys go to Home Depot. I can't even do Tracy Morgan. They did refer to Ice Cube a few times, and then I got excited because I thought they said Ice Tea, which is another very white guy move to mix the two up. I was like, oh, they said ice. That must mean iced tea. But yeah, I thought I could do my iced tea impression a little bit, but then I was like, oh, no, they're talking about Ice Cube, and I can't do him. So
you don't do an Ice Cube?
I don't. No, I don't. But you know what I find really funny about Ice Cube is I'm not intimidated by Ice Cube at all. I don't know if I've ever told you this before, but like,
no. We've never this Ice Cube discussion. It's about time we got it out there.
Damn, let's talk. Anyway. So, no, you know, like, have you ever seen Ice Cube? He's like in an interview and he's trying to be, like, he looks like he's trying to be tough or hard. He has that scowl.
Yes.
I don't buy it. I know I should buy it because I know he's like, would kill me. You know, if given the chance, I'm sure, like, you know, if he knew that I was talking shit about him on a stupid podcast, but I just don't buy it because he's been in like fucking family movies, and it's hard for me to like be like, okay, you're a badass, like you're with that scowl.
You're exactly right. You can't have it both ways.
Right. You
can't be this hard thug from the ghetto and then make what are those driving movies? I don't even know what they are.
Yeah, I don't remember. Family something trip.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So I agree with you. I don't buy it. If you watched Straight Outta Compton, they do try to make it seem like he came from a more dysfunctional family, but he actually like grew up in the suburbs, and you know, his mom was always around. He had good parents, and it's very different than what he portrays.
Oh, really? I see. I didn't know that at all. But
well, I could be making all that up. I wasn't prepared to even talk about Ice Cube today. Anybody with Google could probably prove me wrong on that
Cube
one.
Bros, our new podcast.
That was the Cube Bros. Mind your P's and cubes.
P's and cubes, bro.
P's and ice cubes.
I love this topic.
Oh, isn't Destro a black gentleman? He would be down with this conversation.
You know, I think he might be. And how fucked up is that they don't even show you that he's black? He's silver. So he's not even...
Actually, now that I think about it, I think you can see his whole chest that's hanging out.
Oh, really? Is it black? Is he a black guy?
No, he's not.
Oh.
No, remember on the show I was talking about he looked like Paul Stanley from Kiss.
Oh, right, with his... Right.
With his shirt all open. All right, we're getting way out there. Getting back to... Snatch That Weave.
Yes.
They did something at the end that I'm tempted to start to close our show with. I think this is brilliant. Play track 15.
Well, you guys, Five Guys is about to close.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
no.
Hungry bitches. Yeah.
Wait.
Five Guys is about to close. Kevin, I think from now on, when we're ready to wrap it up, I'm going to be like, all right, well, Taco Bell drive-thru is only open for another 20 minutes, so we gotta wrap this.
Carl's Jr. is about to close. I gotta go. Oh, that's funny.
Five Guys is about to close. And they were really upset about it. They're like, oh, we didn't even talk about Black Girls Are Easy blog yet. Shit. We didn't even get to it.
So do you know what Snatch That Weave, you know what that means?
No, I don't.
Well, here's the problem. You told me this was the podcast we were doing this week. So I started to look for it. And, like, I don't know that it's a saying. Like Snatch That Weave, like it's a thing. Yeah, so I look up Catch That Weave, and I can't find anything except a bunch of knitting podcasts. Because it's like weave, you know? So it's like, I'm like, Catch That Weave. Like, I don't want a fucking knitting podcast or Catch the Wave. I'm like, what the fuck? So I finally listened to our old podcast from last week just to listen to the end and figure out what the hell it is that we're listening to. And, so Snatch That Weave means like when African American women, and I'm being that's as appropriate as I can be in saying this, they have fights with each other. They will snatch the weave off of the other person's head. That's sort of like a thing. Like, and I guess that's usually when you see like weaves in the middle of the road and shit.
Yeah. Ooh.
So that's what Snatch That Weave meant. But I also didn't know that the name of this show is Snatch That Weave, all one word. So it was very, very difficult to find.
Oh, right.
And any type of search engine. But, yeah, I didn't realize that they had like a whole empire there. You know, they've got like an Instagram feed that's basically a bunch of horse shit. And so, yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by how well put together nothing was for this podcast.
Well, it's interesting because it's called, so Snatch That Weave, like you said. Okay, so that's like a confrontational thing, and the name of the episode was, STW versus everybody. So I'm thinking this is going to be a very confrontational type of show. Like, fuck you guys, fuck the haters, fuck posers, all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
There's none of that going on at all. I got the sense, well, not just got the sense, I read their bios on their website and stuff. They're all like professionals. They work in marketing and work at agencies and very normal suburban lifestyles. But I think they're trying to sound like they're hard and thuggish. Because the name of the show and the name of the episode nothing would sync up at all with the content of the show.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wasn't at all sure what to expect when listening to this, but then when you listen to it, you're like, oh, it's just, okay, it's three girls just talking shit, basically. And it's not even like, they're not even talking shit, they're just gossiping with each other about...
Well, yeah, they're gossiping and talking about things I have no idea what they're talking about, telling stories about people. Like, there's this one... I'm going to have you play this clip. It's a little bit longer, but they start talking this story about this rapper, Dex. And the one woman's telling the story, but the other woman knows about it, so she has to just keep saying things to prove that she also knows about the story, but she adds nothing to the story. Play track 2.
You gotta change your ways, Dex.
Yeah.
So this nigga went to his girlfriend's club. She was stripping at the club.
She was a pretty girl.
She's
too.
a cute
I'm
girl. And so he got into an altercation at the club, shot in the air, cleared out the club. Then he go outside, get into another
Talking
altercation, shooting in the air. Then he he starts talking to this dude. Dude shoot him straight up in the chest.
Ass, yeah.
And he run, and then he go across the street.
gas station.
And he died.
He died, yeah.
I love that story.
He go to a gas station across the street. Like, how is that helpful to the story? I don't know. It was just a lot of like, I also know that. Yeah. And then he shot him. Yeah, he shot him. Yeah,
shot him straight up, shot him in the chest. Yeah, he shot him in the chest.
Yeah, shot him. He ran across the street. Yeah, across the street, gas station. Yeah.
I love that story.
I pretty much exhausted my my clips for the show Snatch That Weave.
Yeah.
Which I will say, all the shows that we listen to, we're not really the target audience for. And usually I proclaim that there's no target audience for these shows. This one's probably the same, but I honestly am so far outside of this world that I don't know. Maybe this is a great show and people love it. Does that sound like I'm being safe enough there, Kevin?
I think you are, yeah. I think you've shielded yourself from...
I'm sure it's wonderful. They're all very talented.
Exactly. I have nothing but praise for this show, and I love it very much.
Mm-hmm.
Choosy D for president. I don't know.
Choosy D for president. I'm with you, man.
And join us on Cube Bros, our new Ice Cube theme.
Cube Bros.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to get on there and go, oh, I did zero homework. I don't know anything. What movie was he in?
So you're gonna just play me then, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I do want to tease our show next week because I think we're going to get back on track. Back to the type of podcast that you and I love to listen to and make fun of. Please play next week's teaser.
Welcome to FurCast, episode 231. I'm your host of this evening, Paradox the Red Wolf.
I'm your host, Pharaoh the Blue Fox.
Oh, how you doing, Pharaoh?
Really good.
Really good? How was your 3 weeks off? Nothing happened. Pretty boring, right?
Always boring.
Oh, so boring. Nothing occurred. Yeah, isn't it great when nothing unusual in your life happens? It's just so good. You know, it was just, I was so glad to relax and have nothing crazy happen to me at all.
Oh. What the fuck?
That wasn't us coughing. That was someone on FurCast coughing 17 seconds into the episode.
Hey, my name is...
I knew you would love their voice.
Oh, my God. What?
So it's a furries show, FurCast. And that's why there was a red fox and a blue wolf or whatever the fuck.
Hey, this is... How you doing now? I'm the crazy fox.
This is going to be perfect, right up your alley, Kevin. I think you might actually start listening to the show after we review it. This might enter into regular rotation.
I'm going to hit subscribe on this podcast, is what you're saying.
Well, okay. So here's the bad news on it, and I struggle to grab podcasts for us to listen to because I feel like I waste your life when I pick really shitty ones. Well, and I take responsibility for that.
No, okay.
So I was going through a lot of different podcasts and looking for different types of shows. And this was kind of like it's a no-brainer. We did the one about bronies. That was a lot of fun. This one's about furries. That's going to be fun. But this is what's crazy about it. So this is episode, as he said, 231 of FurCast. They do a ton of shows. And the length of this particular episode, Kevin, is 3 hours and 58 minutes.
Oh my God.
It's 4 hour long furry focused podcast. So here's the rule. Don't listen to the full 4 hours. Just pick some areas to listen to. I will too, and we'll try to piece together a review of the show.
All right.
Because no one listen to 4 hours. I mean, I'd rather be waterboarded than listen to 4 hours of this fucking FurCast shit. I would imagine that you could get to the bottom of 9/11 and any other terrorist attack just by forcing someone to listen to FurCast.
So what I understand of furries, and maybe this is just me coming at it from a purely, I don't know, weird angle. I thought the furry thing was...
Damn.
I thought it was people dressing up as animals, right?
Yeah.
And then fucking each other.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what the core of the furry movement is, if you will?
Yeah. I actually went to a friend's wedding last summer, and there was a furry convention. So it was in this big hotel, and we had one of the, convention rooms, and the room next door was a furry convention. And so they were all over the place. They were walking around in the bathroom. And, of course, I was drunkenly taking pictures of them, trying to be on the sly, but not even close. Like, when you pull out your phone in the bathroom and start taking pictures, it's never a good thing.
Yeah.
There's a giant fox, and there's no way I'm not taking a picture of this. But, yes, they do like to dress up and dance, and they're probably on E! And who knows what they're doing. But yeah, I do believe there is an element of fucking involved, which makes the costume so gross.
Well, what I want to know, and maybe we'll find out in the 3 hours of fucking riveting information, but so, okay, you have a dick and you're in a fox suit, right? Is there like
I'm with you, yep.
Is there like a trap door to open up so your cock can come out, or do you have to literally pull your entire furry costume down so you could fuck?
Hold on. Think about what you're saying. You set this up by saying, I believe what furries do is they dress up in costumes and then fuck.
Right.
Why would they make a costume that they couldn't get their cock out of if that's the case?
Well, I guess I'm more
central to the design of the costume that their cock and balls would easily be able to come out of the costume.
I just want to know, I guess, is it like Velcro based?
I guess I didn't think about how you would get it out. So Velcro, or is there a zipper? A zipper, I feel like, would be possibly painful.
Yeah, and if you're fumbling around with like a giant fox head, you really
and
can't
you don't want
see.
You don't want to have just a flap, because you could be like in a parade or something and have your balls pop out.
Right. But
I
then,
feel like that would be a lawsuit or something.
You're probably also wearing comically giant hands. So, I mean, you'd be trying to fumble around with a zipper and stuff. There's a lot that goes into this, apparently, And
now that you say that, I'm just thinking, if I were a furry, I don't even know if I'd want to hook up with other people. I could just use my comically large hands to beat off, and it would be like a stranger.
Well, this is like a whole other lion is beating me off. Like a different tiger. What if you just went as a giant snake? That'd be like the lamest furry costume.
I don't think you could do that. I think it has to be furry.
Oh. Hence the... Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
Furry. Although I would be interested to know how exotic they get with the animals. I feel like it's always kind of like a fox or I don't know.
I'm a duck-billed platypus. I'm going to put my webbed feet on your back while I pound you.
Rob Schneider is a horse. Rob Schneider is a pencil.
He's a duck-billed platypus, and he's at a furry convention, and the semen will fly.
All right. I got to tell you a funny story real quick.
Yeah.
I went to Target because I wanted to buy, I didn't even know these existed, but apparently they do, a countertop ice maker. It's a kitchen appliance. You pour water into it, and it just creates ice cubes. So it's not like attached to freeze. I know. It's awesome. I wanted it for the room where my band practices.
Yep.
So I go to Target because they have those on their website. I figure I can just go to the store and buy one. And I get there, and first off, there's a huge sign on the front that says, visit target.com/careers. And I was like, shouldn't that be like jobs? /careers is really depressing. It kind of bummed me out. That's how Target considers their workforce. So it made perfect sense. This is what I'm thinking about. And then I walk in, and I go over to the kitchen appliance section, and I'm looking around. I can't find it. So I ask someone who's working there. And she has this little doohickey where she can type in things and see what they have actually in the building, in stock. So I tell her what I'm looking for, and she responds, we have a snow cone maker. Well, no, I'm looking for, we have an iced tea maker.
Iced tea? Okay.
I was literally talking to a human version of Bing. Like, you understand what I'm asking for. I need something that makes ice cubes. Oh, well, we got an iced tea maker. That's close to it. They have a lot of the same keywords in it. Like, what are you, fucking idiots? Like, why would an iced tea? You know that's not what I need. You're going to try to convince me? Well, I didn't want iced tea, but now that you mentioned it.
Do you want to turn safe search off?
Only large images, please.
Yeah.
Fucking Bing sucks.
Bing is very popular for porn. That's like
Is
what?
it?
Yeah, I guess they needed to excel somewhere. So if you are looking for porn, use Bing because you will get what you're looking for there, and it'll come back and return videos back and all kinds of shit. Just turn the safe search off so it's not pixelated. I don't know why I know so much about this, but just trust me, turn safe search off if you want to see cock and balls and vaginas and
damn.
And look up
Big Dad. I'm a Big Dad shit. All right. So this has been a wonky episode, but next week we're going to talk about furries. Should be a lot of fun. I hope that you please join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called FurCast, episode number 231, entitled Slow Motion Car Crash. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
Calm down, people.
WATP.
I know you're excited for WATP's take on FurCast, but keep it to a dull roll.
Hey, before we start, I just wanted, before we kind of begin everything, whoarethese.com, I want to plug it up front. So
that's smart.
Thanks, I'm learning from you.
We listen to podcasts where all they do is plug shit for the first 10 minutes, and we've not learned that's what you should do.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just wait until 40 minutes in. Everyone will hear that.
Exactly.
We're idiots.
So, yeah, whoarethese.com is the website for the show. And you can go there, and all the episodes are up there and all that shit. But there's also a submit or a contact page where you can go in there, and guess what? You guys can send this show, like, what you think you want to hear. Like, if you have, like, a fucking really, ridiculous podcast that you want to hear us goof on or review or whatever, you can
or
submit
more
it
like
there.
tell us that we're assholes for motherfucking your podcast, which
Well,
is what I'm guessing will get more than anything else.
Very, very true. So, I mean, it's a full site. So, I mean, you can comment on the episodes themselves that are all listed there too. But if you want to,
so Cocktails and Centaurs, it's whoarethese.com.
They don't read.
Dumb cunts. All right. Well, good. I'm glad we got some plugs out of the way.
Yeah. Also, I'll be at the Comedy Store next. No, I'm done.
All right. So Kevin and I listened to FurCast.
Yes.
And this was a pretty interesting episode of FurCast. And just a quick background. This is a podcast by furries. Furries being adults who dress up like animals.
Yep.
But they claim to not be a furry podcast. We'll get into that in a minute. I'd love to start off, Kevin, by playing the clip that I think best sums up this show. For me, anyway.
Alrighty.
It's actually the last track that I have there. It's pretty late in the episode, but these guys pride themselves on, beyond being a furry podcast, they're a comedy podcast. And here's a great example. Play track 14 for me.
All right.
Oh, wait, you know what? Hold on. I'm sorry. It won't make any sense. Let me set it up. They're talking about, this is relatively recent, this podcast. They're talking about the whole thing that came out about Ted Cruz, who wants to ban masturbating. You know, that's been a whole meme that's out there lately.
What? I didn't know this shit.
About this? Yeah. It's a whole thing that's out there. Ted Cruz took some stance at some point in his life that he wants to outlaw masturbating. So here is, that's the premise, okay? Ted Cruz wants to outlaw masturbating. Here is the brilliance of FurCast, turning that into comedy gold.
I don't have anything to say.
That is such a technical way of saying you can't touch your penis or vagina because law?
You can't.
What the fuck?
Yeah, these guys are brilliant. He did a 4-hour-long podcast, and that's how brilliant they are. Well, we have so much to say. We should definitely be on for at least 4 hours with this nonsense.
This, I'll say that I listened to 2 hours in. So I started listening at the 2-hour mark because I knew that this was a long one. And I'm like, I thought, when did you start? Did you start right from the beginning?
Oh, of course, yeah.
All right, that's what I figured you would do. So I was like, let me shift to later in the episode so that maybe we have like some differing content and stuff. But I'm pretty sure it's all going to be a shit show, which it was.
That's actually a really good idea because as I was clipping things, I was like, wow, Kevin's definitely going to clip this, but fuck it, I'll clip it anyway.
Occasionally, I have good ideas. They're not very...
Well, you shocked me. I'll tell you that. All right. Do you want to play the clip that you think best sums up what you heard?
Well, I would like to. It's a little on the long side, so it's like a minute long. But it's a very, very interesting take because they do a lot of defending of the furry fandom, I think they refer to it as. So,
Kevin, I just listened to hours of this shit, so I'm not scared about a minute.
Okay, here we go.
I can handle it.
Inside Edition did an interview with me about the furry, the chlorine attack at the con. And so they wanted to interview me about furries. And so the first thing I did was put a white sheet behind me, and I took the collar off, and I was Dr. Courtney Plant, psychologist. Right. And they said, oh, but you're a furry, right? I'm like, well, yes, but I'm here to talk to you as a psychologist. And they said, oh, do you have a fursuit? I'm like, yes, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. Can you put it on? I'm like, would you bring Neil deGrasse Tyson onto your show and say, oh, so can you put on this giant model of the solar system on a helmet? So like, you're bringing the person on as an expert on the subject, and the first thing you're trying to do is trivialize your expert by making him look ridiculous.
So let me give some context to that, right? So this is a guy.
I think I get it, but go ahead.
Okay, this is a guy who's a guest on the show. I don't know if he was on during your segment you listened to, but he's a psychologist, I believe, and his whole thing is, that furries are whatever. He is a furry, number one. But the thing that I love about this so much is he uses a really horrible example about Neil deGrasse Tyson being on a show and them asking him.
And he had time to think about that,
right?
too.
So this is like this dude was really worked up. So then after he says this whole thing about Neil deGrasse Tyson, he goes, so then he's going to try to make you look foolish, and he's referring to putting on a fucking costume. So I was like, well, isn't that your whole thing? Like
it's not like Neil deGrasse Tyson does wear the solar system,
right?
And they're like, just can you put on that thing you always wear? He's like, come on, man, I'm trying to be a scientist.
He's
what
like,
do you do?
They're trying to make us look foolish by putting on a costume. I was like, well, yeah, asshole, that's exactly what fucking furries are.
Oh, dude. Okay, yeah, that's pretty funny clip. So there's so many things. There's so many layers to get into here.
Like a goddamn onion.
It's like a stinky cum onion when you think about these furries.
Jesus.
So play track 1, and then I'll talk to you about what's going on. The part that you didn't listen to in the beginning.
So welcome to FurCast, guys. Episode 231. Just a completely normal show coming up ahead of you guys. Nothing weird going on here. Yeah.
That taste.
Yeah.
I taste a lie.
You taste a lie? You
Yeah.
think that's a lie? You think something went on this week? I don't know.
Everything's a lie from a wolf.
Brilliant banter back and forth. I taste lie. What?
I wish he really did taste lye. Isn't that like a chemical?
Oh, I don't know.
I really wish. I wish
his co-host saved him, but that was like one of the first things out of the gate. They didn't have anything ready to talk about. I taste lie. Anyway, I don't want to worry too much about that. So you could tell he's stressed out. There's a lot going on.
Right.
Here's what happened. And this was actually national news. I heard about this, but I didn't realize it was this podcast that we picked. There were a number of radio stations in the U.S., FM stations, that were hacked, and FurCast was played for hours on regular radio stations. It was a huge deal. FCC was involved. It was reported on in multiple news outlets. Play track 6. This is the explanation.
You guys know when you open the FurCast app on your smartphone, you open it, and right here you have the FurCast archive stream, and it's like a stream that just kind of loops like our latest 10 episodes or whatever. They pulled from that stream, and for, I believe, an hour and a half in Colorado, I believe more than 2 hours on one Texas radio station, and
4
hours in one Texas radio station. And
4 hours.
4 hours.
It probably would have continued going if we didnn't cancel our stream.
This was the big news. This was the big event that happened. These guys are famous because somebody decided to hack radio stations and run their podcast on a loop.
So I love that it was aired in fucking Texas. Could you imagine?
Yes. There were so many complaints.
Could you imagine some guy driving a fucking pickup truck in the middle of fucking nowhere, East Bumfuck, like Texas? He's driving down and he's hearing like, "Oh, hello, I'm the wolf cast."
But it's worse. It's worse than that. These guys, apparently, what was being played over these radio stations was them talking about gaping assholes and furry sex. And are you familiar with YIF?
No, I am not.
So YIF is a sexual activity within the fandom, the furry fandom.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to get into that right now, but
let's do it. Let's go there.
Okay.
What the fuck is YIF?
Okay. So when we were teasing this episode on our last show, Kevin, you had made the brilliant observation that as far as you knew, furries were people who dressed up in costumes, danced, and then fucked in their costumes.
Right.
Okay. So I did a little research. And here's a line from the always 1,000% correct Wikipedia that says, homosexuality and bisexuality are overrepresented in the furry fandom by a factor of 10 compared to the United States average self-identified rates of 1.8% bisexuality and 1.7% homosexuality.
Oh, all right. Okay. Those are
And then it gets into a portion of the fandom is sexually interested in zoophilia.
So that's like bestiality kind of, right?
Yes.
Right.
I clicked into zoophilia and it says that and bestiality can be interchanged.
Right.
A survey that was done in 2008 found 17% of respondents of the furry fandom reported zoophilia.
All right. Well, the thing that I find really crazy about this entire situation is, especially in the segment that I listen to with the psychologist and stuff, is that they're trying to play off the furry thing as it needs to be accepted. So they're almost kind of taking the angle of transgender or, a lot of these things that are kind of in the news right now where, you need to be kind of accepting of different people's lifestyles and stuff. But
they need their own Bruce Jenner. They need like Mark Spitz or someone to come out and say he's a furry.
You're right. They probably
that would do it for him. Then it would be like, all right. Who was that other famous swimmer who was busted for smoking weed?
Phelps, right?
Yeah, Michael Phelps.
Yeah.
If Michael Phelps would just put on a fucking fox costume, we wouldn't even be allowed to be talking like this right now, Kevin. We would be shunned. How dare you make fun of furries? They're just normal bestiality people who want to be left alone.
It's really fucking weird because when you listen to them talk about it, they get into one thing in this segment. This guy was on for a long, like almost the entire time I listened to it. They had this psychologist guy on, and he was doing surveys. So he's talking about data that they've collected at different cons or whatever that they go to, these furry conventions and things, and how the surveys that they're doing. And let me also say, they were saying that these are up to 200 questions for these surveys that they're handing out to people at these things.
Christ.
Yeah. So that they're trying.
No wonder they're on the defensive. That's all they're doing is answering questions about themselves. How big of a pervert are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
Well, that's the thing. So the guy's like, he's going the direction like that this is a lifestyle choice that people make and blah, blah, blah. And then he says like that there's a lot, like he's going through an ethics board. He's running his questionnaires or whatever through an ethics board.
This is a waste of fucking time.
I just explained.
This is the biggest waste. This guy is wasting his life.
Oh, totally. But he was getting
shit.
pissed off because other people were not going through an ethics board and were coming up with questions like, why do you like to fuck a horse in the ass? Or whatever, whatever the hell it is that most people would be like, this is fucking ridiculous, right? So then it gets into this whole thing where they're asking, well, this is skewed because this is only 18 and over. We couldn't poll anyone under 18. And then it starts getting really fucking creepy because they're like, oh, well, there's a lot of like furries that are underage and like this whole like gray area of like, and I can only imagine like if you're in a fucking bear suit and you see an attractive female, I guess, and a other animal suit, you don't really know how old this so there's gray areas in like the statutory that thing. I'm like, this is fucked up, man. It's really fucked up.
Wait a second. So is this whole thing that NAMLA found a workaround?
That, you know what? That's exactly what I thought. I mean, I know we're digressing from the kind of comedy things here, but it's like
I want to play more clips, but now I'm starting to realize that maybe these are all just creeps.
Oh, that's
Could
exactly.
furries just be creeps?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. I mean, obviously, I thought they were creepy before too, but it's like when you think about this, it's like, all right, they're trying to legitimize something that all like. But if you look at like the NAMBLA or whatever, the whatever it is, North America.
What did I say? Did I say NAMLA? I meant NAMBLA.
NAMBLA, North American Man Boy Love Association.
Yeah,
right?
NAMBLA. Yeah.
So that's a real thing that exists, right? And those guys are trying to legitimize the fact that you could be a pedophile, essentially. So they're trying to go for acceptance. They're trying to do the same thing that these furries are doing, and yet
You know what Nambla needs? Nambla needs like Mark Spitz or Michael Phelps.
To fuck little kids.
If Michael Phelps would just come out and be like, listen, 7-year-olds are delicious.
I like 7-year-olds. So I got a few clips that kind of touch on some of the things I was talking about. If you want to hear them,
they fucking.
No, but about like the age limits and like some of the weirdness with that, and
all right.
So
they go through high school feeling left out or like they don't belong anywhere. They find the fandom, and that gives them a sense of belongingness, a sense of community, a sense of friendship. And so you hang out with the same group of friends for 3, 4, 5 years. And after a while, you start to notice that you can hang out with each other without furry needing to be in the room, without having to be at a con, without needing to be in fursuits, without needing to be talking about furry stuff.
Yeah, so he's basically saying there that, a lot of the people meet when they're really young, and then they kind of age out of the furry aspect of it, and then they're just fuck buddies. Essentially, when they're older.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a social anxiety.
Right.
So they have to put on a costume, and then they learn that they can just have friends and hang out. Is the take? I don't know. Maybe you're talking about fucking, but it sounded to me like these are just weirdos.
Well, yeah.
They can't make friends without putting on a fucking wolf suit and talking about furries.
There's another aspect to it, and I have a clip here for it.
Okay, go for it.
I found the furry fandom because I was psychologically attracted to the artwork, right? In many ways, the pornography and everything else.
So that's the other end of it too. So that's, I guess, how a lot of them get into it is there's artists that draw like whatever, like a pony fucking whatever the hell. I don't know what.
According to Wikipedia, male furries estimated 51% of all furry art they view is pornographic. And on top of that, furries have a slight preference for pornographic furry artwork over non-pornographic artwork.
Right. In fact, the psychologist that they talked to, I have a clip of that too. He's going through all this shit about how it's justified and how it's not a fetish and how it's different than a fetish and all these things, and then this happens.
It's hard data that says that 98% of male furries and 75% of female furries look at porn.
Hey, Nuka, is there porn behind you on the wall right now?
We're not gonna... I'm strategically keeping my head right about here so you don't see the really gratuitous one behind me there.
Yeah, they can't keep it together for a fucking half an hour segment. It's like, oh shit, and I'm looking at porn.
You're like,
and now I'm jerking off on a fursuit. Oops. All right, so Kevin, I feel like we're uncovering something right now. Like we're really sleuthing. When we're talking about this, I have to mention it because I was looking at their website.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure you were checking out.
I have it up right now, actually.
Okay, so they have a chat room. And I made a note of this before we even got into this whole thing because I didn't listen to the same section that you did. But in their chat room, there are rules. And the first rule is be respectful of everybody in the channel. It's a welcoming, accepting environment. The second rule is that when a moderator tells you to stop doing something, listen to them. Now, Kevin, you've been involved in chat rooms and things. These are very ordinary rules. This is what you always see when you get involved in a chat room. The third rule is no distribution, request for distribution, or mention of child pornography. This could cause serious legal issues.
Right.
Have you ever been part of a chat room that had to have a rule that said, by the way, child pornography is not allowed here?
No.
That's called a law, not a rule. You don't have to tell. So that right there, I'm like, okay, these are creeps. These people are fucking awful people.
Right. And that's where it gets, and they talk a little bit about, like, apparently they don't like bronies or the My Little Pony thing is leaking over now into the furries thing or
well, that's interesting because we listened to Bronyville and they talked about furries for most of the episode, so it makes sense to me.
So I guess they don't like each other, or one is encroaching on the other's fucking territory or whatever. But it's
we're losers. No, we're the creeps.
Right. No, we're not going to get laid. No, we're not going to get laid.
No, I've never seen vagina. No, I haven't.
So it was really fucking troubling to me when I was listening to this to think that they're trying to go at this at an angle where they're saying it's not a sexual thing, but yet they're trying to. It's really, really frustrating, man, because it's like they're trying to take the stance that they should be accepted and welcomed, and this is their preference and things. And I'm completely fine with the bisexual, homosexual, all that stuff is fine. Whatever they want to do,
sure.
As adults, that's cool. That's fine.
Right.
And if you want to dress up like a fucking animal, fine. It doesn't matter to me, really. But don't.
I don't care either. I don't care what anybody does. But if you go out in public, and you look like a ridiculous asshole, that's when I get to start pointing my finger, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's my stance on it anyway.
Well, and I worry about, I feel like, what about the children? But I mean, I feel like.
Won't somebody please think about the children?
Yeah. But I mean, that's what I would worry about. Is like you said, somebody using this as a guise to get into shit that they should not. I mean, that's illegal, that they shouldn't be doing. Under the guise that, I just like to dress up as a horse, but I also like to fuck 15-year-old girls or guys or whatever the case is. It's like, this is, I don't know, this is like the gateway drug to me into like being a pedophile or something. I'm sure that they would listen to this, and I'm sure that this fucking psychologist guy that was on would debate me up and down that this is not the case. But coming away from this, I'm like, I'm horrified by the fact that there's this type of age question in here. And I don't think these guys necessarily are they're certainly not condoning anything like that, but it's like, well, it just is something that I would have never thought of. Like, if you're in a mix of a whole bunch of people in animal costumes, you're probably not necessarily judging whether or not they're of age to be having sex or whatever. And
I'd be way more worried that I ended up fucking like a 60-year-old. That was so gross.
Well, you find out that they age out around 27 or so. I learned that last night.
Okay, good. Because if the dude that I was fucking was 60, I'd be, oh, wait, what? So it's funny you say that. You're right. They don't condone it. And they actually, in the segment that I was listening to, they go out of their way to say, listen, we're furries, but this is not a podcast that's for all furries. A lot of furries don't like us. We have different views on things. I want you to play a couple clips back to back here and just have an interesting observation. Play track 7 and then play track 9.
We're just a comedy show run by a few furries, and we have no censor. We're not really a sex podcast. We don't represent the furry fandom. We are just a bunch of furries that happen to run a podcast. We're not necessarily doing a podcast even for the fandom specifically. We just kind of are providing entertainment, and some furries like us.
All right, so right there, there was a couple different segments of the show, but he laid it all out there like, hey, we're just a comedy show, man. We know, of course, I'm a fucking wolf and this guy's a fox, but this isn't a furry show. Their show is called FurCast. The fucking graphic is them as their fucking fur tars or whatever you fucking call them. Are you kidding me? They want to have their cake and eat it too. You can't sit there and be like, well, we just happen to be furries. What the fuck? You guys are doing a show about furries for furries. And it's not a comedy show. I didn't laugh fucking once. There's no jokes.
Did you say fur tars?
They're fur tars. Like an avatar? I don't know. Dude, they try to be funny. I know they want to do a comedy show, but they're not doing a comedy show. Listen to track 4. So, they pirated all these stations. They didn't, but somebody did with their thing. And the guy who's like the jokes guy on the show. Did you know there's a jokes guy on the show?
No.
he fucking can't get over this pirating thing, and he goes off on this whole pirate fucking segue that never lands, but it doesn't stop him from trying. Play track 4.
Yar, har, shivery me. Being a pirate is alright to be. Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. Cause apparently we're pirates.
Apparently we're pirates. Apparently, no, we're not.
Pirates!
As simply as I can, and as quickly as I can.
I'm Steve, the pirate.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's funny.
That's made me like.
It's funny, but it's not
Oh, you're
funny.
pirates, aren't you? You're shivery tea, hijacking radio stations all across the U.S. Ah, I see you in New York.
So, you know what? Why don't we just
go on? You can continue now. I apologize. I couldn't get over the pirate part in the very beginning.
Right.
Jesus. How about you just like to hear his own voice? That's really all it is.
Yeah. I mean, even his co-host just like, all right, it wasn't funny the first fucking time. Are we done yet?
Right.
Are we good?
If you go, for the audience, if you go to FurCast.fm, that's their website, on the page, and this is interesting to me. Now, I guess I would have expected this, but it still kind of took me by surprise. So if I click on the episode 231, Slow Motion Car Crash, which is the one we're reviewing, they have a still from their YouTube video, so they must have like a video version of the podcast or whatever.
Yeah, no, this streams live.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, I should mention that too. The site is very well done. Very well done, very well put together, lots of content. They have, from the picture or the still from the YouTube, they have a shit ton of equipment in there. They've got tons of monitors. And I mean, I'm jealous.
They have well, all right. That's a whole other thing. They have 13 monitors. They have an amazing setup.
Right. Yeah. So I was quite impressed by that. But the thing I'm not impressed by is the fact that they are not dressed up when they're doing the shows.
You know what would be so much funny if they're like, "Hey, this is a forecast. I'm the Blue Wolf. So, what's going on, Red Fox?" That would have been so much funny.
Yeah, if they were in costumes. Oh shit! The other thing I like about the still picture is there's a dream catcher on the wall in the background.
Oh, it's fucking retards.
And it looks like they might be like in a garage or something too, but who knows? But I am very, very jealous of the amount of computing power that they have around them for what is essentially a ridiculous podcast.
These guys are professional in every single way except for when they open their mouths.
It's true.
Because there's nothing professional about their broadcasts. They're not funny or interesting or, well, I can't say that they don't have a format because I didn't listen to the whole thing. I guess they like read emails and they take calls and do shit. Maybe they have a format. I can't go through 4 hours of this nonsense, though. I mean, come on, I'm one person. What can I do? Yeah. Look at me as one person accomplished.
I am but a mere mortal.
I am but a mere mortal. I can't put up with this shit. But everything about them is so fucking professional. This YouTube stream that they put on, and they air. This podcast airs every Saturday night from 8 to 11. By the way, they're a neighbor of mine. They're up near Niagara Falls, New York.
Oh no shit!
I was talking about, on the last show, I was talking about how I went to a wedding in downtown Rochester last year, and there was a furry convention. Guarantee these buttholes were probably in the bathroom with me. I didn't even realize I was near these dummies. If only I could go back in time and smack them around a little bit. It's so funny you say that, the jealousy about their setup, because I wrote that as a note. And actually, I'm listening to this last night, trying to get ahead of it. And I go on YouTube and I start watching their stream, an older episode, and I was fucking blown away. I'm like, this is an amazing setup. It's better than actual TV shows, radio shows. It's extremely impressive. The one guy is an IT guy. He knows his shit. And so obviously they've done a really nice job, sunk some money into it. But there's a part in the podcast that I listened to. Kevin, are you just familiar with the Distorted View podcast?
No, I've not heard of it.
Okay. So Distorted View is a podcast, been around for a decade or so, and it's a comedy show. He goes through, it's like a half an hour show. It's a daily, and he'll go through different news events and things. And the guy on Distorted View got the news about them, about this FurCast hacking these radio stations. So he went off and did a whole segment about it. And then try to follow me here. FurCast was playing clips of Distorted View, who was then playing clips of FurCast.
It's like
so
an Inception thing.
It got so confusing because, and they were cracking up. They loved it. They thought this Distorted View was actually really funny. And I'll play you a clip. The guy from Distorted View, at one point he decides that this was probably an ISIS hack. And so, putting FurCast on these radio stations. So this is the joke he makes. Play track 10.
ISIS attacks us, half of goddamn Brussels is wiped out. Meanwhile, over there in the U.S., they're cutting into a One Direction song to replace it with furries talking about dildos. Not fair, man.
Okay.
So it was pretty funny, but so I wanted to play you that because, and this was a long segment. The Distorted View guy was going on and on because he watched an entire episode and was laughing his ass off about it. Actually, it was funny because the Distorted View guy has a pretty good following, and he was motherfucking his audience. He's like, "Why are you guys so lazy and you're not hacking radio stations to put my podcast on? What the fuck?"
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, why is anybody putting
their audience?
I want WATP on fucking something, you know?
Hey, WATP, we got we got weather, we got sports. So, and then, the exact same thing that you did and that I did. He went on YouTube, he saw their setup, and immediately got super jealous. And this was his take on it, referring to his podcast, which has been around for over 10 years, compared to what their setup is. Play track 11.
This is chicken shit podcasting compared to what the FurCast is up to.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anything like my setup over here is like nothing, you know, and I'm like thinking that it's cool. Then I look at this fucking picture, I'm like, good God.
Well, and something that we glossed over when I played my track earlier about the radio streaming explained. I don't know if you caught this, but the way that it was done is somebody hacked into the radio station feed and they played the feed from their mobile app. These guys have a fucking mobile app.
Yeah, well, that isn't, well, I mean, I guess it depends on what the app looks like. But, I mean, there's a lot of services that I know from doing the podcasting thing now that will, you know, make like an out-of-the-box app.
All right, before you shit all over my point, Kevin.
All right.
I was impressed that they had an app. And you know how Did This Get Made loves to do Second Opinion?
Second Opinions, yeah.
So I was reading the reviews on their app in the iTunes store. And, we thought this podcast kind of sucked donkey dick, but...
literally.
Yeah, it sucked fox dick. It fucked bear dick.
Who sucks the fox dick?
That's a dumb thing. Okay. So let me just read you some of these reviews. So the first one is a 5-star review. OMG, this is the best app ever. Okay, so I didn't think that this was going to be fun or cool at all. But boy, was I wrong. This app is a podcast app about furries, and the people who host the 24-hour podcast, well, I'm trying not to spoil it, but it's funny.
Wait a minute. Did they just say 24-hour?
Yeah, this asshole thinks these people are just broadcasting 24/7. It's just always on. These guys are unbelievable. You'd think they'd pee, but nope. All right, this is another 5-star review. Opened app, then heard about scorpion penises that stabbed people. Super funny and awesome. Get this app, man. Just hope no one knows I have this app. But if you are a furry, get this app.
I like how you read that. But if you are a furry, get this app.
I was a little skeptical. No, I was a little skeptic at first, but after listening for a while, I just then couldn't get enough. I love this app and them.
I love how all grammar goes out the window when people write reviews.
Oh, people suck. People suck.
I hope nobody finds app. This app is great.
This is a funny one. This is a 5-star review called Great App. And I always love, I don't know. I love this app. I have it for my iPhone. It's funny. It's great, but it won't open on my iPod.
Yeah, there's always somebody who puts like a technical gripe.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, yeah. It's like, it's 5 stars. It's amazing, but it doesn't even work on my device.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
they'd be like,
okay.
this was 5 stars last month, but then they did an update. 1 star now.
Yeah. Those jerk-offs should not be allowed to post anything that anyone can see. I would love to have a whole faction of society where they think they have a Facebook page and a Twitter page, and they think that they're Yelping, and they're posting all the shit, and no one else can see it. Only the other douchebags who are thinking that they're changing the world with their fucking shitty reviews are the only other people who can see it. That'd be awesome. Can we create that technology?
Yeah, we need to come up with a social network and make it popular. But then
it's called You Don't Matter.
I was thinking like Whisper Book or something, like something that's like everybody thinks it's really, really cool and they get on there, but they're really not talking to anyone.
How about Silent Space? But we should just like label people as you don't fucking matter to society, and everything that they do online, no one hears about.
But how would I complain about today's social injustices if I don't have
or
Whisper
every
Book?
Other retard will see it.
Right.
Just not us normal people who want to fucking enjoy our lives. So, Kevin, I uploaded an image to our Dropbox, and it was from, they were talking early in the show about MCFC, which is the Motor City Furry Con.
Of course. Yeah.
Of course. And I posted a picture into our Dropbox. Can you post that on our website so people can see that?
Yeah, definitely. I'll put it up with the episode post. Yeah.
That would be awesome. I do want to talk about that image real quick. Okay. It is it's a big long shot of all the furries who are at this convention, and it's interesting. You could spend an hour or two just analyzing every fucking character and what the hell is going on here. But the best part about this is that there's out of 100 or so furries, maybe more. There's just like a dude who's not dressed up at all, and he's just standing there with like a beanie on his head. He's not smiling. He's got no facial expression.
Yeah.
And I was looking at this. I'm like, did this guy just photobombed this furry convention?
Yeah, he's like, watch this. I'm going to stand with all these fucking freaks.
I want to be that guy so bad. I would just jump in there and be like, hey, what are you supposed to be? I'm a people furry. I'm just gonna hang out here.
There's a lot to look at, and I'm looking at it right now. There's a traffic cone in the way.
Yeah,
they just couldn't probably move that out of the way maybe, and man, there's just a whole lot going on. And
what I love about these furries, and I hope. Post it on our website. I want people to check this out.
Yeah.
What I love about these furries is that most of the costumes probably cost thousands of dollars.
Like probably.
They're incredible.
Yeah.
And then you get like these few homely ones, these guys who are just probably poor, just want to have friends and hang out. Like the cripple on the far right. It's the worst looking costume. He might as well wear a smock that has a picture of a furry on it. What are you supposed to be?
Wait a minute, he's not crippled, is he? I think he's just sitting in like a.
It's like a chair.
Yeah, all right, maybe he is.
Would a furry wear a picture of a furry on their chest? He would if it were Halloween. Yeah, so that picture is amazing. I don't want to talk about too many visual things on our podcast because that's annoying, but definitely worth checking out. The other things I learned about was FWA. Are you familiar with that?
Fuck.
You would think it would be Furries with Attitude, but no, it's not. It's Furry Weekend Atlanta. That's another. Another con.
I was way up.
They keep talking about cons. Hey, did you see that person at the con? Yeah. There's a lot of con talk, and then they have MFF, which sounds like something you'd be like, I MFF'd that guy,
like
motherfucking
furries.
Yeah, well, you would think so, but no, it's Midwest Fur Fest. which
okay.
is in near Chicago.
All right.
But there was a lot of talk about these furry cons, and dude, what's the smell like in these places? I gotta think that the most pleasant scent is cum. Right? I mean, of all the BO and bullshit that's going on, you're like, oh, good, this guy smells like crusty cum.
What's that bewitching bleach scent that I smell? I want to think like when they have it catered, like they must go to like whatever Holiday Inn or whatever. And they're like, we're gonna rent your fucking room out, and they're like, all right, well, what kind of stuff do you need? You need like chafing dishes and like stuff for like catering. Well, yeah, we have troughs that we're gonna bring in for. Well, are these troughs going to be for like punch or well, they're for punch and for pissing. So.
When you were saying that, I was just thinking, could you imagine having an Airbnb near the convention? And, you rent this out and they're like, so the cleaning lady comes 3 times a day? Or how often is your house actually clean? We're like, well, no, you have it for the weekend. We're not going to clean it. Oh, that's going to be a problem. There's going to be fur and crusty fur everywhere.
I'm just really, really interested in how these costumes work and like what the inner workings of these things are, because I gotta believe.
You know what it sounds like to me, Kevin? You're trying to play it off. You're trying to figure out a way that you could be like, and if you wish, you'd be like, hey, by the way, I bought a furry costume.
Right.
Just as a goof. I just wanted to see how it works, And then like a couple weeks later, you'd be like, yeah. No, I'm going to go to MCFC.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I just want to goof on these guys, If you want to meet me there, I'll be the Red Fox. But these fucking assholes. I feel like I'm already losing you to this matchup.
No, not quite. I'm
way too into the mechanics of it all.
I'm curious, I guess, as to why.
Yeah, curiosity is how it starts.
Oh God,
That's how it starts, my friend.
No, I'm whatever. I understand people have all kinds of weird sexual.
I'm Blue Fox, and I'm Carl. You're gonna be doing our show with your fucking mask on. Hey, Carl, did you listen to us talking to these fucking assholes?
Shit, it'd be hard to like operate the board with my hooves.
Yeah, you'd be like, I hit your mic. Sorry, my beak keeps hitting the mic.
Beak. No, I really want to know how they piss and how they shit and with these costumes on.
You know what would be fucking amazing? I'm just throwing this out there as I'm praying that this might happen. So FurCast played tons of clips from Distorted View. They knew that another podcast was talking about them. If they were to figure out that we were talking about them and they were to listen to this and be like, wow, these fucking assholes, they have all these questions. I would love to be a guest on the FurCast show.
Oh, God, I would love to.
On the FurCast show, and we could ask him all these questions.
I would love that. It's even
questions.
Well, what would be even better, actually, is if we had like a person that was a member of the WATP squad that like our own stunt boy.
Yes.
Who could go to one of these conventions and like tell us firsthand.
You're the stunt boy. Is that what you're thinking about? Since there's only 2 of us.
Yeah. I mean, I am on the West Coast, and there's a few of them out here. So, no, but I just want to know, like, because these guys got into like the end of just the wrong way. I thought that this podcast was going to be. I thought it was all going to be, cutesy banner and fucking butthole jokes, and it was all like this militant, like, we're not it just was, it didn't come off the way I thought it was going to. I wanted answers to these questions, and I didn't get them.
There were a couple parts where I was actually really proud of the host. He started making a little bit of sense. Play track 8.
Nothing makes you question what you're doing with your life more than something like this.
I've questioned my life in general far before this, so
right.
This is.
But do you understand what I mean, though?
Oh,
like I had to lie in bed for several nights after this incident and just go, "What the fuck?"
I didn't.
Oh boy, do you know what that's in reference to?
Well, he was all upset about these radio stations getting hacked with the FurCast, but I mean, he finally laid in bed and questioned his life. And how did he not come to the conclusion that I would have come to the first night?
Right.
It didn't dawn on him that, yes, you should be reevaluating what's going on. But I like his sidekick there, just like, ah! I'm a fucking fox. I don't get a fox. And then speaking of that, here's a funny clip. Play track 13, where they start talking about a fetish that this fucking weirdo thinks is weird.
I think there's a fetish for that.
There is a fetish for that. A lot of my friends are into it.
You have some really weird fetish.
No, not really. There's just a lot of people on
rap. Okay, wait. Pause. Not the actual kinds, but you said you have friends that are into literally wrapping themselves in saran wrap or like latex.
I'm talking about like bondage, like getting wrapped in saran wrap. That's what they're into. Why?
Wait, what?
There are a couple funny things in there. So this guy who fucks people in animal costumes is just like, you have some weird fucking friends, dude. It's like, ding, ding, ding. Yes, he obviously does. He's a fucking furry. And then the next thing that was hilarious there was he goes, wait a second, pause. And then he was like, not like pause, like right. PAWS. Like he couldn't stop himself because pause is like a big thing in the fucking furry world.
Yeah, that sounds like the dad joke of the furry world.
Oh, dude, that is the fucking dad joke. Guys, I think it's time we took a pause on my ass. Am I right, people? Fucking dummies. Even their logo is like a paw. It's so fucking creepy. Now I can't stop thinking about this kid fucking angle.
Yeah,
and it's bumming me out.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not. I'm not certainly claiming that the dudes that run this show are into that one. Oh,
I'm sorry,
but I mean, they're.
I'm saying there's only an 80% chance that these guys are kid fucking. I'm not proclaiming that they definitely are. Like that. I'm just saying everyone on the subreddit and possibly these guys are definitely kid fuckers.
They have a subreddit too. That's right. I see that on their website.
Dude, everything has a subreddit.
Everything r/FurCast. Yeah, I see it. Interesting. Yeah.
It's just odd to me, and I know we've talked about this way too long. We need to move on, but it's just odd to me that these guys are doing a show. They have a lot going on with their video cast and their studio and their app and their website and chat room and all this crazy crap, and they have zero talent. It makes me feel like, are we doing something wrong? Should we even be doing a podcast? Is this where losers go to fucking waste their time?
Some would say yes. Some would say yes.
No. I'm going to go play solitaire.
So anyway, I feel like there's a lot of like fetishes out there or whatever. And I know that they say that this isn't a fetish or whatever, but there's a lot of weird shit out there that's like beyond what I'm aware of in the sexual realm. Like I've looked at porn for a very good portion of my life. And I think that I've seen a lot of things and there's a lot of really fucked up things out there, but then you go to a Pornhub or one of these places and you click the drop down on the categories and it's like, I don't know who gets that. Like who decided one day that jerking off on a balloon is funny or something.
I don't know if you've seen this new thing. There's this new fetishes out there. It's fucking everywhere. It's crazy. People are just having sex with Prince's dead body. Have you seen this? They're just in the elevator fucking the shit out of a dead Prince. And I'm appalled. I'm like, I watched like 7 of those and I'm just like, guys, this is crazy. This is barely erotic.
I think it's called the raspberry beret fetish, right? It's the raspberry beret.
I think I came 1,999 times.
Jesus.
So that was FurCast. That was a lot of fun.
Sure.
I had a lot of fun. I don't know. We're going to do this again next week. And next week, we're going to listen to a podcast. And I want to thank our listener, Cheever, for writing us through our website, whoarethese.com, and giving us a suggestion. So I thought Cheever's suggestion was awesome. And I picked up on this podcast. Go ahead and play the teaser.
Hello, my name is Janine Pettit, and I'm a girl camper. I go places and I do things in my little 1966 Go Tag-Along vintage travel trailer. Along the way, I meet many interesting people traveling the back roads, and I want to share their stories with you. We will talk about the qualities of what makes a girl camper and how you can become a girl camper too. The girl campers are having a party, and you're invited.
Oh my God.
This is fucking amazing.
So many things were going through my head, like the visual of that. I think it's all that guitar playing in the background.
I like the inflection in her voice. It sounds like an SNL skit. Hey, my name is Janine, and I'm a girl camper. Do you want to be a girl camper? Find out how to become a girl camper. It's like, I don't know, if you're a girl and you camp, does that make you a fucking girl camper? How hard could this be? And this woman's got to be like 90. She is so fucking boring. So anyway, this show is called Girl Camper. It's episode number 29, called A Weekend in Wichita, Kansas. Spoiler alert, Wichita is awesome, according to this fucking retard. So this should be a very fun one. This guy wrote to us, and I liked his note. It was actually pretty funny. He goes, I like to camp. There are actually podcasts about it. Sound interesting? Guess again.
This guy's doing his own. This guy wants to be on the show.
Yeah, I know. I'll just, if you want to write his jokes, I'll just read your jokes. And then he writes, how do these have a following? It's painful. And he sent us two different camping podcasts. But the Girl Camper one I thought was hilarious. So we'll review Girl Camper next week per your request, Cheever. And I assume you're a dude. I apologize if you're not a dude. And if you're not, send pictures. Yep. Now we have to be careful because people can actually contact us and hurt our feelings.
Yeah, I don't want to get my feelings hurt.
We should do a whole podcast where we just sob over hate mail. I just want to explore our feelings and really try to understand who we are as people.
So this guy wrote me and he said that my impression of Cobra Commander was very, very hurtful to him. And I just want to say, I'm really sorry.
He said your Mr. Garrison sucks.
And I told him to eat my vag.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called The Girl Camper, episode number 29, entitled A Weekend in Wichita, Kansas. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP indeed.
WATP.
Yes. Hey, happy Mother's Day, Carl.
Happy Mother's Day to you, too.
Thanks.
Hey, the first person to tell me that today.
Yeah.
Well, someone who cares.
Yeah, I thought,
don't run into a lot of them.
I'd brighten your day a little bit,
Speaking of mothers, we listened to a woman prattle on and on about camping.
Yes.
Girl Camper is the name of the show. And this was an email that we got, a suggestion for a show to review. So the Cheever who asked us to review this, good call. This is a giant piece of shit.
Yeah. I don't even know where to begin with this one. Like I loved this show for some reason. I just thought it was.
Liked it?
I really, really thought it was great because she just crams so much knowledge into 57 minutes of a podcast.
She fucking talks and talks and talks and talks.
Yes, she definitely does, and she's very passionate about camping and vacations and campers and trailers and tires. She's a whole fucking thing about tires in here.
Well, it's all right. Before we get into all of those things, I have definitely points on all of those. Why don't we play the clips that we both grabbed that we think sum up the show best? For me, it would be number 4 there. It's called She Likes to Talk and Talk and Talk and Talk.
Now, if you're a fancy pants camper and you have a trailer that has a solar panel, then you can take a shower and you have a holding tank and all that, you're going to be fine. But anyway, anyone can live for 3 days without even a solar shower if they had to. But there is showers, solar bags available if you want to go that route. Anyway, this is real diehard camping, but...
Did you pick up on how many sentences there were in that clip?
I didn't, but
It's one sentence. This whole fucking show is like a giant run-on sentence. She doesn't come up for air.
Oh God, I clipped that too because I love she explains all of this stuff like, there's no showers or anything like that, but this is really old school camping. It's like, what? There's so many things that she lists off there. You're like, no, old school camping would be like no tent or like a tent, and like
she goes, it's old school camping, but there's clean porta-johns there. There's electricity in some of the places.
Right.
And, like, what the fuck?
Okay.
All right. So do you have a clip that you think sums it up?
Let's see. I got a bunch of good ones here. Let's see. Here's one I just thought. She goes on a lot about this particular campground called Beaver Creek, and she's very, very, she enunciates a lot, or not even enunciates, she just repeats herself a lot to make sure she gets her point across. I don't know if she has any...
She's like the Donald Trump of shitty podcasts.
Right. So here's just something about Beaver Creek.
So one of our listeners, Gail, who lives in Ohio and works in the summers at Beaver Creek State Park, kept talking about Beaver Creek State Park on one of our meetup sites.
She does this a lot where she
does.
She says something, a proper name of something, and then repeats it literally within a second of saying it the first time.
I almost clipped something. I wish I did now because of this discussion. When she sets up that they went to Wichita, Kevin, she talks about how they went to Wichita and they could not wait to go and see what Wichita had to offer. If you get a chance to go to Wichita, you should definitely go to Wichita because there's a lot of things to do in Wichita. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Stop saying Wichita. So yeah, that's a good observation. So people have now heard a couple clips from this show. The thing that was bothersome to me was listening to this podcast reminded me of when Facebook went south. And everyone's, grandparents and aunt and uncle are on there and they're, commenting on every freaking photo that you're tagged in. And you're like, okay, I'm out of here. This is getting really lame really fast. Is podcasting the next to go? Have the old lame people discovered podcasting now? Are they ruining it for the rest of us?
Possibly. Yeah,
this woman sounds so boring, but she sounds like old timey. I couldn't get a sense of what her age is.
Yeah, I think I'm going to say 60s.
Do you think she's in her 60s?
50s or 60s, yeah.
Well, it's interesting, though, because she did say something that was outrageous. I don't know if you caught this. But she did say something that I think would suggest that she's not menopausal yet. Play track 7, Outrageous Statement.
In our other news roundup, I want to tell you that my monthly friend came out last week, and I feel such it just made me weep with happiness.
I totally missed that.
Did you miss that? Well, I obviously spliced a bunch of shit together to make it sound like she was talking about getting her period. Well, she really has a monthly blog, but I wasn't going to let that just
my monthly
slip
friend.
Yeah, so her monthly friend came out. So yeah, I guess she's, maybe just in her 40s or something. I don't know. I don't know what that actually means.
When I go to Wichita, Kansas, I usually get my period every time.
The other thing that she does, I'm sure you picked up on this. She's a giant name dropper. Yeah. But she doesn't know how to be a name dropper. She drops names of people that nobody knows or cares about. So I actually put together a little compilation of this. Play number 10, name dropper.
The beautiful artist Mary Gregory Gale, who lives in Ohio, Becky Clark, and Maury Sussman, who founded the Sisters on the Fly. And so I've met Maisie a couple of times. Paul Lacintalos. So my friend Gia and Mary, Walter Cannon, friend of the show. Who?
Who? What the fuck?
Who?
That'd be like, Kevin, that'd be like if you and I got on our podcast that, we're trying to put out there for people to enjoy. And we just started saying, yeah. So Joe Hines was telling me the other day, he was listening, and then Sly and Croge were both telling me about this thing that they're doing. Like, nobody knows who these fucking people are.
But you just made their days. They're listening right now going, yeah! Fuck yeah!
Nobody knows who these people are. You don't drop people's, like, your friends' names in a podcast. It just makes you sound like you're not really broadcasting.
Yeah, speaking of who, I got a clip here.
Good.
Now, apparently there's a CD you can get, and you can play the CD at your campsite and call the owls right from around the campfire. So I don't know if the naturalist calls the owls herself, who, if she knows how to do it, because I would imagine every owl breed or species has a different owl sound. But anyway.
She goes into a whole thing about owls here, about how this the Beaver Creek campground you can.
I just like that she cracked herself up with her owl impression. That was too much for her. She must be so much fun to talk to sitting around that campfire all night. Holy fuck!
I know. Yeah.
Please, somebody kill me.
Speaking of sitting around the campfire with all the girls, she also talks about how you can bring your husband if you want to bring your husband to Mr. Sister. We call him Mr. Sister. And all I could think of was the fucking Twisted Sister video. It was like, tell me what you mean, Mr. Sister. So here's that clip.
And then someone else said, oh, could my husband come? So I said, you know what? Let's make it a Mr. Sister trip. I always think it's good for your Mr. Sister to see how much fun you have with your girlfriends and to dispel the myth that we're doing anything crazy. All we're doing is sitting around the fire talking and laughing. But anyway, so...
What could they be doing? Casting spells? What the fuck? What would we assume that they were doing around the fire?
Yeah, these old, boring women... What do they think you're out whoring or something? Are you guys just out whoring? No, I swear we're camping. Okay.
Did you suck any dick on your camping trip?
Try not to suck any dick in the parking lot.
Oh, dear. No, we didn't suck any dick or anything like that. We might have jerked off a few cocks or something, but
no, we were just only dry. We only went dry.
It was a dry hand job. We were just sitting around the campfire. You know how it gets all dry around the campfire, and then we just stroked a couple guys off. It was no big deal.
I like your impression of this woman. You gotta use that inflection, but she ends a lot of sentences with like a question for some reason. We stroke a lot of guys off, and sometimes they would come a lot, sometimes they come a little.
That's how we would put the fire out every night. We would shoot it out. We would shoot it out with jism. Speaking of jism, right?
All right, so. She talks about in the beginning of the show that she's a girl camper and maybe you could be a girl camper too. I'm like, what is this girl camper? So she explains it. I have a clip on here, number 6. This is Camping Like Girls Explained.
The girls are going to be camping like girls. We're going to be putting out our beautiful tablecloths and we're going to be making everything lovely and we're going to be as comfortable as can be.
Okay.
So they put out a tablecloth.
All right.
And they're as comfortable as they can be. That's what girl camping is.
Just putting out a tab. That's all it was. Wow. Yeah, I could have summed up the 57 minutes into one sentence. about what girl camping.
Yeah, this is like episode 23 too.
Yeah.
So there's much discussion around this girl camping, which there doesn't seem to be too much to it when it's all said and done.
We're going to put out our bestest tablecloths, and all of our doilies will be matching, and we'll put them on, and we'll put them on the tables, and they will be coasters for underneath the cups of hard grain alcohol that we're going to have out there. Because we're all going to be so smashed and just totally wasted.
Well, then my friend Ruth is going to come, and she's the one that cooks up the best crystal in the entire campground. So we'll be cooking meth, and we'll be probably getting pretty high and hallucinating.
Let me tell you, have you ever... my friend Becky, let me just explain this a little. My friend Becky once fisted me while high...
on meth.
On methamphetamines, okay? Methamphetamines at the Beaver Creek Park are like yin and yang, all right? They're everywhere, and they're very easy to get. And when you're on a Mr. Sister trip, and you've got your best tablecloth out, why not get fucked on that table, all right? That's what that...
Mr. Sister, what do you want to do with your life?
I want to smoke some rock.
There you go. Yeah, these women are so fucking boring. And when they were talking about this one trip they have coming up, where the one woman wanted to bring her husband, so we decided it's great. But if you don't want to bring your husband, I mean, could you imagine being a husband at one of these fucking events?
Oh yeah, I mean
that's torture.
This has to be, you know how like they find people hung in the woods? That's like where people go to hang themselves. That's because it was immediately followed by a Mr. Sister camping trip.
This is the worst Mr. Sister mass suicide I've seen in years.
And I've seen many. The tablecloths are still out and fresh.
Yeah, we had Detective Ice-T was here, and he was certain it was because of the Mr. Sister camping.
Yo, let me just tell you, all right? There's so... I can't even fucking do it. I can't do the impression now. I've got that girl on my mind. Ow!
I'm like lobbing a softball with plate as slowly as possible. I put it on a tee this time. Just
Well,
like, go ahead, Kevin.
I was never good at sports. All right, I was never a good sports player.
And yeah, that was a swing and a miss.
Yo, this is Ice-T. I just happened to be stumbling upon a bunch of... See, it just doesn't sound right. I have to do it. I have to do it like this. I have to do this girl who, who's out camping with her girls in Wichita.
You know what I wonder, though, when they go to Beaver Creek State Park?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that maybe Nicolas Cage will be there looking for the Declaration of Independence?
Oh, Jesus.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, God. You know what I discovered over my recent vacation is that I can do an impression of Aaron Neville. Are you aware of Aaron Neville? Are you a fan?
I'm not. Who is Aaron Neville?
Okay, so you don't... All right, well, then it won't make any sense if I do it. But he's a guy who sings Everybody Plays the Fool. It's an old kind of... I guess R&B kind of song. All right, it doesn't matter if you don't know it. I'll just clip this whole fucking part out of here.
The whole part where I just keep throwing out names of people.
Yeah, this whole thing won't even air.
For no reason.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm waiting for the day that you say, I'll just take this all out, and then I can go back and listen, and it's all still there.
I mean, I could leave this in there, I suppose. I want people to listen to it and be like, I know who Aaron Neville is. But that's fine.
Do your fucking Aaron Neville impression, all right, Kevin? Just fucking do it. I want to hear it.
All right. Hi, my name is Aaron Neville. Hey, Carl, how do you like Wichita, Kansas?
It sounds like Billy Gibbons.
Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not Billy Gibbons. Holy shit. I'm retarded today. No, from the Bee Gees. Billy... yeah.
What's Barry Gibb.
Barry
one of the,
I wasn't even close.
You weren't even close at all, but it's okay. It's,
Barry Gibb.
It's all right. Now, Barry Gibb talks a lot like this. So it is similar, I guess. But
it's good. I like it.
Yeah, no, so now you need to go and look up fucking Aaron Neville, so all of this break doesn't make sense to you and the rest of the fans.
Hopefully you'll delete all of this and I'll never think about it again.
All this podcast will be was us introducing it and then me doing one impression of this woman. And then
all right. Getting back to this podcast, there's something that I want to address that we haven't talked about yet.
Yes.
Play track 3.
Girl Camper is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Stay protected with emergency expenses. They're automatically included with your comprehensive and collision insurance. Progressive will pay for temporary expenses, which would mean transportation and towing if your RV is damaged more than 50 miles from home, which is where we usually are when we're in our RV. It's just another way Progressive helps you. Call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE or visit progressive.com/RV for more information today.
I'm glad that she's doing these Progressive commercials because I've never heard of Progressive. They need all the help they can get in the advertising
is there
realm.
any chance that there's anyone over Progressive that knows that they're sponsoring this show?
Absolutely not. We might as well
There's
just
no
say
way somebody made a decision like, okay, I need to be on this podcast. I need to be on this podcast. There's no way she's getting sponsorship money from Progressive Insurance. I think that she's just trying to make it seem like she has a sponsor.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant because she even has segments in here. They're like, okay, now's the Progressive safety tip of the day or whatever the fuck she talks about.
Yeah, about having the inflated tires and shit.
So anyway, I do want to segue and let you know that WATP is sponsored by McDonald's, and McDonald's is announcing their new McRice burgers, which will be made with grilled white rice patties brushed with soy sauce and fillings of Filet-O-Fish, French fries, vegetables, and juicy pieces of beef. You can buy the new McDonald's McRice burgers at your neighborhood McDonald's. I'm loving it. And we want to thank our sponsors for helping us out.
Rice burgers. Such good burgers from McDonald's.
Oh, that's why they love our show. We always go above and beyond with our live reads.
Yeah, I'm glad that,
incorporate it into the show. When I talk about McDonald's, you don't even realize I'm doing a commercial. It's like seamless.
Yeah,
I'm just like, Kevin, did you hear about this new McRice burger? Am I right, people?
Right. I mean, I'm eating one right now. I mean, it doesn't sound like I'm chewing, but I'm totally consuming one right now because
I can tell by how happy you are. Just your voice.
Yeah,
I can tell you're eating one.
Yeah, I'm totally eating a rice burger right now. Which, by the way, is that a real thing that you just fucking read? Is a rice burger an actual thing that's coming out?
It's something they tested in China.
Oh, all right. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. They love their rice.
I mean, no, of course it's a real thing. They're our sponsor, and that's what we're promoting for them, the McRice burger.
Right. Now, that's very true. You know who else is really a real good supporter of WATP is Trojan Condoms. And
our friends at Trojan.
Yeah, they have a new condom out called it's the German tickler. It's similar to the French tickler, but this one actually goes inside of your anus. So it kind of goes down the other way and in your ass. I don't know. I just thought it sounds like it's a really cool thing, and certainly Trojan is standing behind it as much as they can. So go out and buy Trojan condoms.
Trojan is standing behind it.
They're standing.
Yeah, I get it. That joke was brought to you by McDonald's and their new McRice burgers. Try one today. I'm loving it.
I'm loving it as well, Carl. Thank you. And now let's get back to the podcast. Now
that was all seamless.
That's right. Yeah, I'm wearing one of those German tickler condoms right now. So, and it does feel pretty good in my asshole. So I just
good.
Yeah,
good. Well, you're smiling for lots of reasons. Then you got your McRice burger. You got something up your ass.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, this is it's a good day. Yep.
There's a track that I have on here. This woman's infuriating for a lot of reasons. One of them is shit like this. Play track 2. I called it infuriating cutesy rhyming.
Stay tuned as we talk about all the things you can see and do if you go to Wichita too.
And that fucking music is so obnoxious. The show is terrible.
All the things that you could see or do if you are a Jew. It's the anti-Semitic camper.
And then there's another clip on here. So the show, we haven't really talked about Wichita that much, but that's what the show is supposedly about. And she sets it up with this one. Wichita is for everyone.
Wichita is art. This city in the heartland has something for young and old, active and not so active, and for all the lovers of art.
I love that. I've never heard someone say active and not so active. Like, Kevin, when someone's trying to sell you on something, do they say, "Oh, you'll enjoy it. It's even good for the not so active"?
Well,
who puts themselves in that category?
Me. When they're talking to me, that they know that that's what I'm seeking out. If you want to do nothing in a city.
Yeah, but this whole thing is about like exploring this city. So there's stuff for the not so active. Yeah, it's called staying at home and watching the internet.
Well,
that's what the not so active does.
The other thing that I find really funny here is that this is called Girl Camper, right? So then she talks about going to Kansas, but then she talks about staying in a hotel, and there's nothing about camping at all.
I know. She's like flying around and staying in hotels.
I clipped this is kind of long, but I clipped this thing here from her visit to Wichita and all the stuff that she's seen with her friend, whatever the hell her name is.
There was a cat sitting under a bench at a bus stop on a fairly busy street, and as we got up closer, we saw it was a bronze statue. It was this big, like, Persian cat laying on its side with this fluffy tail, and I thought, what a place to lay down and rest, right? But it was a bronze statue, and the whole city is full of these things. We were sitting at another light, and there was a big bird of prey up on the over the pole that hangs the street light, and I thought, look at that giant bird. But it was a copper statue. And there was another one I saw of a man playing his guitar with his guitar box open for people to throw coins in, and it was a statue. There were so many beautiful little parks. So right away I thought, we're in for a real treat here in Wichita.
Oh my God. She's explaining every piece of tacky fucking art that's sitting around the city.
My favorite, though, and then we saw a man, he was playing a guitar, and then he had his guitar box open, so you could throw coins. A guitar box? What the fuck? Oh, speaking of boxes, I love to be fisted when I am on methamphetamines at the Beaver Creek Park.
So there's this part where she goes into this whole, and it's a long part. This is, over 50 minutes long, this podcast. She talks about these safety precautions, and it gets a lot into tires and tire inflation. And I didn't clip this, but Kevin, she goes on and on about how you can't have your tires underinflated.
Yeah.
And that's a segment. And then the next segment is, we also can't overinflate your tires. And then she goes on and on. Couldn't you have just hit two birds with one stone and just said, have your tires at the proper inflation? Because, either way, higher or lower are both bad. But no, she had to drag it out to these long, boring, she was reading off of some blog or something. Total waste of time, common sense bullshit. But I thought this was pretty funny. If you want to play track 8, this clears it all up for you when you try to figure out, how much weight to put on your tires.
The weight of the tire was compromised. The weight being placed on the tire was larger than the weight the tires were rated to carry, carrying weight loads that were higher than the weight of the design the tire was designed to carry. So you should have your trailer weighed regularly and make sure the weight of the trailer does not exceed the weight the trailer tires are designed to carry.
Did that sum it up for you? You figure it out now?
The weight at the DMV is the same as the weight of the tires when you're waiting for the doctor to come out to see you, when you're weighting your tires of the weight of it all. And the song by the band called The Weight, all right?
Then they were talking about you have to weigh your trailer You can't just weigh it once because sometimes you'll have more stuff in it and sometimes you'll have less stuff in it. And I was like, who the fuck thinks that they weighed their trailer one time and that's what the weight's always going to be? It didn't make any sense to me. And then this was funny. So we were wondering about how old this woman is. She sounds old. She has a senior moment here if you want to play track 9.
The PSIs, pounds, PSI, all of a sudden.
I love it. I love when she goes pounds and you just hear in her head like, uh-oh.
Pounds.
With
oh, God damn it. Pounds. Pounds my tight butt. Oh, jeez.
Pounds my vag now. There's no B in there.
Oh, jeez.
Did you clip anything else about her Wichita visit? Because I did not. There was a lot of detailed conversation around which restaurant they went to and how great each restaurant was and the food and just really boring, mundane shit. So I really couldn't find anything to really clip.
Yeah, no, I didn't really get much else. I got this quick thing, which is just dumb.
Wichita is a destination.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
It's my driveway, but I wouldn't, prattle on and on about it on a podcast.
But no, I didn't get anything more about their trip. But yeah, she does go into like how they went to some, I don't know, diner and she got a fucking BLT and she wanted to come back and is.
You know what else? I find this enraging, and this is beyond just podcasting, which should be much better than just regular conversation with people. But I'm enraged when I'm talking to someone and they add in a bunch of details into their story that are neither here nor there, don't add anything else to it. When she talks about, well, we were going to a wedding in Wichita and the wedding was at this beautiful place and it's an outdoor wedding and the weather was nice and we decided to spend an extra day. And that's when we went to Wichita. It's like, who gives a shit why you were there, what you were doing? This fucking person's wedding and she talked about, okay, the wedding started at 12:25, which is a crazy number. And then we had the reception at 4. So we decided to get some food, but then we knew there was going to be a cocktail hour at 5. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Who would want to listen to this? Even if you were with her, would you really want to listen to her recount this adventure of a fucking going to a wedding?
Well, she says that at the end. She's like, my travel companion, or whatever her name was, like Barb or whatever. She's like, my travel companion had a sore throat, so she won't be here. But hopefully next week she'll be here with me to go over. I'm like, oh God, could you imagine two of these girls?
How could anyone get a word in with this woman? She never stops talking.
Wow. Yes. Well, yes, you're correct.
Talking so you can hear that fucking shitty music playing.
I wanted to clip that just so I could keep randomly playing it through it. It's fucking.
Well, even at the end of the show, I didn't clip it, but she stopped the segment she was doing. The music came on, and then she came back. She's like, "Okay, the show's over." That was awkward. I don't know if she has to work in that music a certain number of times.
Yeah, I told Bruce. From the Wichita Times, who's also in a band called Kansas Yay. It's a band in Kansas, and he uses his guitar, and he takes it out of his guitar box, and he plays these songs all the time. So I said, you can be in my podcast 4 times every podcast. So there it is. And I also like BLTs.
You actually are doing, your impression is getting better and better.
Thanks.
Because as you were going, the key to this impression is the sentence never ends.
Right.
There's never a period. There isn't a single, if you had to transcribe this podcast, there's not a single period. Everything is anyway, and so then we, and then, and so, well, anyway, it's just everything's this weird, awkward transition into a longer sentence.
You know what hasn't had a period in a long time either?
my
vagina, and this podcast, and the sentence. All of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you should play that outrageous statement again. Remind the listeners what's going on over there. What she's talking about.
Yes. Let me see.
Wichita is a destination.
It certainly is. All right. Wichita is a destination, as is New Jersey. It's a state in the Union. And you can go there and see all kinds of people, mostly Italians and some Jews. But if you like those types of people, you can go to New Jersey whenever you like, because it's open. The borders are open, and you can drive in and smell the smells of New Jersey, which are just delightful. And then you can drive down to Delaware. And Delaware is a very interesting place because no one goes to Delaware. All right. It's just this complete barren wasteland of a place, all right? But then if you keep going, you go into something called Virginia. And Virginia is very close to saying vagina. Isn't that funny? Who? Anyway.
Yeah, you're giving me Vietnam-style flashbacks right now because I feel like I'm listening to this fucking show again. I thought that part of my life was over. It's literally how that show goes. Everything you just said, it's just fucking, it's you're taking a long time to get somewhere. You know, figuratively, you're taking a long time to get nowhere. It's like fucking talking for the sake of talking.
Yeah, the whole thing about tires was killing
She's
me.
anti-Semitic. She's anti-Semitic right now.
Well, I think she really is from New Jersey too. I think that she said that a few times.
Philadelphia area, yeah.
Yeah.
She sounds like a Cherry Hill cunt.
Cherry Hill. I'm a cherry cunt. That's correct. And if you've never had cherry cunts before, they taste really good, all right? So if you go to the normal places where you would get cunts. I'm sorry. Did I say cunts? I meant cupcakes. Oh, jeez. Oh.
And Kevin's cunt jokes are brought to you by McDonald's. Try McDonald's new McRice burgers made with grilled white rice patties. You'll love them today.
You know, I once went to the original McDonald's. Okay, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there's an original McDonald's that's in Texas, and I went there once, and they have burgers like you would expect, but they also have the rice burger, like you just mentioned, which I was so completely shocked by. All right, but then I was
Kevin,
driving.
I'm literally gonna fucking kill myself. I was just looking for my handgun. Oh my god, I gotta stop. I just gotta stop him.
Speaking of handguns.
All right, I don't have any more clips to play from this show. I think we've suffered enough. Our audience has suffered enough.
Yes.
I don't know. Unless you have something else you want to bring.
No, I mean I can just go on for hours like this broad at that voice.
Might as well.
If you want me to.
Do this for me. I'll end my part of the show. I'll probably hang up Skype, and then you just go. Just as long as you want to go for. I'll listen to the edited final version of this show, and I'll be totally out of it. That's fine. I'm okay with that on this one.
Fuck.
All right, well, we get to do this again next week and review another podcast. And I do want to tease that podcast. I won't tell you what the name of it is. I'll let you play the clip. But I will tell you that I picked a comedy podcast this time. This was in the comedy category.
According to new research, it's in part because the first thing people do when they board the plane is often what?
Let's see. Well, first thing that they do usually is drop their carry-on luggage on me.
They seek you out for this purpose.
They do, yeah. They'll go. I mean, there'll be empty space in the bin up at the front of the plane. They'll come all the way to the back, drop their luggage on me, take it back to the front.
Well, actually, you almost got it because it does involve the journey from the very front of the plane to the back.
All right. Well, what's this fucking gem?
Okay. So when we make fun of these podcasts like Girl Camper, which is fun, but it's garbage. No one's listening to it. The person's not a broadcaster. So, there's a little bit of like, they are putting it out there. So it is out there in the public. But you're kind of like, maybe these people are just dummies. What are you going to do? It's sometimes more fun to make fun of the professionals. Like the Man Cow episode is probably our most popular one. And, Man Cow, professional radio guy. So I decided, okay, let's look at some of these podcasts that are quote unquote professional. So this is one called Wait, Don't Tell Me. And it's from NPR.
Wow. Okay.
And I had a feeling, NPR, they've been making this transition from radio to podcasting very poorly. And they obviously they have a lot of resources. They have a lot of people who work on it, very professional, but they can't do fucking comedy. So when I saw that they had a show that was in the comedy section, I was like, okay, this has got to suck. And I'm assuming that it will, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
The episode that we're going to be listening to, just to put it out there for anyone who wants to check it out ahead of time, is from May 7th, 2016. Their guest is Rachel Bloom.
Okay.
You know who Rachel Bloom is?
I do not know who Rachel Bloom is.
Rachel Bloom is the writer of a show called Crazy Ex-Girlfriend on the CW. So that would make sense. You wouldn't know who she was. I don't either. That's not a network that I watch very often.
Crazy Ex-Girl. Oh, I've actually heard of this show before. It's supposed
yeah,
to
I mean, it's won like something. It's
it's supposed to be good, supposedly, or the writing's supposed to be good. So, all right, cool.
So she's going to be a guest on the show, and as you heard, there's a live audience. For this piece of shit NPR show, and I guess it's like a game show format. I don't know. It's going to be cringeworthy, I'm sure.
Of course,
a lot of dad jokes going out. I'm sure.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'm looking forwed to it now.
You don't have to lie to me, Kevin.
No, I mean, it's,
I've known you long enough. You're not looking forward to listening to this. I got to tell you, yesterday when I'm listening to Girl Camper and I'm out and about, and I would have been enjoying my day otherwise. It was a beautiful day in Rochester, and listening to that podcast just made it much worse than it would have been. We continue to torture ourselves.
Oh, you don't like the sound of my voice when you're driving?
She's so fucking terrible.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the to each his own, is what I say.
All right. So next week we're going to be listening to Wait, Don't Tell Me, NPR comedy podcast, and please, I ask everyone, join us again, because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Sleep well, every pony.
And now the show is over now.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We want to remind our listeners that you can check us out on whoarethese.com and on Facebook. We're always looking for podcast suggestions, so send us an email, leave us a comment, or post a death threat. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called The Wait, Don't Tell Me. The episode is entitled Rachel Bloom. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
Whoa. Girl. Thank you. WATP.
Yeah, that was actually really funny because you started cutting out there. So you're like, WATP.
Skype. Do we have better technology than Skype?
No, but this is all staying in because we're not going to fucking redo that. So
no, I'm not going to redo it.
Anyway, what a weird way to start the podcast, right?
We listened to a podcast by NPR called Wait, Don't Tell Me. And I picked this podcast for a couple of reasons. One, it's NPR, and I think NPR mostly sucks, so I wanted to goof on it. Two, it's popular. It's it's a radio show, so it's not just a podcast. But they do this show in front of a live audience every week in downtown Chicago. And there's a lot of people, it sounds like, at the Chase Bank Auditorium as they're taping this show. And so I'm trying to figure out who these people are who find this show entertaining.
Yeah, I actually didn't mind this show that much. I mean, the jokes were corny here and there, but the production value is great. You could hear everybody very clearly. They're professional drops and commercial cuts.
All right,
and
you and I are going to disagree on this one. I have a number of examples that proves you completely wrong for that. This show sucks so hard. It's fucking terrible. And you know what? We always like to start off with a clip that we think best sums up the show. And I hope that I don't steal your thunder here in any way. But I have a clip that's actually a compilation It's called Douchey Dad Joke Compilation.
Okay.
And it's a little bit longer, but here is the comedy gold that comes out of NPR and Wait, Don't Tell Me.
I'm the Mother's Day present your mom really wants. Bill Curtis.
Now, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend is the show that makes stalking of an ex more goofy musical fun and less boiled rabbits. We're practically relatives, I'm sure. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
That's great. Can I borrow some money?
Hi, this is Kelby Thompson calling from Seattle, Washington.
Hey, Kelby, did you say?
Yes, Kelby.
Kelby, okay. How are things in
It's an
Seattle?
odd one.
Well, I wasn't going to make fun of it because I'm trying not to do that to people anymore, frankly. Politicians get a bad rap, and we're not just talking about when Macklemore raps about politicians.
Okay, everybody says they want a politician with balls. Well, in Great Britain, they really do have a politician with balls because that's his last name, Labour Party MP Ed Balls.
Were you always one of those people who wished that life were a musical, so when you're sad you could just burst into song and there'd be a backing band in the closet?
I don't know. I guess so.
You're the expert, obviously, on crazy ex-girlfriends, so naturally we decided to ask you about crazy ex-boyfriends. Just as funny, sometimes dangerous. Bill recovers from his Cinco de Rimo party just in time for the listener limerick challenge.
Be more funny.
That was the show that you thought was good, huh, Kevin?
Well,
fucking.
It's like, I think I want to say that the audience is probably like
Cinco de Rimo, Kevin.
All right,
that was the jokes you liked in this fucking show. And the worst part about that, the reason why I clipped all those is because listen to the audience reaction. This douchebag's like, I'm the president your mom really wanted for Mother's Day. And people erupt in applause and laughter. It's the funniest thing they've ever heard. I don't know how you find this many people who have never been subjected to actual comedy before.
Well, yeah, I guess I wasn't admitting that I thought it was funny. I just thought that the show was well done.
You're not backing off now, motherfucker. You liked this show. I'm holding you to it. I don't want you backtracking at all.
Here's the thing that I loved the most about the show, because I've never listened to an NPR program ever before. This is the first one. So right off the bat, they have Bill Curtis there.
Yes.
And
I have some things about Bill Curtis.
All right, so I pulled a bunch of Bill Curtis clips because I fucking love this guy. So I secretly love like announcer types because I like to do that shit. It's fun, and I didn't realize that he was on the show or he was anything to do with anything. I don't know where the fuck I thought this guy came from, but I love watching like those detective like Cold Case and all those fucking shows on like A&E and whatever. And he's the voice of one of those murder shows, murder porn, if you will. And I fucking love it. Like every time I hear his voice, I'm just thinking I'm going to talk about someone dying. So
everything sounds really important when he says it.
Yeah.
Because those murder porn shows, they're like, who gives a shit? You know, it's like some woman got a divorce and then whatever. But when he says it, you're like, oh, this is riveting. I better pay attention.
Yeah, he's like Robert Stack, like the unsolved mysteries. Yeah. So there's a couple of them that are pretty funny. I don't know. It's the ones I pulled.
His announcement went on so long that at about the 4-month mark, he segued right into his concession speech.
I'm just reading for his announcement went so far that he buried her up to her neck in lime and killed her. He slit her throat and left her for the police to discover. I just thought it's like this guy is such a cool announcer to have on the show that I thought it would be really funny if like we had our own like cool voiced announcer. And the only cool voiced announcer that I can do is fucking Don Pardo. So I thought it'd be really funny if we had Don Pardo as our announcer, you know, so he would be, be like, and now, coming up next on Who All These Podcasts.
That's awesome. I'm all for that.
All right, so I might interject as Don Pardo throughout here and and say musical guests because it's the only type of Don Pardo impression I know how to do is Saturday Night Live intros. So.
Well, can you do this? Can you say, we're going to take a break while Carl has a bowel movement?
We're going to take a break as Carl has a bowel movement.
Oh, I like this. I like this addition to the show.
All right, yeah. So this
I'm
is...
going to have to write some announcements for us.
But it'd be really funny if Don Pardo was doing murder porn, too. You know, like,
oh, yeah.
He plunged the handle of the knife right through her neck.
And when the police arrived, all they found were vagina lips.
He really liked to cut off labia. That was his M.O.
The biggest labia collection this side of the Mississippi.
With musical guests, Arcade Fire.
Flaming Lips.
Flaming Lips, get it?
All right, so speaking of Bill Curtis, I have a clip that's number 6 on here. This is where Bill Curtis gets all sing-songy for some reason. I don't know why, but the crowd erupts with laughter. It's the greatest thing to ever happen in front of a live audience.
Rachel got 1 wrong and 2 right.
If you have the announcer voice, you don't have to be funny or interesting. People just go fucking nuts for it.
Right. Rachel, yeah, murdered, hung by an extension cord, and found by police. Yeah, I love the dude's voice, though. But, you know, the other guy that they had on here, too, was fucking Tom Bodett.
Tom Bodett. We'll leave the light on.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit, that's the fucking Motel 6 guy. Like, that's how I know these people from murder porn and commercials. Like, I don't know them at all from NPR, but...
You and everybody else. Don't underestimate yourself.
Oh, all right. Okay. I thought
honestly, so one of my issues with NPR, and I have a couple, we'll get into it, but one of my issues is people who listen to NPR think they're better than everybody else.
Okay.
There's this whole, and I don't know if you've had these conversations, but there are these people you talk to that, you know, you try to like relate to them on something. They're like, oh, I don't know. I just listen to NPR all day. Oh, well, you must be wildly informed and intelligent and you must be amazing. And these people, they feel like they're superior because this is the programming they listen to. But I'll give you some examples here. Listen to this track number 9 that I pulled. They made a reference to chicken, and then this music bed came on.
This is NPR.
Kevin, you liked this fucking show with the chicken music? You like the chicken music bed? That's fucking cool.
With musical guests, chicken bed.
That's garbage right there.
And your hosts. Yeah, no, like I said, wasn't a huge fan of the content per se, but more the production value.
No. And you said this is the best thing I've ever heard, and it's my new favorite show.
Okay, I don't recall saying that, but that's fine.
That was what I heard.
All right, well, yeah, there's no way that we can prove what I said because we're not recording this, so we'll just move on. So. Yeah, Tom Bodett and we got Bill Curtis in here, and I wish we had Robert Stack and fucking Don Pardo. They're both dead, I think, but a lot of like really cool, like very official sounding voices saying things about chickens and other things that could happen when you're out and about.
Well, they had this guy PJ O'Rourke.
Yes.
And PJ O'Rourke is introduced as a humorist, which it's always a red flag to me.
Yeah, right.
If you're a humorist, it means you're not funny enough to be a comedian.
Right. You're a stuffy shirt, like a stuffy. Yeah, I get
like you write jokes that people don't laugh at. I'm pretty sure that's the definition of humorist.
So I'm a humorist. That's what
we're almost humorous. Kevin.
Okay.
So We should probably talk about the premise of this show because it is a game show format that's wildly confusing. There are games that go on that have callers call in and play the games, and if they win the games, they win nothing. But then the 3 panelists are also playing a game show at the same time, and at the end, they're giving a lightning round, and then the lightning round determines who wins the show, but that person wins nothing. And the lightning round is dumb because it's asking people whose job it is to stay up with the news and media, they're in media, questions about news.
Right.
So if you want to just play, I pulled a really quick clip. Track 11. This is PG O'Rourke going through his lightning round at the end, just so people understand what we're talking about.
All right. Here we go, PJ. This is for the game.
All
On
right.
Wednesday, the Justice Department ruled that North Carolina's blank law violated the Civil Rights Act.
Bathroom law.
On Monday, Treasury Secretary Jack Lew said serious action needed to be taken after blank defaulted on $367 million in
Puerto
debt
Rico.
payments. Yes, on Tuesday, the entire city of Fort McMurray was evacuated as a blank continued to
Fire.
blaze through Alberta. Wildfire, yes.
Like, that's NPR. They don't even know how to do a game show. That's so fucking boring.
What should we do for this episode? How about we do we do some type of game where we guess the news, what's in the news, because people love news. I like to say the word news.
All right. Let's. Unless there's something else you want to talk about, I can continue on things that I'm not real thrilled about with NPR.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to sit here and do impressions, I think.
Okay, good.
So,
Perfect.
all right.
That'll work out well.
Okay.
All right. So NPR is National Public Radio. And what that means is that they use tax dollars to put on the programming. What has evolved over recent years is that in addition to tax dollars, they also take advertising. So play track 2.
Tito Beverage. He makes Tito's handmade vodka, which is a sponsor of this very podcast. They incorporate the concept of artisan craftsmanship found in boutique wineries into the spirits industry, and they make Tito's handmade vodka. Tito Beverage.
So Tito's Vodka is a sponsor of NPR. So it's kind of blurring that line of, is this a public service that they're providing, or are they trying to turn a profit and make money? And I'm not against that. But my thought is, why don't we have other things that we're spending all this taxpayer money on funded by advertisers? You know, like we could have the Doritos F-22 fighter. We could have Progressive Insurance presents Flo's B-2 bomber. You know, let those fucking assholes pay for this shit. I don't want to. And it'd be perfect for the international corporations who are trying to get more notoriety overseas. You know, when those bombs do land, a lot of times the logo is intact. You know,
right.
That'll be the number of villages. You'll know about Progressive's great rate on auto insurance all over Afghanistan. I think I'm onto something.
Good. I'm Tom Bodette here from Motel 6.
We'll leave the bomb down.
We'll leave Tom Bodette, everybody. Yeah, I don't know exactly why Tito's is a sponsor per se, but I feel like that. Well, this is Tom Bodette. I'm just gonna say, when you want to finger blast a prostitute in a hotel room, in a Motel 6 room, you should probably be shit faced on Tito's.
Yeah, Motel 6s are only for finger blasting prostitutes. I would never sleep there on purpose or with a loved one.
This is how out of touch I am. Who buys a prostitute and then finger blasts her? What the fuck?
Well, you got to get her excited about it. You can't just go hog wild. You got to finger blast for a minute.
Well, yeah, or you could buy lube, I guess. You know, if you're gonna, you want to get right down to it, you're paying by the hour, I'm assuming, you know. This is Tom Bodette. Don't finger blast.
As a guy who's never gotten a girl naturally moist, I could see why you would be like, "What are you doing, girl? Just buy lube." Like, I didn't even think of that. That's a good point.
Yep, I don't keep them. They don't get wet. I don't even know. I don't even know how to say that in any type of clever way at all.
They call you doesn't matter which hole, Kevin.
And musical guests, Dry Holes. The Dry Holes.
So since we're speaking of Tom Bodette, why don't we show how quick on his feet he is? Because this is all about questions and answers and being quick-witted. Play track 8.
Once computers are taking the wheel of our cars, we will see a lot more what?
Drive through Apple stores?
No.
Oof, Kevin.
Drive through Apple stores?
Standing behind that joke? Jeez.
This is Tom Bodette. Drive through Apple stores. Now a new thing that we're reporting here on Tom Bodette Radio. And I just wanted to let you know that not only will Apple stores, but Adam's apples are something that you need to watch out for when you are procuring a prostitute at a Motel 6, because that could be, it could be a man.
If they do have an Adam's apple, make sure to pick up lube.
Yeah, very, very, very important that you pick up lube when they have an Adam's apple.
You could finger blast till the cows come home, and it's not going to do any better.
This is Tom Bodette with Motel 6. We'll leave the lube out for you.
I think you're onto something.
Boy.
Before we get into the guest, because another part of this show, besides being a game show where there's people calling in and playing games, the panelists are contestants, but they also have a celebrity guest that comes on for some reason, so we'll get into that. But before we do that, I just want to talk more about how not only are the games on this show really dumb, but the people who listen to NPR are dumb, and this caller is extremely dumb. So play track 10 that I call Dumb Game, Dumber Caller.
Bill Curtis is going to read you 3 news-related limericks with a last word or phrase missing from each. If you can fill in that last word or phrase correctly, then 2 of the limericks will be a winner. Are you ready to play?
It's an art Game of Thrones. Please don't spoil it. Use the porcelain ones. Do not soil it. With usable plumbing, the price is mind-numbing. A solid gold flushable.
Oh, my God. It rhymes with it.
Oh, my God. What a fucking moron.
They didn't have to go through the whole shitty limerick. I would have gotten it after the first fucking line.
Oh, that limerick is gold when read by fucking Bill Curtis.
I knew it. Yeah, you love it, right?
Fucking great.
It's fucking comedy gold.
Not a Game of Thrones, but also a something toilet. I don't remember the rest of the way that it went.
It was spoil it, soil it. Like, how is there even anything else it could have possibly have been? Anyway.
There was a man from Nantucket whose penis was so long that he could suck it.
Wait, what if
Don
Pardo did the man from Nantucket limerick?
There was a man from Nantucket whose dick was so long he could suck it. I don't even know the rest of it. That's the only thing I know.
Musical guest!
Musical guest! Yes, there was a man from Belfast who had balls made of brass. In stormy weather, they clanged together and lightning shot out of his ass. With musical guests. Drake!
You're onto something.
Yeah.
I think you're onto something there.
Thank you.
That could be the Don Pardo Does Limericks podcast. Who are these Don Pardo impersonators doing limericks?
.com. Right, yeah, that flows.
So we do have whoarethees.com, which is, this is Who Are These podcasts, but we have other Who Are These shows on the Who Are These networks. And we just want to take a quick break and show you some of the other shows that you can see if you go to our website. We'll be right back.
Visit whoarethese.com to check out the latest episodes from all the shows available on the Who Are These network. Coming soon, Who Are These Facebook posts, the only show where you can hear Emily as she scrolls through her Facebook feed. Here's an exclusive sneak peek at Who Are These Facebook posts.
Haven't seen her in a while. Ugh. Bikini shot. All right. Oh my god. Why? Cat throwing videos. Oh my god. Why is this guy getting spanked on Facebook? Oh, gross. Finally, the truth. Oh, good. Ugh. Okay, that's uplifting. This is so depressing.
We're back.
Yes, we're back. And if you're just joining us, we're talking about Wait, Don't Tell Me from NPR. I love when people say, if you're just joining us.
Yeah, right. Like they somehow stumbled into the middle of a fucking podcast.
Yeah, so if you're just tuned in, what we've been talking about is how shitty this podcast is from NPR. Kevin fucking loves it. If you just put one voice talent on a show, he fucking gets a semi in his pants.
Oh, come on. There's more than one.
I know,
so
but it
good.
takes one. All right. Fair enough.
Yes.
I want to talk about the special guest, Rachel Bloom.
Rachel Bloom. And your host.
Created a TV show that's on the CW, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
Yep.
And the way that she gained notoriety was through a YouTube video. So let me set that up first. Play track 3 where the host is talking to Rachel Bloom about this video.
I did not read or reread the Merchant Chronicles and say, I'm going to proposition the man in a music video.
So what he's referring to there is an author, Ray Bradbury, a sci-fi, well-known sci-fi author. This woman, Rachel Bloom, wrote a song about him and put it up on YouTube. And I'll play you a clip of what that song is because she's very proud of it, and it obviously got her some notoriety and launched her into Hollywood. Go ahead and play track 4, which is a clip from that song.
Steve called me up and said, wanna hang out tonight. We could see an indie film or just grab a bite. I said, oh, Steve, you're cute, but a movie's not what I need. No offense, but I'd rather stay home and read. Fuck me, Ray Bradbury, the greatest sci-fi writer in history. Oh, fuck me, Ray Bradbury.
Oh, my God.
Did you go and listen to this song? Did you do the research on it?
No, God, and I'm glad I did not. Holy fuck, was... Ugh.
It's fucking terrible. So she shoehorns in the greatest sci-fi writer in history.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? That's terrible songwriting. But beyond that, I'm listening to this. I'm like, this is so generic and boring. For anyone out there who writes or plays music, the chord progression during the verses is E A E A, and then the chorus is E A B. And the reason why that's significant is it's a 1-4 1-4-5 progression. It's literally the most generic way to write a song possible. It's Wild Thing, it's Louie Louie, it's the Sweater Song by Weezer. It's a billion fucking songs. It's so boring. And she doesn't make up for it with any of the content in the song at all. But listen to her explain. She's very proud of herself. Listen to her explain the success of it. Track 5.
Carl nerds out with songwriting theory, everybody.
Terrible songwriting.
All right, there you go.
Didn't realize how much people would emotionally connect with the video, and it went super viral in a way that I hadn't predicted.
People emotionally connected with that? She wants to fuck this old dude, and that's people like emotionally connected to it. Let me read you some of the YouTube comments underneath this song. I love people. You gotta wonder where they're coming from. This person says, nice song, too much swearing. The song is Fuck Me, Ray Bradbury.
All right, it's in the title. Okay.
Someone says, burn this witch. Okay.
All right.
Agreed. That's about right. I love this comment. This is my favorite. I wrote fuck and ended up here. What the fuck? That's somebody who was YouTube searching for people fucking, I guess, and then we're pissed off. Somebody else wrote pure genius, R.I.P. And I'm hoping the pure genius part is for Ray Bradbury because there's nothing genius about this song.
Yeah, God, that's got to be a reference to Ray Bradbury because he's dead now, right? I would assume.
Yeah, he died a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And then this other person wrote, Ray, you should dump a dick in her.
That's the best fucking use.
You know what? I bet Tom Bodette would say, don't finger blast her. Dump a dick in her.
This is Tom Bodette for Motel 6. Make sure you dump a dick in her when you're picking her up in the lobby of the Motel 6. We also have a free continental breakfast, so we'll leave the light on for you.
Forgive me for the chord progression conversation, but it really is fucking garbage. This is how easy it is to play songs like this and write songs like this. So fuck me, Bill Curtis. I wanna feel you in my ass. Oh, fuck me, Bill Curtis. Here's another clip that I want to play because the whole point of this show is it's kind of like that At Midnight show on Comedy Central, although I think less rehearsed. But, at midnight, the whole idea is that people are just going to come up with spontaneous, witty comments when you get these talented people on.
Right.
And I love it when they try to do that and it fails. It's one of my favorite things.
Right.
So here's a great example. Play track 1, Soccer Jokes, Hilarity Ensues.
Because NPR was like all over.
I just learned how to pronounce it when you said that.
I agree. I was like, I thought it was Leicester.
Yeah, I did too. Like
Okay.
I'm going
Leicester?
some mouthwash. A mouthwash won a soccer game.
And so much for the beautiful game.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, there was a soccer
Use your
game?
hands, you idiots. It's a ball.
Ugh. Who is that guy talking there, though? Like,
I think that's PJ O'Rourke.
He's got such a crazy voice.
He's like, oh, what is it? Mouthwash playing soccer? Why did he think that was going to land?
Yeah, I don't.
And hence the term humorist.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, fucking terrible.
Shit.
Kevin, since we're talking about the announcer voice that you're in love with, this is not Bill Curtis, but this is the host of the show. At the very end, play track 12, crazy announcer voice.
Thank you, Bill Curtis. Thanks also to PJ O'Rourke, Mr. Tom Bodette, Ms. Helen Hong. Thanks to all of you for listening. I am Peter Sagal. We'll see you next week.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I always put on. Yeah. Oh, everybody, I want to thank for Kevin and for all of our listeners out there. Thank you. We'll talk to you next time.
Oh,
so
shit.
generic and cheesy.
Yeah, it's really impressive that they actually have an audience live there. That's actually like, I'm sure there's a applause light or something because, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's just whatever. But like you said before, I don't know who would go to this. Like who was like, oh fuck, I gotta go to the NPR fucking taping for some shit podcast. It just doesn't make any sense.
It's like whose line is it anyway for people who hate jokes? do you hate the parts that make you laugh out loud? Then check out this show. Wait, don't tell me.
It's just a dumb panel show, but they do kind of crowbar the game show elements in, and they did not make any fucking sense to me. Like what they were doing. They didn't really explain what the game or what it was that they were trying to achieve. And I don't know, just because this is whatever I'm sure the 100th plus or more episode, they feel like they don't have to, like they have an audience or something. But for me, listening to it the first time, I'm like, I have no fucking clue that we're playing a game and what the fuck is this game. And it just was confusing. But
you know what's amazing? When I went to look up this Fuck Me Ray Bradbury video by Rachel Bloom.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of the comments on YouTube were, wait, don't tell me took me here. Or I came here because of wait, don't tell me. This show has a lot of dumb listeners.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. And you're right. The game show component of this seems half-assed and kind of shoehorned in. Like, well, I guess we'll play a game and keep score. You know, like at one point they asked Bill Curtis what the scores are, and he's like, "It's 3-2 to 2." And you're like, "What are we talking about? Was there a game going on?" I thought they were making dumb jokes.
Yeah, I don't understand that aspect of it. I'm not sure why they feel they need to have a game show piece in here. It is kind of bizarre. It's almost like if you've ever listened to Doug Loves Movies podcast.
Yep.
Like
I saw it live once.
Oh, all right. Well, he'll go through, because I mean, and it granted is a little more involved, but he explains to the people who are playing the game, and then to the listeners, kind of just briefly what they're trying to accomplish. And I think that they could do that. It would be so much more helpful for idiots like me who are listening to this podcast and have no idea.
And Doug Benson is not known for being well thought out. But even that stoner understands that you might want to explain to the contestants and the listeners why you're scoring it the way you are, what you're trying to accomplish. It's not that difficult to understand.
Yeah, I mean, you have to set it up in some way for people who have never listened before, unless they just assume that they have this massive fucking audience that understands everything they're talking about. But
I guess they do, but even The Price is Right, they still explain how each game is played every time. I'm sure Bob Barker was sick of explaining it, but it's kind of important to get people in. Anyway, whatever.
Right.
I'll criticize songwriting, but not game shows. I guess I'm not an expert there.
This is how you play Plinko. You drop the chip. Drop the chip, everybody.
It's fucking game rules.
Oh, shit.
All right, so I have another compilation clip that I created, and again, this is NPR. It's exactly what you would expect. I put 90% of the punchlines of the jokes were the same punchline, and I put them all into one clip. It's called All of the Punchlines.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. President Trump's.
Donald Trump.
Right. Donald Trump.
He calls me Donald Trump.
Really?
Seriously. Okay, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump getting the Republican nomination.
They're losers. They're just losers.
Nicely done. Donald Trump.
That was literally that. They said it so many times during the show, and it was amazing because they would bring up Donald Trump and then talk for 20 minutes without saying his name again. It's like, well, he did this, he did that. So they didn't even say it as much as they could have, but you could hear how many times. It was one of the only topics of conversation on the show.
It'd be funny if they're like, if you're just joining us, Donald Trump, everybody.
Donald Trump sucks. Yeah,
Donald Trump sucks. We're talking about Donald Trump and how he sucks, everybody.
And this show is from May 7th, 2016. So it's at a time when everyone else dropped out of the race for the Republicans. So it looks like Trump's going to be the presidential nominee for that party. And the people on NPR couldn't be more confused about what's going on in the world right now.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of confusion about that.
Yeah, there was a bunch of talk about endorsing Hillary and then she lies. And I'm like, I check out whenever shit turns fucking political. I'm just like, I don't fucking understand.
Well, then how did you like this show?
I didn't like this show. I just like the production of it.
All right. Well, speaking of production, I do have another clip that I'd like to share. It's called, Carl, why do you hate NPR so much? Answer this. They did this a couple of times. They have these little commercial breaks during this publicly funded show. And this is one where they're promoting another NPR show. And this NPR show sounds so fucking lame and terrible. But I guess if you use the word cool enough, you'll trick somebody. So play track 7.
So I just wanted to point out that I'm probably right. You're about halfway through Wait, and you're thinking, yeah, Peter was right. I would really like to listen to some alt-Latino arts and culture when this is over. Well, here to remind you again, you should go over and listen to Alt Latino, an NPR podcast with hosts Felix Contreras and Jasmine Gard. They're talking about all kinds of cool things in the Latino art and culture world, including new music, interviews with Rita Moreno, Carlos Santana, as well as other cool people like Calle Tracy and Juno Diaz. You can find Alt Latino at npr.org/podcasts and on the NPR One app.
I have a comment on that too, because
go for it.
That's the second time that they do a plug for that whatever show or whatever.
Alt Latino
music thing, yeah. So the first time he reads it, he's like, and you could listen to people such as Rita Moreno, and he's like, I love Rita Moreno. And then Carlos Santana, like he says it like I love Rita Moreno, and then fucking Carlos Santana, like he's a piece of shit. It's
not so much.
I was like, oh, the more popular of all of the fucking people you just read, you don't like. But
well, what I thought was interesting about it was they're going to be talking about cool things, talking to cool people. They're going to be doing cool stuff. None of that seemed cool to me in any way, shape, or form. It sounded like blowhardy and awful. But the idea that this super square white guy is trying to, hey, we also celebrate other cultures. Check out Alt Latino. Like, okay, we get it.
I like that you said cool a bunch of times, and we were just talking about Carlos Santana. Isn't that like one of his fucking songs? 'Cause you're so cool.
No, that's not the name.
Oh,
of the
that's
song.
Smooth. That's Smooth. Oh,
as cool as the ocean is as cool as the sky. What the fuck? It's cool. All right. Well, I had a couple of blunders. I'm going to let you slide.
Oh, Jesus, I'm so white.
I'm going to let you slide on that.
I am the whitest person.
Wasn't the singer from like Matchbox 20 on that song? It's not all that cultural, too.
No, yeah, I guess that's true. All fucking Carlos Santana did was like, that's all he added to that shit.
Whoa. Are you saying that Latinos can't do anything?
Oh,
that's
Jesus.
entertaining?
No.
What are you saying, Kevin?
Boy, I'm going to get into some trouble now.
Oh, my God. Now I am offended. My neighbors who can't even hear me will be offended once I tell them what you said. My friends already hate you.
And just in, I'm moving to Tucson, Arizona, so I better get to liking Latino culture because I'll be surrounded by it.
Dude, I can't wait till you move to Tucson, and I'm going to be talking to you, and you're going to throw in Spanish words every other word.
Oh yeah, I'm totally.
I'm know about that.
I'm practicing rolling my R's and things like that. So yeah.
That's something I could never do.
Oh, I'm gonna nail that shit. You'll see.
Well, enjoy your time at the taquerias.
The taqueria.
Now I know you didn't pull a lot of clips from this show because you were too busy being a fanboy.
Yeah.
No, what was the thing that we learned about? You were
fansterbating. I don't know. What was that?
Why not?
Might as well go with that, right? I don't know.
Wow, we've already forgotten that, and that was a pretty funny thing. All right, moving on. Fan wank. That's what it was.
Oh, yes. Fan wanking.
You were fan wanking over Bill Curtis, Tom Bodette. There was a bunch of shit going on in this show that sucked. All right. So next week we're going to do another podcast that we're going to review, and it's going to be NPR's Alt Latino. No, I'm just kidding. Do you have anything else that you want to talk about Bill Curtis's silky voice or Ardo and your admiration?
I think I'm good. I think I'm done trying to do impressions.
Oh, come on.
Should I?
Don't get discouraged.
Yes. Cobra Commander here.
Finally.
All right.
We're waiting for you. I'll show.
Just like the ocean under the moon. The same is the emotion that I show to you. I don't know if that's...
that sounded vaguely close to what the actual lyrics are. Good job.
Yes,
You've redeemed yourself.
No, I have Google.
Cobra Commander, it's Google?
I have the Google. I use Bing, but I only use Bing for porn.
Right. We did learn that. Bing sucks, but apparently it's good for porn.
Yes.
We learned about fan wanking and Bing porn. This podcast is highly educational. We should probably categorize this under the education.
Yeah, I'm going to change it when I file the podcast tonight. I'm going to put it in
do.
education. Yeah,
please do. All right, so next week we're going to do this again. We're going to listen to another podcast, and I have a clip so that we can tease what we're going to be listening to. Please play next week's teaser.
Your words need to count. Like, words matter. Every word that you write,
TM.
yeah, matters. So, I mean, just look at
All right.
She did like some like weird like thing with her mouth where she was like at the end there. It was
all right, but here's the takeaway here. This show is called Drink, Drank, Drunk, and it's a grammar show. It's described as a grammar nerd's delight. Their whole purpose of this show is to break down current language and communication issues. Now that you know that, okay, play that again.
Your words need to count. Like, words matter. Every word that you write,
TM.
yeah, matters. So, I mean, just look at
So, if you like words like matter. So if you
go, and then it sounds like you're fucking drinking a vat of fucking cum.
So it's a grammar show with a drinking problem. Apparently, these two women get on and drink wine and talk about people's grammar and correct it, which sounds like a terrible premise for a show. And I know a thing or two about terrible premises.
Yes.
The show that we're going to be listening to is an episode called "BuzzFeed is Worth Billions of Dollars Because They Invented Lists."
Holy shit, that's a long title. Okay.
It's a long title. I had to write it down and read it to make sure that I got it right. But this is going to be fun because they're going to be correcting grammar mistakes. And Kevin, you and I, we probably don't form a single sentence that's correct in any given show.
But you know who does? Bill Curtis.
Maybe I'll co-host the show with Bill Curtis next week.
Bill Curtis can form sentences like you would not believe. And you also know that Bill Curtis is a huge fan of Santana. So I just want to let you know out there, Latino community, to tune into Latino Arts fucking podcast.
Alt Latino.
Alt Latino podcasts fucking whatever.
Which, by the way, couple things. Alt, doesn't that mean alternative? Alt Latino? Is there anything more mainstream than Carlos Santana? Wasn't that song Smooth #1 for like half a decade?
Yeah, it's very true.
They're like alt Latino. You'll hear things about like Carlos Santana and Gloria Estefan and the Miami Sound Machine. Like, really? What are we talking about here?
Yeah,
How alt is this?
Exactly. It's like all the artists that we're aware of in America.
And
There's
then
no alt.
the other thing, and I just glossed over this, but the other thing is he goes, if you want to find the show, it's on npr.org. Who says .org? like our website is whoarethes.com. So Drink, Drank, Drunk is the show we'll be listening to next week, and we'll be listening to Morgan Obadowski and Linda Huss. And I'm sure those two women are going to be wonderful to listen to.
Yeah,
really looking forward to that.
Yeah, any other podcasts that we've done with two female hosts have been just the best. I mean, they've been the best.
We typically have the takeaway of it's really good, and we usually recommend our listeners check it out.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
We fan wank all over the place.
We do. I fan wanked on a few of these.
Yeah.
Especially when I do a Google image search
of. Okay. I was going to try to remember one of the names of the fucking ladies you just said, like Barry Obadowski, Tara.
That's close. It was Morgan Obadowski. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Jesus. I got the last Morgan Obadowski.
Help me, Obadowski. You're my only help.
Nerds.
So please join us again next week, because it might be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
And now the show is over now.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We want to remind our listeners that you can check us out on whoarethese.com and on Facebook. We're always looking for podcast suggestions, so send us an email, leave us a comment, or post a death threat. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Drink, Drank, Drunk, episode number 6. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
Yes.
That song, man, it gets the people pumped up.
It does. And by people, it's us. It gets us.
Well, well, you know, there is the live studio audience that you just heard applauding.
Oh, right. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they're pretty calm, though, through the whole show.
They're extremely calm. They don't laugh at anything, which is great. We tell them, don't laugh at anything.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear any reactions. Applaud and then just get the fuck out of the way. And they're really good about it.
Well, I think it's, we give them. Yeah, oh, definitely. And I think it helps, that we give them snacks before the show. So they're kind of quietly just, opening up bags and eating snacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually just me opening up bags and drinking and eating and
yeah.
making noise on my end.
Well, I mean, here at WATP, we can't afford fancy pre-bagged snacks. So we have to make our own and put them into little Ziploc bags. So our own little, granola and raisins and sometimes some dried banana, put those in there. Whatever you find in the bulk aisle, basically.
The dried banana is a hit, but I got to say, that's really cutting into the budget. The dried banana is not cheap.
Yeah. We might want to...
we're going to discontinue that.
Yeah. Well, we're going to lose some audience members on that. Some in-studios.
All right, let's take this offline. We got to talk about it.
Yeah.
We have to strategize.
What about walnuts? Anyway, all right, let's go. Let's move on.
We listened to a show called Drink, Drank, Drunk, and it's a show about grammar, I guess. Kevin, this was unbelievable that this show is a show.
Yeah. I totally agree because I wanted to completely murder both of these fucking bitches as soon as I listened to about 5 minutes of it. I mean, I was like, last week I was sort of like, oh, this isn't such a bad show we reviewed. And then this week I just was in a murderous rage. It's really, really, really bad.
So there were 3 main sections of the show. It's a half an hour long show. The first section was all about writing emails. The next section, they started talking about. Oh, I'm already drawing a blank on what they talked about in the next section. What was the topic?
They kind of went all over the place, but they touched a bit on. They talked about Huffington Post and.
That's right. They were talking about naming people with names that are spelled weird.
Yeah, baby names. Yeah,
Huffington Post article. Yeah, baby names. And then the third piece of the show, they talked about a news story about a legislator in some town somewhere who was complaining about her colleagues and their poor grammar. So that was the show. Those 3 parts, and totally devoid of any entertainment value whatsoever.
Yeah. Now, as you mentioned, it's Drink, Drank, Drunk. So they're supposedly drunk or they're drinking while they're doing the podcast. So
yeah, I didn't understand why that was the title of the show. There's really almost nothing about drinking.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I think it was just, 2 fucking hens got together and they were like, it would be really funny if we did a podcast where we totally just drank and then talked about grammar because we're so good at grammar. And they both have those kind of fucking voices that I just want to show. I want to crush their fucking windpipe when I listen to it. They kind of like, my voice, that kind of thing.
Well, yes, I agree with you, but it's worse than that because the content of what they're saying is so awful that there's just no reason for them to have this stuck-up attitude. that they have.
Right.
They seem to think that they're a lot smarter than everybody else.
Yeah.
We like to start off the show by playing a clip that we think best sums up the podcast that we listen to. For me, Kevin, it's number 12, and I called this Talking About Things They Know Nothing About. This is a really good summation, and it'll give you an idea of what Kevin's talking about with these two.
I think when I sent it to you, which I didn't read it, I just sent it to you.
Yeah, that's good.
But there was somebody who did for Elizabeth, like it was like
trying to find it.
It was at the top, and it was like the beginning of a video that I also didn't watch because I'm the fucking worst.
I didn't watch the video,
but it was like Liz. It was like Liz Beth, but it. Was,
that's like the What's that book? This series, and then the guy died.
Trying to drive me crazy?
They neither of them read the article, watched the video, knew what the author was. Like, it was just a repeat after repeat of shit they know nothing about.
Yeah.
And for some reason, that's a topic of conversation for them.
Yeah,
that's an embarrassing conversation if you're in a restaurant, let alone doing a show.
Right. Here's my clip.
Okay.
Acknowledgements often make me cry.
Yeah, I like good acknowledgements.
Yeah, I get actually angry at bad ones.
I also have trouble spelling that word.
They're talking about
God.
the acknowledgement section of a book, because they do talk about books a little bit in here too, and just their voices are just fucking. It's like a cheese grater to my fucking ball sack. It's just like I can't.
Kevin, I find it interesting that you're latching on to their voices, because what pissed me off about this show was the actual content and the things that they were saying. And I'd love to just blow through a whole bunch of clips that come from the first section when they're talking about how to write an email. Because it's common sense. There's nothing here that anyone wouldn't already know, but they're explaining it as if they're giving these great tips. So let's start with number 3. I love bulleted lists.
Follow up on that.
Yep.
Segue into another great tip for clarity.
Yep.
We came up with some great solutions. Then go into a bulleted list.
Oh, God, I love a bulleted list.
Of the solutions.
Oh, God, I love a bulleted list. How fucking boring of a person are you that you love a bulleted list?
I love
wet hand jobs. I don't love bulleted lists.
Shit. I have one real quick that's about the bulleted lists too, and let me see.
If you find yourself using a lot of commas and semicolons, you need some bullets because
if you find yourself listening to this podcast, you need a lot of bullets too to your head.
Good observation there. I like that. You made a good connection. And then they talked about bulleted lists, and then their next amazing tip, play track 4.
And just go back to the big chunk of text and making it readable. Something that I think is really helpful, but you have to be super selective. Bolding.
So she brings up that you can bold text to make it stand out more. Mm-hmm. Wow. Holy shit.
Fucking mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. It just changed the way I think about life. And you would think that you'd say that sentence and then be like, well, I'm sorry. That's obviously fucking everyone knows that. But no, they talk about bolding for a good 5 minutes after that's brought up. And I'll give you a couple of examples real quick. Track 5 I call more bolding talk. And super agreeable. Like, they're so excited about what each other is saying.
I started bolding in my work emails, which are already pretty concise.
Yeah.
Like, pull this thing, do this thing. And I bolded what I was asking her. And then I did a little bit more. And then I said, person's name. And then I bolded what I was asking of that next person. This guy.
Boring.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. She's literally explaining an email she typed at work. Kevin, how the fuck do they think that this is interesting content for someone to listen to? Could you imagine if we got on the show and I was like, Kevin, dude, Thursday, you wouldn't have believed it, man. I was typing this email to, I had multiple people attached to this email, right? So this was going to be read by 3 or 4 different people.
Yes.
So
yes.
listen to what I did.
Yeah.
Okay. So I write, Dear Sirs.
Oh my God.
Because it's a multiple. Okay. And then it doesn't fucking end there. Track 6. We're not done talking about bolding just yet.
I've noticed that you do that in your emails for a while, and no, I don't mean that like.
The amazing thing is I send Morgan personal emails.
Yeah, no, I mean like when you're like, we're having a bar crawl on Saturday, bolded date, and then you're like, it will start at bolded location.
Oh God. Number one, who sends a fucking email to their friends that we're having a bar crawl, bolded date? Doesn't people just fucking like text that, or like whatever? I don't know. It just seems.
I don't even know how this is a conversation. And did you hear how excited they were and laughing about it? Oh my God, you do send the email like that.
Well, I should say the reason that they're like that is because they're drunk. They're so drunk.
That's right. They're so fucking drunk that they're talking about emails that they typed.
Yeah.
You know what I talk about when I'm drunk, Kevin? Wet hand jobs.
Yeah.
I don't understand this whole fucking email conversation. And I know I've been hogging up all the time, but just to wrap a bow on it, track 7, even more agreeable, bold conversation.
Stuff that you think they would say, but they're like, when you bold the text that you want me to read, because they get so many emails that they just look at them.
So good.
So good.
It's so good. My God.
On about putting bold text in an email. And you would have thought that this was a project that they had been working on together for 2 years. They're like, yes, this is so good.
Yes, we finally broke through and we've discovered bolding. Oh my God. It's like, you know what bolding is like? It's like a tan. It's like sending your letters to a tanning bed because they get browner, they get darker.
You know what? You just made it more interesting than these two retards.
Yeah, well.
It literally explain, not only talk about like bolding text will make it stand out, but then they give examples. As if I couldn't grasp that fucking concept without you saying, I'll put someone's name and then I'll put, I want you to do this and I'll put that in bold. That. Could you imagine working with these assholes?
No. Oh.
Let's play.
One of the things that I pulled here was one of the girls like totally like drops like tries to drop slyly that she was in AP English. I don't know.
Humble brag.
Yeah, here we go.
When I was in high school, there was this AP English teacher, and he was such a hard ass, and everybody was so scared of him.
There was this AP English teacher, and I was so scared of him, but I totally gave him a wet hand job, and I got through that
If they would have just talked about a wet hand job once, I would have been back in. Like, okay, now I'm back.
Or if they they were talking about grammar, and they just focused on colons. Like that would have been more, I could have done something with that, but no, it was bold. Everything was bold.
All right, so there's a fun little part in here where they give out some very misinformed information. Again, going back to the clip that I played where they knew nothing about anything. Example of that, track 9.
Huffingtonpost.ca.
Oh, it's so cute.
I know. What is com? What does com mean? .com.
Ryan? Commerce? He nodded yes.
Okay.
All right. The internet used to just be to sell things.
And then he went like this. Shoulder shrug.
I think the internet used to be to sell things, and then everybody was like, no, it's for porn. But then nobody changed to the .com.
Is America like the only .com user? The United States, I mean?
I mean, no. But if there's something already in America and you want to put it in your country, like...
You do CA.
Or UK.
Okay.
Or IT. Italia.
Oh, my God.
Yo, what the fuck is going on there? So these people are talking about grammar, and that woman started the sentence with, I mean, no... That's not fucking good grammar. You don't start a sentence with, I mean, no, you can use .com. And .com stands for commercial. It's not commerce. The internet wasn't used for commerce until fucking recently.
Yeah.
And that joke fucking landed with a thud. They're giggling about putting bold, and then she's like, then people figured out to use it for porn, and just fucking crickets.
Yeah. Well, they got another fucking asshole in there, too. Some other guy that's like, that they look over to, like, oh, it's commerce, right? Oh, he's nodding. He's nodding. It must be commerce.
Yeah, that other person in the room is the only other person who's heard this show. It's you and me and that guy.
Oh, Jesus.
On Earth who actually fucking listened to this abortion of a fucking podcast.
It should be called Three Dunderheads. the Three Dunderheads podcast.
The Three Dolts. Holy shit, man. That conversation, there were so many things in there. I left a long clip in, but there were so many things that I'm just like, what? No, wrong.
Yeah.
Talking about.
I totally cringed during that thing too, because it's one of those things where like when you hear somebody and you know they're so fucking wrong, but like you can't.
they just plow through it.
Yeah, but you can't say anything back. So like I actually heard myself like going, "No, you fucking idiot!" Like to my.
I was in my car,
right?
Yelling.
Like, how could you be so fucking stupid? Oh, I know why. 'Cause you're drunk. That's the premise of the show.
I don't think they're drunk.
No,
though.
I know, but that's what they're trying to pass off. Like, oh, we're so fucking party. It's all. Speaking of party,
yeah.
Jesus, here's one of the.
These girls are fucking nerds.
Yeah, yeah. Here's an example of passive phrasing that they use.
Oh yeah, great.
Okay, so example of the passive voice is. The wine was enjoyed by everyone at the party.
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 A party.
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 I was hoping that you would take that clip and like make like a fucking house song out of it and like party, colons, bold, party. A fucking drink, remix.
You know what? I didn't make a song this time. I felt like I've been doing too much with the music beds, so I backed off this week. But you're right. I didn't even pick up on that. That's like Paris Hilton sounding. I'm gonna party.
It's and I hate to put like everybody because I don't want to generalize over people.
Oh, that's what we do.
Yeah, I know. But there's a generation of. This is going to get me in trouble for some reason. I don't know why, but there's a generation of women that seem to have this voice. This is kind of like the popular, and I guess it goes for guys too. Guys kind of have that fucking bruh, that.
It's called vocal fry. There's an actual word for it. Vocal when you go like this and you talk like this.
Okay.
And it is a generational thing. It's younger women, and believe it or not, it's to sound smart.
Wow. All right.
I'm not joking about that. Look it up. Vocal fry. For some reason, I don't know if it's just these fucking dummies who are coming out of high school right now. They hear that and they think that that's like a smart person talking.
Oh, God. Well, I mean, there's a male equivalent, I'm sure. There's.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Hey, wet hand jobs, everybody.
It's funny, dude. I fucking people will tell me all the time, like, you call them out for saying like and all these other things, and then you always do the exact same stuff. I'm like, yeah, I know. Fuck you. This is my show. I get to be a hypocrite on my show.
Well, I always call out the fact it's like I edit these shows afterwards. So, I mean, there's things where I leave ums and likes and shit because it's just natural speak when you talk. But I get the sense, and I've said this a million times on the show now, that people don't realize that you can edit your podcast. Like most people, like they just do it.
Amazing to me, Kevin, because when I talked about how this was broken up in 3 sections, they do have a little bit of production in there. There's like a music bed comes up and the whatever they're talking about fades out and then they fade back in. Mm-hmm. Obviously done in post.
Right.
So why wouldn't they go back in and go, oh, all that thing that we were saying where .com meant commerce, let's take that out because that's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
No, they just leave it in.
Well, because they think everything that comes out of their fucking shitty mouths is gold.
That's exactly what the problem is here. All right, getting back to clips because I got a bunch more. Mm-hmm. Track 10, I don't even remember what this is, but I called it, holy shit, who fucking cares about this?
They choose...
Don't say it.
A super weird ass spelling.
No.
So...
God, this is even worse than like putting too many words in your emails to try and sound smart. This is like, here's a perfectly good name. Let me jack it up.
Okay. So that was introducing that whole second segment that I was trying to blank on. Now you know why. Fucking who gives a shit? They're talking about how people spell their names and they're actually passionate about it.
Girls, well, women love to do baby name things. I think that's just a woman thing, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
So that like makes sense to me, you know, like where they are going to obsess about names and shit like that, because that's just kind of a thing. But I'm not fucking giving them any leeway because these.
Well, real quick, play track 11. I called this is a lie.
So anyway, it's just like really interesting.
There is nothing on this show that's really interesting. When I heard that, I was like, blah, like the record fucking skipped. What did she just fucking say? There's nothing interesting at all. Shit. But the pretend shit is interesting, which is enraging. I have some examples of that. But before we go any further, let's take a break. Let's hear a message about what's coming up on the Who Are These Network. You can go to whoarethese.com and check out all of our episodes and all the other shows on the Who Are These Network. Hi, I'm Carl. You know me as the co-host of Who Are These Podcasts. Well, now I'm inviting you to listen to a brand new show on the Who Are These Network. It's Who Are These State Abbreviations? Here's a clip from a recent episode. DE is Delaware. IL is Illinois. MS is Mississippi, not Massachusetts. That's MA. I know, it's confusing. Well, that's all the time we have today, but tune in next week for Hawaii, Idaho, and a place you probably didn't even know existed called Iowa.
Visit whoarethese.com or get bent.
All right, we're back.
And we're back.
We're back. We're talking about, if you're just joining us, we are talking about Drink, Drank, Drunk.
Yes.
The podcast that's for nobody.
Triple D, everybody. Drink, Drank,
D.
Drunk. Right here on the Triple D.
There's a part where they're talking about, you were talking about the AP English teacher.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about this really dumb, boring anecdote about the AP English teacher calling some kid out, and then they have to pretend that it's interesting. Play track 8. This is so bizarre.
And he goes, and he's to cut him off. He goes, "Oh, I hope you didn't get too fatigued reading the prelude."
Oh, what a jerk.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of teacher is that?
A mean one.
That makes me sad.
We all laughed.
Aw.
Actually, I think a lot of us didn't even get the joke. We were like,
Aw. Well, I hope Sean's doing well, wherever he is.
I mean, can we break that down, that audio just there?
Uh-huh.
Because I feel like we kind of let things go and then just like, yeah, that's fucking terrible. But think about what that just was.
Mm-hmm.
This woman was recalling an incident when a student in high school mispronounced a word and the teacher said, fatigued instead of fatigued. And then it was a combination of they're laughing about it, and then the woman feels bad for that kid, and the teacher's a jerk. It's such a fucking non-thing. It's not even a thing.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Like, I hope Sean is okay. Like,
I hope he's okay. I hope God bless you.
Yeah. He's probably a fucking manager somewhere. He's probably your manager. Because even though he was a fucking dolt, he was still smarter than you are when he got older.
But is this part of this whole, and I don't have children, so I don't know what's going on out there, but I hear about all this bullying and these issues. Is that part of that whole fucking culture where, God forbid, you tell someone that they suck in the, not the most polite way possible? What the fuck gives a shit?
Dude, you remember when we were in fucking elementary school? There was a teacher, I don't know, I'm not going to fucking say his name. I don't know why, but I won't. But he fucking used to, practically beat fucking kids up when, they got out of line and shit. I remember him I had him, he was, my teacher, 4th grade, you were able to, you had, one teacher, and, you walked across the hall for fucking, 2 other classes. But this guy, he fucking turned a kid's desk upside down, like, because the kid
Yes!
was messy. He
I remember that.
fucking
Yeah.
dumped his shit everywhere, all over the floor. This kid was fucking crawling around, crying on the floor, and he's like, yeah, just fucking pick it up. Like, he was like yelling at him and shit. Like, that
dude
shit
was
happened.
was off his meds. I remember that guy. Yeah.
But like, that is like the extreme, like, and that was something normal. We were just like, oh man, don't fuck with him today. He's, the teacher's, he's in a bad mood. Like, that would be like, they would slap handcuffs on fucking people now for that.
Kevin, I'm laughing because we're doing the exact thing that we're making fun of. It keeps fucking happening. We're like, can you believe these assholes tell us a boring anecdote? And here we are fucking into round 3 of this fucking desk turning incident. Holy shit. You know what? If you guys don't send us hate emails, then you're not paying attention.
Yeah. And if you think you guys could, have a better show for us to fucking review, then fucking send them in. All right?
Oh, man. Yeah, I got to tell you, this was shooting fish in a barrel. This show is such fucking garbage that there's no part of it that I could even pretend to praise. Every single piece of this was obnoxious, and it even gets off to a fucking terrible start. Play track 1 on there.
Welcome, everybody, to Drink, Drunk, Drunk.
Welcome.
Linda's going through puberty, so be easy on her, everybody.
I thought I sounded like a witch. Like, welcome to my life.
Like a prepubescent witch.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, everyone.
So if that is the intro,
themselves off.
If that's the intro to your show, re-record it. You just
they
started
thought
it.
That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Welcome to my lair. Like, that was a fucking joke to them.
Welcome.
Have you, by the way, did you do any Googling to see what these women look like?
I did
Lynn
not.
Huss and Morgan Obadowski.
I did
They're not easy to find, but I did find a picture of them. They're fucking nerds.
Well, don't they have like an Instagram? They plug an Instagram like later on in the show, like when they're wrapping
They do.
up.
I went to their Instagram. It's not all that exciting.
No,
it's
not just pictures of bold words. And
oh yeah, and actually there is some of that.
oh my, are you fucking serious?
Wow. Yeah, you go check it out for yourself.
Yes.
It's fucking terrible. Anyway, I got a few more things to play. Do you have any other clips that you wanted to get to?
Yeah, let me look at the old board here. Oh yeah, there's a couple times where they're drinking because they're crazy, and it just makes me want to fucking vomit because they're making a lot of like gulp sounds. Here we go.
Bolding.
Morgan.
Ugh.
Sorry, I just took a huge.
Did you sweeten that? That was so loud in my headphones just now.
No, I didn't. I actually clipped it wrong. I left out the last word, but it's really just about the gulps. And she does there's like 2 or 3 of them. Here we go. Play it again.
I know.
Bolding.
Morgan. Sorry, I just took a huge.
And they're supposedly drinking wine. That's not how you drink wine.
Yeah, they're just.
How many ounces did she try to get down in that one gulp? I could hear every fucking piece of that liquid transferring from her mouth to her stomach. So gross.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, I also clipped the .com thing because that was ridiculous to me.
Okay. I've got one here. And again, going back to the fact that they're talking about shit that is not interesting to anyone. It can't possibly be. This is one called Different Spellings of Liam is Not Interesting Content. Number 13.
Yes, the number 1 boy's name in Canada. So Liam, obviously, normal spelling of Liam. That's the number 1 name. But people are using Leeam.
No.
Liaam.
No.
Liahm.
No.
Liamm.
Fuck yourselves.
Oh, man. Ooh. Oh, the other one here.
Do you know I didn't know till recently that Liam is a short William?
You can tell that they don't say fuck a lot in their personal life, just the way they say it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like it just doesn't sound right when they say it.
Doesn't roll off the fucking tongue for them?
Yeah. Not like when we say it, when it's like a fucking, like I didn't even realize I just said fucking right there.
Yeah, you can tell we use fuck a lot in our personal lives. We're like fucking wet hand jobs, ladies.
Wet fucking hand jobs. Yeah. When my lady gives me a wet hand job, I prelude everywhere.
That was a good callback.
Thank you.
There's a part where they're talking about this legislator, and listen to what this dummy thinks is the definition of cool. Play track 14.
McCreary explained that her fellow public servants' constant slips of the tongue had the effect of nails on a chalkboard, and then it happens pretty much daily. So,
oh my God, I bet she's so cool. Don't you think?
Oh yeah.
Don't you think she has like a smart haircut that's like easy, breezy, but fashionable?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
So they're talking about this politician, and this politician's obviously insufferable because she's this fucking cunt who's going, you didn't word that correctly. I spelled this wrong. And to these dummies, it's like, wow, she is so cool. She probably has a fucking haircut. Like, what? What are they talking about?
She probably has a haircut.
What the fuck is she talking about? You know what that reminded me of? And I had to dig in to find this quote, but it's one of my favorite Homer Simpson quotes. Play the Homer quote.
I'm really glad you corrected me, Lisa. People are always really glad when they're corrected.
It's like this whole show is on the premise of we're going to tell you how fucking dumb you are and how you're not writing your emails right and how we're way better at it. Like, who would want to listen to that? Who would subject themselves to that?
Right. And not only that, but who really cares when you're writing an email like that? I mean, unless I'm writing like the fucking CEO of my company, do I really scrutinize that much about, you know what? There's even a dude that I'm aware of in my previous work experiences that wrote kind of like in a haiku style.
Yeah.
That's just how he wrote. Like it was 3 sentences. Like he would write what he needed to do, what was going to happen, and then like a summary. And it just was the way he wrote, and you had to kind of learn how to decipher it. But it's like nobody really scrutinizes that much. Apparently, these fucking two twats do, but
yeah, even if you were writing an email to your CEO, would you get advice from these two dummies to write that email? Like, what are you trying to do? Put your CEO to sleep? Let's bore him with different ways to spell Liam. How about that for fucking content?
You know what this email needs is a lot more bullets. Just total bullets.
By the way, I did just assume that your CEO is a man, and it's because it is, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes. All right. Play track 15, and then I have a question for you, Kevin. All right.
It's like, I think that the presidential, election is upon us, the primaries and then the election. I think instead of a debate, we should be doing a spelling bee.
That's such a good idea.
Here's my question, Kevin. Is that a good idea?
No. That is really...
That's what I thought, too. That's a fucking dumb thing to say.
Yeah.
These, again, I don't know who the fucking audience is for this show. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Here's just another, a grammar podcast, and they sound like fucking idiots. Here we go.
I always like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That all could have been clipped. All I got to do is edit.
I could have pulled a ton of that out.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that too. Here's this thing about grammar, and they kept saying words matter. If words matter, then why are you putting in all this filler with, if words actually matter, which I agree with that premise, then stop saying words that don't matter all the time.
Right.
Or clip it out or edit or something.
Nothing they say matters.
Right. Nothing they said mattered. Right. All right. At the end of the show, they say this. Play track 16.
Email us your questions, bro. and we will answer them on the air.
drunkwordnerds@gmail.com.
All right, so I took them up on the offer, and I did send them an email.
Oh boy,
I'd like to read it to you now, if you don't mind, Kevin.
Please.
Dear Morgan and Linda, thanks for doing your show. I now know I can use bold text to make certain words stand out more, and bolded list to display information in list form. I even listened to your amazing takes on how people spell their names, and the legislator who enjoys correcting her colleagues. I agree that she must be the coolest. At the end of your show, you asked for the listeners to write in with their questions. Here's a question. Who the fuck do you think wants to listen to a show about writing emails? I don't want to get too wordy here. I learned that's bad. But more simply put, who is your show's target demographic? Do you actually think you're helping someone? Or are you both so narcissistic that you think the random words that come out of your holes is somehow informative or entertaining? Looking forward to your feedback on my use of paragraphs and punctuation.
P.S. Go fuck yourself. That's great.
If they do address that question in their next podcast, unfortunately, I will not hear it, and nor will anyone.
You're right. Just the other fucking asshole in the room that knew what com meant, that .coms meant.
Didn't know anything.
Yeah.
So that show sucked. And it was coming off the heels of the NPR Wait, Don't Tell Me, which was really well produced and had the great production and a live studio audience. And then we listened to this, and it reminds me again that, anyone can have a podcast. For some reason, a bunch of people do. They shouldn't. You're wasting everybody's time. Stop it.
Yeah. It's just like keep coming back to the thing. It's like that just because you can record your voice and put it on the internet doesn't mean you should record your voice and put it on the internet and call it a show.
And I gotta side with Howard Stern. You know, he always rips on these podcasters. Like just because you put out a show and maybe your 7 friends listen to it or something doesn't make you a podcaster. It doesn't make you a broadcaster. It doesn't mean you have a show. This was not a show.
Right.
This was 2, like you said, dolts who have awful voices talking about nonsense.
Yeah, it's not an entertaining concept. I think they were like, well, if we do we talk about grammar, but then we do it like when we're drinking. Like that was like the twist, like that they were going to be drunk while they did it, and it just comes off as annoying.
It's just fucking boring. And I do hope that our listeners will send them an email and ask their questions because they're always looking for questions for content for their show. So next week we're going to do this again, Kevin.
All right.
We're going to listen to another podcast, and I went a different way this time. I went to the new and noteworthy section of iTunes.
Okay.
And sorry, my fantasy baseball.
Oh boy,
notification just came out.
Fantasy baseball.
Yeah, apparently this guy's not in the starting lineup. I have him in mind. Anyway, so I went to the new and noteworthy, which is front and center. You go to iTunes, and these are the podcasts that are getting listened to, or for whatever reason they're being put out there front and center. Because I wanted to get something that wasn't as terrible as this. It's easy to make fun of dummies who don't have anyone listening to them. But what about a show that actually has a lot of listeners? So I pulled a teaser here. Why don't you play that clip?
She doesn't seem very happy, guys.
Actually, she seems quite happy. I'm so mad at you guys. How dare you?
Oh, she's into
You
it.
fools.
Oh,
Piss.
us fools.
Wait, where's my lines? Okay. How dare you betray me? You guys are so rude. You ruined my life.
No, you're a god. Your Guys, life is awesome. I'm just letting you guys know that in this particular dream, she's so mad at you. This is a one-way conversation. Oh, we can't talk back. And it's like your tongues have been cut out. It's like.
Oh, we can't speak?
You cannot speak in this dream. It's just one way. She's
Exactly.
pissed.
So shut the fuck up.
This is not how you have a conversation, ma'am.
It's definitely not.
Is this some type of radio play or something like that?
No. Well, I was going to ask you if you could figure out what the fuck they're talking about. It's actually a podcast called Dungeons and Dragons. This is season 2, episode 9, Return to the Gothel.
This is in the new and noteworthy.
Yes, Dungeons and Dragons podcast.
Oh my God.
And what's interesting about this show is it's these 4 people, I guess, playing Dungeons and Dragons. And it just goes on and on and on. So this is a half an hour long show, and it starts with, okay, on the previous episode, so-and-so got their wizard powers, and, this thing happened and that thing, and now we're heading over here. And then it just starts up and they're playing Dungeons and Dragons with each other.
So, but it's all female? Because it sounds like they're all females, right?
No, there's a dude on there too.
Because it'd be really funny if they just called the podcast Wizard Sleeves.
I like it. So this is the second season of this show, and apparently people listen to it. But I'm, Kevin and I didn't grow up in this whole, having the internet our entire lives culture. This whole thing now where people watch other people playing video games on YouTube, is like the biggest YouTube channels around. And then listening to people play a boring game, that's a thing. I know I sound like an old man, but why would anybody want to fucking listen to other people play a game?
Right. Well, it's funny because there's Brian Posehn does a show called Nerd Poker.
Yes.
Which is a brilliant idea because it's the same concept. They play Dungeons and Dragons, but they're all fucking comedians. So, I mean, that's what makes it, there's ball busting and I don't think that we're going to get that same level of comedy from this one, but
I have a feeling it won't be as witty.
Yeah, probably not.
As Brian Posehn's fart jokes.
Yeah. Not as eloquent as those fart jokes.
Right. So that's what we're going to do next week. And looking forward to listening and learning more about Dungeons and Dragons. I never played Dungeons and Dragons growing up. Kevin, you strike me as the kind of guy who probably had a phase with that.
No, actually, I've never played. Yeah, never done that.
Good for you. I could have sworn you were a 12-sided die.
No, just because I have a beard and I'm overweight does not make me a Dungeons and Dragons player.
Just because half of your T-shirts have names of video games on them doesn't mean you used to play D&D. Okay, I get it.
Oh, shit. You know what? I gotta fucking update my ward. Did you have that moment? Because we're both the same.
Yes.
We're both the same age. I'm looking at my clothes and I'm like, they're all fucking band concert T-shirts and fucking Pac-Man. And I'm like, I'm fucking almost 40 years old. I gotta start wearing like adult clothes.
I have a funny story about that. There was this girl that I was kind of talking to, and I was trying to get her to do something with me, and she goes, "Carl, I don't hang out with guys who wear cartoon T-shirts." It was so funny because I literally went, "Holy shit, I'm an adult and I'm wearing cartoons on my T-shirt."
Right.
We should stop doing this.
Yeah, I'm having that realization now. It's
as soon as it got in the way of pussy, I was like, okay, cartoons.
Sorry, Ren and Stimpy, you gotta go.
Yeah, Krusty, we had a great run, but moving on.
Yeah, the problem is I'm looking around. I went, to whatever store the other day, and I'm there looking at the clothes and shit for guys, and I'm like, I don't know. I literally don't know what else to look at. I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking wear those striped button shirts. Fuck that. I can't do that. I can't just wear that around. That'd be like going to meet someone's parents' fucking shirt. You know what I mean? I can't. I don't know.
That's what the man wants you to do.
Yeah, exactly. I want to wear a fucking Nintendo T-shirt. You
do want to wear Nintendo T-shirts, and you do quite often.
And I do quite often. You know what? No, I'm actually wearing a Galaga T-shirt right now. So it's a video game, but not quite Nintendo. So
well, all right. Let me break down the fourth wall. Kevin and I are in different cities. We're Skyping right now, and I'm looking right at you. You're not wearing any shirt at all.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I wanted to show you my third nipple. So, which honestly, not a joke. I have a birthmark that looks like a nipple that's close to one of my actual real nipples. So that's a little piece of information for everybody out there who's who's never seen me shirtless. And for the few who have, I apologize.
Let's never talk about this again.
Yeah. All right. Moving on.
So please join us again next week, because it might be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We want to remind our listeners that you can check us out on whoarethese.com and on Facebook. We're always looking for a podcast suggestion, so send us an email, leave us a comment, or post a death threat. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called SourceFed Dungeons & Dragons, Season 2, Episode 9. As always, we have both listened to this show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
W-A-T-P. Yes.
So we picked this podcast because I found it in the new and noteworthy section of iTunes.
Yes.
I wanted to do a podcast that was more popular, maybe better production-wise, but I had no idea what we were getting ourselves into on this one.
Yeah, this was yet another one that was really difficult to get through and to pull stuff from for me, but...
Well, I'll tell you what happened for me. I listened to it just through the headphones while I was out and about. So I heard the whole show, but didn't really understand anything that was going on. And same thing, I was like, I don't know what I'm going to clip from this. But then I found the YouTube video of the show where the whole show is on YouTube with them acting it out. They have their costumes on. There's like a green screen background that they put up different backdrops as they're going to these different places. Did you see this?
No, I didn't. I didn't bother doing that.
Dude, holy shit, you have to check this out. So just this episode, Return to Gothel, has 43,910 views on YouTube.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I had no idea this is popular somehow. And before I get any further into it, I guess we should play the clips that we each think best summed up the show. I'll do this for you. Play number 17, which is the cliffhanger at the end.
This concludes episode 9 of SourceFed Dungeons and Dragons.
No, we're in a pickle.
Until next week, where we come back to the Gothel and see if our heroes, our only ones remaining, can survive. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, fuck.
That's the show right there. It's a bunch. You think that they're children. It sounds like they're little kids.
Yeah.
And then I get on this YouTube, and they're all adults, and they're carrying on like this. Like these assholes.
Yeah, it was... I had to do a little bit of research. I think I found... I mean, of course, I had to look up and see like what the girls look like and stuff like that, because they do sound like they're 12.
Right.
But then I looked at it, and there was like... There's all like pretty... Like, you know, pretty good-looking girls like involved with this stuff. Like the dudes are, you know, just your average dudes, you know, that would play D&D, I guess. But
well, the one guy's pretty hot. I actually, my pants got tight. Oh, I'm sorry. We're recording? Yeah.
Oh, edit that out.
Yeah, just D&D dudes. Right.
Yeah. The D stand for dick. Yeah, no, I don't know. I was kind of surprised by that. But then I found, as I was dicking around on not literally on the SourceFed site, that it's I don't know if it's related somehow to the Discovery Channel, like the Discovery Network or something like that, because it has like the Discovery Channel logo or whatever down in the bottom. So I don't know, if it's some type of offshoot of that or what it is, but it's
Well, it might be because I think a lot of these channels get freaked out that there's a new media out there they don't understand, and so they just buy up existing. Yeah, because there are a lot of people on this SourceFed website.
Right.
It seems to have like a whole network. This is just one of the shows that they do. Yeah. And there's some production behind it. maybe we're kind of getting too far down into the weeds. These are people playing Dungeons and Dragons, and we're listening and or watching them play Dungeons and Dragons. That's the premise of this show. How that's possibly entertaining, I have no idea. And how Dungeons and Dragons works as a game, I'm very confused by.
Yeah, that I know a little bit about how it works. But the other thing that, like you're saying that's ridiculous about it is there may be, I don't know, whatever, there's 4 people on this? I couldn't really tell.
Okay, so what it is there's 3 people who are playing the game.
Oh, right.
And then there's a moderator named Maud, and so she's the moderator.
Well, she's the dungeon master. That's actually what that would be called. She's like the person that runs the game.
Right. She's called the moderator.
All right.
I don't make this up. Trust me.
But I guess
she's like Australian or something.
Yeah. She had like a real an accent or something. But
obnoxious accent.
Yeah. But I should to my point. It was all of these people are maybe the most annoying people I've ever heard on a microphone before.
They're terrible.
Yeah, and especially there's a couple of like the girls that are just. I hope to God they're putting on a voice because it was really fucking like grating.
Well, okay, so just before you get to your clip there, I just want to point out, so there's 3 people playing the game, and then there's the dungeon master, and then there's a couple other people who poke in from a couple different times, so there are a couple extra people, but they're not playing the game, they're just like characters in the game, which has got to be the most boring thing. Hey, we're going to play D&D, and if your character comes up, we'll ask you to come over, right. Otherwise, just sit and watch. Is that really how people play this game? Is there someone with such low self-esteem that they're like, well, I don't know if I'm good enough to be a character, but... if you guys ever need just like I don't even know. What would it be?
It's an NPC.
Wizard or,
See, I know way too much about this. It's a non-player character. So I know.
Player game.
That's what it's called. But I've never played. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons, but
Carl, it's an NPC. What are you, an idiot? Let's move on.
No, I've played enough like Diablo and like computer games and shit where I kind of know the vernacular. But
okay, yeah, that's why. Okay, gotcha, buddy. Gotcha. All right, well, go ahead. You want to play? You got a clip that you want to play?
Yeah, sure. We'll go with this one here.
Hear music.
Oh, it's the Gothel!
Gosh darn it, that was awesome!
Nice.
You can hear music playing.
Just the enthusiasm over nothing is what I find highly annoying in this podcast, because they're anything that they say, they're like, oh, and now, and like she'll be like, now you're going down an old path, and you stop to take a shit, and you're shitting. You should, like, oh my god, shitting. Oh, and then like 80,000 people are talking over them.
I have a great example of this. Play track 3. I call this track. These are fucking adults.
Everyone, your health is maximum.
Yay! Oh, I want to clip just that last part. Holy fuck.
It's amazing. I don't know what these guys are so fucking excited about playing Dungeons and Dragons, but not only are they excited, but 50,000 people on YouTube are excited too for some reason.
Yeah, that I was not aware of, but that is really fucking sad, honestly. I mean, I don't understand even like Twitch, like how people are cool with like watching other people play video games and shit. That's kind of like a thing now.
I feel like that's another low self-esteem thing. Like, well, I don't know if I'm good enough to play. I'll just watch you play. Like, what is that?
I don't really understand. Like, I've used Twitch when I want to like see what a game is like before I buy it. So I'll watch somebody play it. And that's like a legit reason to do it. And I guess if you're like whatever shitty at video games and you want to just watch somebody play, you could do that too.
That's what people are doing, I think. I think that's what people are actually doing on YouTube, is watching people play video games who are better than them. It's almost like aspiring to be the guitar tech.
Right.
I don't want to be the lead guitarist for the band, but if I could tune that dude's guitar before the show, that would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, this is like a whole other level. Well, this is, I mean, because you're watching people roll dice. Like, they do that on the fucking podcast, or you hear the fucking dice
Yep.
hit the.
They're rolling dice, and actually, there's a graphic that goes along with it. You got to watch this YouTube video.
Oh God!
This is the only problem with the fact that you and I don't talk about these shows before we do the show. Is I really should have just sent you this and said you got to check this out. It's fucking crazy. These people.
Yeah,
they're just biggest nerds.
I wish that I would have known.
Because they roll a die and then it shows you, like, they'll say, 13, and then it'll show you a little graphic in the corner with a 20-sided die and it says 13. But this was the thing that I was, and you know, because you're a big D&D player, you probably know this better than I do, but I was confused at how little rolling of dice there is. This was a 35-minute long show, and they rolled the dice like 5 times, maybe?
Yeah.
It's mostly just make-believe. It's mostly just like, okay, and now you guys are doing this, wee, and now you're going to do that. What? It's like, what the fuck?
Right.
You just make up stories and just everyone's kind of like having a good time with it for some reason.
Yeah, that's like the way I understand it is like the dungeon master or the moderator or whatever. They work up a campaign, so they might have the shit like worked out ahead of time.
You know more than
I'm telling you, I know. I've never played, but I understand it.
Just gonna accept it. Okay. Moving on. Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, they like do the story. They like make up the story. I guess as they go. I don't know what the deal is there, but and I think you only roll when you need to make like a decision or something. So like there's random outcome or random chance or whatever to it. I think that's how it works, or you need to level up or whatever.
That's what I would have thought too. But there were times when they're like, "Okay, do you guys want to use your spell to levitate the anvil?" They're like, "Yeah," and then they just did. I don't know. It's okay. We're talking a lot, but I have a shit ton of clips. When I was listening to this before the first time, I was like, I don't know what to clip, just like you were saying.
Yeah.
And then as I was actually listening through and clipping it, like every 2 seconds, I'm like, fuck, I got to clip this. I got to clip that. So if you don't mind, let's start hitting some of these.
All right.
There's this guy who sounds like a little boy, and he's a wizard. And I got a few clips of him in a row. Play track 7, which I call Potty Mouthed Little Boy.
Hey, can I cast a spell to find out what the fuck this is?
Ooh. Language?
Yeah. Just as a side note there, this podcast is rated clean.
I know.
Which I was like, what?
I know. There's a few F-bombs flying.
Yeah, there definitely is.
And some really lame innuendo jokes, too, but we'll get to that. All right, this next track is the same wizard guy. This one I call Excited Little Boy.
Oh, it's the Gothel!
Gosh darn it!
So, that's a freaking man. Whoa, it's the Gothel!
That's a dude?
Was a man. That was the dude!
Oh, my God. I didn't realize.
That's why the YouTube thing was so important, because I actually watched it on YouTube. I would see that and then go back and find it in the audio and clip it.
Wow. Yeah.
And then another one from this prepubescent man, track 9.
Hey, look, it's our buddy! Hey, go!
Oh my God.
What did he just say? It's impossible to understand. It's like, it almost sounded like he was yelling the N-word there. It's like, what? What did he just say?
It sounds like somebody's fucking standing on his balls or something. I don't know.
Someone squeezed his clit as he was getting excited about the Gotham.
Someone smashed his clit with a morning star. You got to work in the fucking medieval stuff in here.
All right, I don't want to monopolize all of our clips. I'll you know what? How about Kevin, roll the 12-sided die, and if you get an even number, you can play the next clip.
Okay, let me roll. Okay.
Let's
see. Okay.
What'd you get?
I got a 6.
A 6!
6! Oh!
I'm gonna lose my voice impersonating these assholes. All right, what do you got?
Just some more swearing.
So what would you guys like to do?
Well, I'm not trying to get fucked with, so let's get protected here, huh?
Do you want to rest up a bit?
I would love it.
I got full health. I can stay awake.
I got full health. I can stay awake.
Yeah, that's the other funny thing. There's so many parts, because the first time I listened to it, I had no idea what they were talking about. There's so many parts in here that are ridiculous. I guess it's the way that the game is played. But they're talking about how they're going to spend the night in this place, but someone has to stay awake in order to watch for intruders. But none of this is actually happening. Just like, I'm going to stay awake. I don't know. It's so foreign to me.
I love that we're ragging on this and like we all have our own geeky shit that we're into.
But I don't do anything this geeky. Come on.
Oh, all right.
Crazy.
Okay.
This is crazy.
All right.
You had mentioned that they were terrible. The voices of these players are just awful to listen to.
Yes.
I actually created a montage of the one girl, and I'm pretty sure this is her real voice because every time she opens her trap, these are the noises that come out of it. Play terrible voice girl montage.
We could probably rest now that we've gotten rid of the doppelgangers. We were
Cannibalism.
sending a
It's
message
already
like a
dead.
real badass. I mean, that's true, though. We can't come back from the dead. You defeated everything I threw at you. Wah! You've got one last chance to surrender. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Old shot, you're mad.
Yeah, I got it.
New abilities! Oh, hell yeah! Wow. Well, he could write back to you. They murdered our friend Larry.
Yeah. The situation.
We didn't kill him.
Listen,
Straight up.
we
Lie
didn't-
detector it.
we didn't-
Okay. Why? What do you mean?
do to those
It's
people?
really
No, hey,
bad.
they had time was-
Good.
Oh my god.
Fucking god.
I'm sorry, I just did that to everybody. That was like nails on Hillary Clinton's vocal cords. That was so obnoxious.
Yeah, I had to hit
You
my
had to take up the headphones.
No, I had my hand on the board, like trying to pull it down. I was like, this is pegging out fucking everything on this end. Holy shit. I'm sorry, everybody, if you're listening to this in your car because you just destroyed your sound system.
That's what that woman, her voice actually sounds like that. That's a little girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, she talks like I can't even
Oh my god, play track 15 from me. This is her, and you heard it in this clip, but listen to how many octaves she goes up in this part.
What do you do to those people? They had time was.
Holy crap! How did she even get there?
It's fucking Mariah Carey's playing the game.
It sounds like a retarded Kristen Schaal.
You know what? That's a pretty fair assessment. Yeah, I think it is definitely a Kristen.
It down a little bit. She could maybe actually get some, cartoon voiceover work or something.
But it definitely has that sort of Kristen Schaal, like that kind of thing to it. I never thought about that, but yeah, that's totally what this is. And I wonder if this got to be a fucking act. There's no way that this fucking broad
really
sounds
like that.
Oh my god,
I think she really does.
Holy fuck. So here's a clip I have here.
I'm going to do that trick with my drink where I don't actually drink it. I'm going to look like I'm sipping on it, but it's not touching my lips.
Oh, you feeling a little...
Should you play a song?
Yeah, that's what I call the Cosby mood killer.
The Cosby mood killer. Why don't you come over here and have a sip?
Why don't you actually drink that drink?
It's so delicious, you're going to want to put it right on your lips and suck it on down real quick. The Cosby mood killer.
Holy
Cosby's
shit.
like, whose toes am I going to suck if she doesn't drink this drink?
Yeah, Mr. Cosby, I didn't know.
Oh. All right. Well, I'll switch gears. There's a part where the moderator or what do you call it, dungeon master?
Yeah.
I'll just pretend to not know. There's a part where the dungeon master is a talking tree, and that's not awkward at all. Play track 4.
We serve you.
wow.
Wonderful. You are the ranger that knows the trees, and the trees do everything they can to please.
I like you guys.
We got Gandalf with us.
What we'll do for you is split the way and part the trees so that you can go straight through.
Well, that would be lovely.
This is what's going on in this show.
Yeah.
This woman is just making up. I mean, obviously she wrote that down. It's got like some fucking stupid tree limerick going on or something, some tree rhymes. And so this is adults, and this is actually what they're preparing to do on a show that, as you mentioned, is owned by like the Discovery Network or something. It's not just nerds in their basement. This is a legit production.
Right. That 45,000 fucking views on.
Yeah, right.
Oh man.
Maybe we should stop making fun of nerds and embrace it. There's a whole market here.
Well, I already have. I mean,
that's right. I'm the asshole. I forgot.
I already live the lifestyle, but yeah. Wait till I do my Lego podcast. That'll be coming up soon.
Dude,
it's just
I can't wait to clip it.
It's just me putting them together, and it's like you don't hear any voices; you just hear the clicking of bricks coming together. Okay. Anyway, here we go. I just wrote this one as "fuck you," so I'm not really sure exactly what this clip is, but.
Dun, 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 dun. Really quickly, there's some pretty cool artwork.
All right, I guess it was probably just because they're annoying as fuck.
Yeah, that was from my first clip, the cliffhanger, where she there was no reason for any of that carrying on right there. There was nothing that was announced or so stupid.
I have another one called "Level Up Ass Hats."
Okay.
You guys have gone above 500 XP. Mm-hmm. You guys level up.
Yeah!
You guys are level 4 now. Are you ready? You've got new abilities.
You guys leveled up?
I wish I could be that excited about something that wasn't real. Could you imagine?
If there's anybody listening,
is not being excited about things that aren't real anymore. Someone should tell these asshats that leveling up is not actually a real thing that happened to them.
Yeah, you need to crush those dreams, push them down deep inside, and don't fantasize about anything.
Remember when they used to have board game commercials on TV?
Yeah.
And it would always show, every single one had the same thing. It would show the little kid throw his arms in the air and go, "I win!"
Yeah.
Like it always had to show that one dickhead. It was like fucking throwing it over everybody like, "Oh, I'm the best!" These guys never got out of that mode. They've been doing that since they were 6, and they still are doing that.
The only board game commercial that was never like that was Mousetrap. It's just everybody just
still trying to put it
together for fucking a half an hour and then finally giving up. What the fuck?
That'd be an amazing infomercial where it's like at the very end they finally like get it working.
Yeah, and then they're like, "How do you play this game now?" I don't know. Just turn the crank, man. Let's just see this shit work.
So the wizard guy, who we've already talked about, he like has a potty mouth. He also is terrible at jokes, and I have a few that I want to point out. Let's start with the tree sap joke, number 5.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm glad that the tree friend here wasn't a sap. I'm real proud of that.
Be more funny.
Jesus.
That clip, obviously I did a little production on it, but that clip where he literally told that joke and then went, "I'm real proud of that." Fucking nerd.
The fucking nerd.
Play track 2. This is the hilarious vagina reference joke, and then laughter ensues.
Yeah. I have never met a pussy I couldn't tame.
Oh boy.
You know what I mean?
I didn't doctor that at all.
I have the same clip.
The girl was so slow on the uptake on that. I haven't met a pussy I couldn't tame. She's like, and he's like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we get it. You're talking about vagina. We get it. You know what I mean? Pussy.
They should have just cut it right before tame. I never met a pussy.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That's what it should have been.
The last time he saw a pussy was on his birthday. The first one. Oh, that old gag. All right. I have another one of this guy's zingers.
All right.
Why don't you play track 14?
Oh, a morning wood.
Yeah, a morning wood. Yeah.
Heard of it.
It shines when you rub it.
heard of it. And then that fucking woman.
Yeah, the cackling of a fucking cunty hyena.
A hyena.
A hyena. Oh my God, it's so
shit. Kevin, I got so many more of these clips, but
all right.
I feel like we should take a break. Let's give the listeners a break and talk about everything that's available for them on whoarethese.com. We'll be back in just a minute.
Hey there, Kevin here from WATP. Did you know that you can listen to the entire archive of WATP shows on our website, whoarethese.com? Here's a clip from one of our first episodes.
Kind of like a 4th of July rocket.
Yes, then what?
I turned my head out the window and would have sworn I was asleep and dreaming.
Yes?
I seen a kind of greenish streak and then zingo. Something smacked the ground, knocked me clear out of my chair.
Well, were you frightened, Mr. Wilmot?
Well, I ain't sure. I reckon I was kind of riled.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilmot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you want me to tell
No, that's quite all right. That's plenty. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Mr. Wilmot, owner of the farm where this thing has fallen.
I got to tell you, Kevin, I think this is an outstanding piece of broadcasting.
I think
this
so.
is the cat's pajamas.
It's definitely the cat's pajamas. Let me tell you, I'm very, very scared by this report. I'm not sure.
Me too. I feel like I'm on that farm right now, and it's possible that maybe alien life is coming and invaded us.
I believe it. I believe if you took it that way, I believe that's really what's happening. I think possibly there's some types of invaders, perhaps from Mars. I'm not sure if Mars has life.
From Mars. Of course, they're from Mars, so there's no other planets. It's just Mars.
That's true. There is just Mars. Well, there's also the moon. I guess it could be the moon, but I suppose that Mars was probably more responsible for some type of invasion.
Are you going to tell me that here it is, 1938, and you think there's moon men? Come on, Kevin. You know better than that.
That's true. But I know that the popular theory is that the moon is made of cheese. So it could be cheese men coming here and trying to take over our farm.
Cheese, you dummy. Of course it's made of cheese. That's why these are Martians.
Oh, all right. Well, point taken. That's right. Check out all the clips on whoarethese.com. Now back to the show. And we're back.
And we're back. WATP.
We're back. WATP, everybody.
You're just joining us. We're talking about SourceFed Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons, everybody.
It's a podcast that's also a YouTube sensation.
Roll the dice, everybody. Roll those dice.
Yeah, I don't think there's a number that could come up that would make this good.
Yeah.
You're rolling the dice is not going to work for you here. So I'm looking at their YouTube video, as I mentioned, 44,000 views of this episode, and I just got to read you some of the comments under this. It's so funny. So this one person is Maud is really great at plot twists. Yay for the moderator.
God. Okay.
I freaking loved a jingle. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. And then the next comment under that is, I don't trust this to jingle, asshole.
That person was very, very offended.
And then Joshua Alt, who should be Joshua Dolt, says, I can't wait to see how the hell they get out of this.
Oh, my God. It's like, what was like a left on a cliffhanger?
The last two episodes have been so good. Maud does such a good job. Perfect moderator.
I don't even understand how anyone's following, because I could not follow what the fuck was going on because of all the incessant screeching and high-pitched fucking yells and shit. So I didn't even know, what the hell's going on with the story. So the people are actually following it is impressive.
And they do this thing where they reference back. So the players are going, wait a second, don't I have that gem? And they're like, no, don't you remember? In episode 2, you traded the gem to the troll so that you could get and then they're like, clip back to it and actually replay that part. It's like, what the fuck? Who could possibly follow this? I get confused watching Lord of the Rings. And that is actually a really well put together, theatrical, amazing special effects. how anyone's following this storyline is beyond me.
Well, because the moderator does such a good job.
The moderator is amazing.
Yeah. The moderator. And now there's moderator.
There's another, just real quick, there's a comment on here. Trish never touched the stone, did she? Which got 7 replies. And, the people are like, well, at 30 minutes, 11 seconds in, that was a gem that was aiding for whatever someone tells you to do. That was, I think, the best hint that she could have given without having to spell it out for him. People are dissecting this. You would think that we were talking about the latest episode of Game of Thrones or something.
Which would be just as geeky, but yeah. I just want to know, is there any way that she, in touching the gem, that she has actually tricked off a new alternate timeline? Glaven! Did you happen to touch the Glaven machine that was underneath the Glaven rock near the golem?
All right, so there's actually, as I mentioned, you told me this. There are non-playing characters. Is that what they're called?
Yeah, NPCs.
NPCs. There's one NPC. I think I actually might like this guy. Play track 10.
I sent you guys 3 morons that I've never met in my life on a fucking journey that even I wouldn't take. Right?
Sounded more
the
like
bravest,
Jingle
most
now.
powerful man in Iredell, okay? To get my hammer and my anvil so that I could raise an army to protect this Gothel.
I like the way that he's not in at all on this story. He's not trying to character act like the other assholes.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, guys, I gave you 3 morons this fucking thing to do, and just go do it. He was the only guy that I could get behind.
I like that the land is called Iredell. It's very close to irritate. No, it sounds like this dude was just like, about to microwave some fucking Hot Pockets. Right. It was like walking through the kitchen to the fucking microwave, and they were like, hey man, could you pop in here for a second and just be an NPC? He's like, all right, fine. And then
I hope his answer was, what the fuck's an NPC? What do you want me to do? Like, except for the fact that he's wearing a whole cape and an eye patch on the YouTube video.
Oh my God. Wait a minute, he actually dressed up just to deliver that line?
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, these NPCs are all dressed up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's fucking amazing. But you know what, though? I will say that this guy with his eye patch on has been viewed by more people than I ever have. So I'll give him that.
Jesus.
You know what? I was talking about that one shithead wizard guy and how he tells terrible jokes. Let's pop through a couple more of those. Track 11, the always fun hashtag joke.
If you didn't notice, we have a magical flying anvil and a magical hammer that we went and got from a cat
We're
god.
pretty accomplished.
Hashtag no big deal.
I fucking hate the hashtag jokes. Why is that still happening?
Yeah, I have a whole fucking spiel I could go into.
No one finds that funny, amusing, entertaining. All right. Do you have other clips that you wanted to play?
Let's see here. I've got this one.
Going through the forest.
Hey, can I cast a spell to find out what the fuck this is?
Hey!
I cast a spell to figure out why the fuck anyone would listen to this show.
Right.
Yeah, that's that wizard again. He's a little potty mouth, that kid.
Yeah. I have... this is one from the beginning of the show.
Okay.
Well, my levitation lifted it initially, so perhaps we can get my levitation spell to kind of follow us.
It's a French spell.
Levitation. Levitation.
What's it from hit point? Hit health point.
So, if he says por favor, that's not French, right?
That's not French.
All right.
It'd be s'il vous plaît, right?
S'il vous plaît. Yeah, it's the s'il vous plaît. Levitation.
I didn't even catch that.
Oh, God.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti. Ciao. Ciao, baby.
It's fucking great. So that's that fucking wizard guy again. So let me go back to a couple things that pissed me off about him. Play track 13 and this spank bank joke.
I'm going to write that one down. Spank bank.
Spank bank.
I feel like he must withdraw a lot from the spank bank. I have a feeling
he's only withdrawing.
He's
from his
only
deposits.
withdrawing. It's very, very few deposits. Yeah.
It's interesting to think about who's the target audience is for this, because as you said, it did say clean lyrics in iTunes. And I assume that this was a podcast probably for children. But the fact that there's references to spank banks and, the amazing pussy joke that he did tells me that I guess adults are listening to this, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to say who is this for, it would be adult nerds that are in on the joke, because there's sort of like an implied haha, this is really funny because it's so nerdy joke that's going on here. Yeah, there's definitely a subtext
There's
to that.
Self-deprecation. I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, I definitely feel that vibe going in here.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kevin, why don't you go check out the YouTube feed where they're all in fucking costume and tell me if these guys are actually feeling any of that at all, because I'm not catching that vibe. These dummies seem to think they're fucking cool doing this. Real quick, before we leave this wizard dude, I just pulled an ISO. Random noise made by the wizard.
Okay, good.
This guy's fucking full of shit. He's got all sorts of shit coming out of his mouth.
Wizard sleeves.
Okay, and then there's two clips that I have here. One of them is totally incorrect, and the next one is spot on. Play track 6. This is totally incorrect.
With your sword of song, it creates a sound wave and it acts as a ranged attack.
That is very cool.
That is very cool. There's nothing about a sword that creates a sound wave that's cool. Opposite of fucking cool.
Did you hear that in the background? It sounds like that. There's that clip that Fred plays on fucking Howard Stern.
And then play track 12. This is actually spot on. Correct. Oh.
Go on, look me in the eyes. Do it, I'm your father. This is uncomfortable for everyone.
Yep.
Yep.
Ding, ding, ding.
You got that right.
I was when I was listening to this, they actually put a bed of people talking, because they're supposed to be inside a restaurant or whatever, a bar or whatever.
Gothel.
Yes, the Gothel. They're inside the Gothel. And it was fucking freaking me out. I was like, what the fuck am I getting bleed through from something else? I didn't understand that there was supposed to be ambiance that they had in the background, but you could hear a little bit of it in that clip you just played there too, where it's just people fucking mingling or whatever.
There's a lot of production that went into this giant piece of crap. It's actually similar to the crap I took this morning. The production work that went into it. I mean, I spent hours eating food yesterday. And then to create that giant pile of turds, that's kind of like this podcast. In a metaphor, it's very similar. I have some observations about Dungeons and Dragons in general.
Okay.
Because as I stated, I'm not really familiar with how this game is played. Oh. But I'm watching them play it on YouTube, and all of them have paper in front of them, and they're constantly jotting down notes. And I'm watching this, I'm going, this is the worst game ever. It looks more like school than it looks like a game you would play. They're taking notes. It's all right, how many hit points did I get? Okay, yeah. And they're fucking doing calculations and shit. How is that fun?
They're probably just drawing pictures of dicks. That's all they're doing.
Just like school.
Exactly.
Let's play, I think, the last clip that I have here. It's called Magic and.
And you bring him to life how?
I forgot.
Magic?
Magic and.
Ugh.
The guy gets very excited. Magic and.
Yeah. And.
And.
Oh, this was a really trying one to get through. I mean, we've done a lot of episodes now on this show. This is what, number 16, I think, of our WATP. And yeah, this was another one of those that was just, you question why people think that they need to make a podcast out of things. And I guess I understand if this was a YouTube show and, you know, they're dressing up and they're doing all that shit. But I guess maybe it doesn't lend itself well to just an audio podcast in that realm, but it also sucks balls. So there's that part of it too.
I would argue that it's worse on YouTube, because if it were just a podcast, you'd go, well, these guys are, you know, probably not taking it real seriously. I doubt they're dressed up as their characters. And then you go on YouTube to go, oh, fuck. All right. Well, there goes that idea.
Well, the really weird part is, now that I know that they dress up in character, like, we listened to a fucking furry podcast, and those assholes didn't even dress up as their furry characters while they were doing it.
They didn't.
Yeah, so...
well, if you remember, though, FurCast was not a podcast for furries. They just happened to be furries doing a comedy show, which I still love that. It's called fucking FurCast. They have a fucking picture of a wolf as the icon. Like, like I said, this has nothing to do with furries, guys.
We do not want to be involved with the furry community, but we also want to let you know that we'll be at the furry convention next week. Come by our yeah.
Make sure to stop by and fuck one of us. Yeah. We'll be doing some furry fucking next week.
Yeah, come by and come on our tails. That's probably a thing, right? Is that a thing in furry land?
I would imagine. I got to pull up the furry Wikipedia again. It's been a while since I studied that. All right, so it's funny you talk about how this didn't translate well to audio, because for next week's show, we actually had somebody write in on our Facebook page and give us a suggestion. And why don't you play the teaser clip I put together? This is going to be the podcast that Kevin and I will be reviewing next week.
All right, we're clear. I'm coming in. Just stay back there. Just hold on. So, how you feeling? Are you?
Yeah, they hurt. The cuts. That's all.
No weird other stuff?
No.
Your cheek.
Yeah. Fucking guy, like, scratched me. Was that who I thought it was?
Yeah, Randy. Here, put this on the bleeding.
Oh, so crazy. You really think that was him?
Yeah, I have a feeling it was. You sure you're not, Well, we'll get to the safe house and check him out.
Oh, guess that sweat stuff doesn't work for all of them, huh? Ow.
Ow.
Oh, my God.
So this is a show called We're Alive, and it's a acted out, scripted, like old-timey style radio show about a post-apocalyptic Los Angeles with zombies. This episode that I'm having us listen to is Chapter 47, The Lion's Den.
Okay.
Chapter 47, Kevin. They've been practicing. And did you hear that fucking acting on there?
Yeah, that was some brilliant stuff.
So, please join us again next week, because we'll be listening to We're Alive, and it might just be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We want to remind our listeners so you can check us out on whoarethese.com and on Facebook. We're always looking for podcast suggestions, so send us an email, leave us a comment, post a death threat, whatever the fuck you want to do, all right? On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called We're Alive, episode 47. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP, everybody.
Welcome to another episode, WATP.
Yes. How you doing, Carl?
I'm doing great.
Good.
I had a really good time with this podcast. We're alive. There were chapter 47, as Kevin mentioned. This is the 4th season of this podcast, and it's a scripted serial show that actually is now over with. I guess this was the final season back in 2014. But Andy suggested we check it out, so I enjoyed it. This episode that was the Lion's Den, chapter 47, it broke up into 3 parts. So Kevin took a part, I took a part, so we won't have overlap this time, which is nice of the clips that we've pulled from it.
Yes, and I want to say the We're Alive is still alive. It is still going.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, I had somebody tell
me. I thought they had a
me.
series finale.
Yeah, no, there was like if you will, a first kind of version of this, which was We're Alive, and now they have We're Alive : Lockdown.
Oh, geez. So you're telling me this was successful enough that they're still doing it?
Yeah, actually, and from...
Holy shit.
Yeah, from what I've heard, this is like the lockdown version is much, much better. And it looks
it can only be better.
Well, it looks like they actually put some production and stuff. Like I'm looking at the iTunes page right now. It's really kind of cool. Actually, they've got like some pretty cool artwork and stuff to like represent the characters, and I don't know. It looks all right. But
so you're totally judging a book by its cover right now. You're like, oh no, this is much better.
Yep.
They have artwork. That doesn't mean anything. It probably sucks just as bad as this does.
Well, you're right. It probably does. But I get excited for artwork.
It's
the
funny.
Artwork is kind of cool on the.
You're totally getting bamboozled.
I've been bamboozled.
So before we get too far down the road, let's play for our listeners what we were listening to. The track that I think best sums up the show for me is number 15. I call it Embarrassing Acting.
Hello? Hey, Pete, right? Hey, we're trying to...
Bert, just shut up and listen, man, please.
What? What is it?
I tried to call Dunbar, but it was too late, man.
What? What's happening?
They shot me. I got away. They took Max. He knew where Dunbar was.
Oh, shit.
Listen, I got shot.
Shit. I love how it just ends with shit.
By the way, one thing that I will say is that I know this is not easy to do. If you're just acting and you're trying to act for just like an audio clip, I realize it's very difficult. But this has a lot of people involved in it, and I guess it's still going. I thought it was dead. But wouldn't you have another pass at that? There's so many times in here where I'm like, they're not doing this live. They could totally go back and re-record that and try it again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, or maybe that was the best fucking take that they did.
Obviously, that was the best take. Like, all right, that's gonna have to do it.
Yeah. So, all right, here's one. I just thought this was a ridiculous thing that they were saying, but here we go.
Can you get back to the turret?
Yeah. Oh, man, it's covered in gunk. Let me get a towel.
We'll do it quick. We're coming up.
I don't know why it's so funny. Like they're escaping something, and he's like, get to the turret. Oh, it's all full of gunk. Let me get a towel. In the middle of a zombie outbreak.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Fuck. All right. So yeah, I the production value. So they do a lot of there's a lot of ambiance, if you will, behind them. A lot of shit going on.
There's a lot of Foley work.
Yes, there you go.
Right. So when you're making a movie, you film the movie, and then the Foley artist, I guess, would go in and put in all the different sounds that then show up in the movie to give it more of a realistic soundtrack and make it seem like all these car chases are happening and explosions and everything like that.
Right.
This thing is overloaded with sound effects.
Yeah. So, for example, like if you were filming a movie and there was a guy fucking a girl doggy style, right?
Yeah, right.
You would have the Foley artist would like take a ham and slap the ham like repeatedly. That would be the sound effects.
I like that you went right to porn.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's where everyone goes, right?
That's where you aspire to be a Foley artist someday.
Yeah. Well, you shouldn't really need a Foley artist in porn. I mean,
This isn't juicy enough. Get it to ricotta.
Like a boot stuck in mud.
Only wetter.
Only wetter. Yeah, no, it's so yeah, like some people I'm sure have heard of Foley artists before, but it's usually the thing. It's like whenever you hear like someone's fucking head getting crushed or something, it's like them like smashing a watermelon or some shit, But yeah,
there's companies now that just create sound effects, high quality sound effects, and then sell them to movie studios and other production studios, so they don't have to smash a watermelon. They can grab someone else's smashed watermelon and reuse that.
Yeah, Gallagher's very, very busy.
Gallagher's making royalties off of every time someone's head explodes in a movie. But I grabbed a clip on here because I actually have access to some of these sound effects.
Oh.
So play that track on their Hollywood Edge introduction. I'll show you what I'm talking about here.
The Hollywood Edge flagship sound effects library, the Premiere Edition, has now been extended from 20 to 30 compact discs. This 30 CD mega collection of more than 2,500 sound effects contains everything you could possibly need for any conceivable production. The Premiere Edition.
So that's the kind of ridiculous bullshit that they're using Pro Tools and just jamming up this podcast with all of these different sound effects and stuff.
So why do they end that promo with somebody opening up a Sprite?
Because it's so amazing that they're able to pour soda over ice. It's a very impressive Foley, I guess. Wow. Okay. Is that the right word for it? A Foley?
I don't know, Matt Foley. Yeah, I don't know.
So, all right, I did want to walk through this just to give the listeners understanding. I have a track on here called Sound Effects Library Example. This is just a quick clip from the show that gives you an example of how they're just jamming these sound effects in.
Get in the truck! There's lots more coming! Man! Oh, shit! Run! Duck down! I'm going through them! Wait! Please, hold on! I'm getting in the cab!
So it's literally like, okay, car start. All right, I'll put that in. Screeching tires. All right, I'll put that in.
Yeah.
So I went ahead, Kevin, and decided I could sweeten some of these clips even more with my vast library of sound effects. So I put together a couple clips here, and I'm actually going to quiz you. See if you can figure out what I added to the podcast. Play sweetened clip number 1. This one's going to be a tough one, but they are going to get tougher.
Cover us! Here, get in. Hold this on the bleeding. You okay? I don't...
Can you guess what it was?
Was it the guy saying Saul? Saul?
No, that was the original. That was actually in there.
Oh, wow. All right.
Ah, see, I knew this would be tough.
Yeah, Jesus. Was it the frog?
Yeah, it was the frog. There was actually
all right.
a frog. There was actually not a frog in the show, but you wouldn't know that the way I masterfully mixed this together.
Yeah, man, that was really good.
I'll give you another example. This one gets a little tougher. Play sweetened clip number 2, and again, see if you can figure out what I put in there.
All right.
All right, we're clear. I'm coming in. Just stay back there. Just hold on. So, how you feeling? Are you?
Yeah, they hurt. Cuts. So.
No weird other stuff?
No. Yeah. Fucking guy, scratched me.
I actually prefer that version.
It was seamless, right? You have no idea what I put in there.
Yeah, it sounded to me like Saul was a cartoon character all of a sudden.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
No, you got me. I added the cartoon effects.
Oh, all right. Well, I thought maybe, in my theater of the mind, I thought that maybe Saul had been blown up, and his face is all black, and his hair was pushed back, and then like
right.
his legs turned into accordions, and he was like, wah, 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 wah. That's what I thought really happened there. So your sound effects actually drove that home. So
I knew it would add to the experience. All right, I'm not going to go too much further with this. I just have one more of sweetened clips. This one I actually call demo reel. Kevin, I am putting this out there. If someone wants to hire me to be a Foley artist for their next production, I added a bunch of clips to this one, and I think I really improved the quality of the clip you're about to hear.
He sees the tower fall. He knows we left by helicopter.
God, who else was in there? Everyone! Michael! Go! Leave it! It's over! It's done!
Are you sure he saw that? Who do you think does most of the calling and moving them around? If he was there,
Someone broke the toilet.
He knows how we left, but he doesn't know the where. Then that team comes out from Owen in their helicopter.
Excuse me?
Guess who's there when they land?
You understand alive?
The Chinook sees.
I'm fucking laughing. I'm crying. I'm fucking laughing so hard at this end. I think the one that got me the most was the soda being poured over the ice cubes.
No, that was in the original. I didn't put that in.
Oh, all right.
The guy was actually pouring a soda while escaping from zombies.
Oh, fuck. Holy shit, that was funny. Oh, God.
This is all I want to do for a living now. I'm so good at this. I finally figured out my talent in life.
Somebody broke the toilet. Shit. Oh, fuck. Well, that was, God, we should just end the fucking podcast right now because that was amazing. God, I never even heard any of that when on the first listen. It was just so well done. Yeah. Whew.
This show was very funny. It was top laughs.
Yeah, during that long monologue that woman was having there with the, talk about the tower falling, and then she just opened up a Sierra Mist and just fucking poured it over.
Yeah, and then she farted, and then the witch was laughing.
Yep.
And Alice was there.
Someone broke the toilet. Yeah, it was a lot going on.
So, when the show starts off, there's this show introduction that tries to make it sound important. If you want, play track one. This is how the introduction sounds.
We're alive. A story of survival. Chapter 47. The Lion's Den.
I heard that and I was like, this sounds like something I've heard before. I don't think this is all that original. So I went ahead and put together what I'm calling a better show introduction, track 2.
We're alive. A story of survival.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound. A dimension of sight. A dimension of mind.
Nice.
Didn't you get the sense that he was trying to be Rod Serling?
You know what? It sounds like fucking Bill Curtis when I listened to it the first time.
Bill Curtis, okay.
Yeah, it sounds like the NPR guy we did a few episodes ago.
I was getting that Rod Serling just because of the pacing of it, where it's like, well, episode of survival. We're alive, in the lion's den. You almost sounded like Jay Peterman to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought, the second time through. Yeah, right. But it was going to be like, I was in the jungles of Borneo.
Right, exactly. But no, it definitely wasn't. There was no one talented who was working on this show. So it definitely was not the guy who plays Jay Peterman.
Oh, God. All right. So I've got this. I don't know. Let me play this and see if you get the same reaction that I did when I listened to this. So
okay.
From the darkness, Saul stumbled forward. The side of his face and his neck were bleeding. I held my breath as I came closer and grabbed onto him. When I saw his eyes, they were still normal.
It just, the way the guy is talking is all I could think of was that episode of South Park where Randy's got the camera. And he's like, I'm so startled.
Yeah, right.
Like, just the way the guy was reading it, that's all I could fucking think of every time the guy came on. It was like doing narration and shit.
So the narration part is odd because it's not just one narrator. It's different narrators talking about what happened. It's almost like, yes, I agree. You kind of they're kind of acting it still, even though they're narrating. Mm-hmm. But it's also kind of like a reality show where it's like they got him in the confessional booth, the next day or something, and they're thinking back to it. It's like, are they doing it in real time? Are they telling the story how they remember it? Does it mean that they survived? Shouldn't there just be a narrator rather than this guy going, and then I walked up to this thing and I saw this other thing? I don't know. That seemed a little wonky to me.
Yeah, well, I think, I'm getting into the nerd fucking weeds here.
Yeah.
When you have a narration, it's usually considered in a movie, it's considered kind of a cop-out. Even though, Scorsese has used it to fucking great effect in like Goodfellas and shit.
Oh, dude, Scorsese sucks, man. What a hack.
It's usually considered kind of a cop-out story-wise because you're leaning on an omniscient kind of person that's explaining the story for you without having to do any of that. Here, I understand it because it's an audio only, but it doesn't make any sense, like you said, in the context of it. It's like, all right, well, if we're really thinking that these people are in danger, why the fuck am I listening to him recall this shit? Then obviously he's alive. He's not,
But you're right, though, because the only other way they can really get across everything that's going on is a track 9 that I have on here, which I call Strangely Explaining What They Are Seeing and Doing.
Check it out. That biter's heading down another hole. Should I follow him? He's carrying something.
If it's food, yeah. Remember, they did that at the arena. That'd be where to go.
All right. Oh, damn. More downhill. Come on. Keep going.
He's like, hey, look there's that guy. Yeah, and he's holding something. Yes, he is holding something. And he's going that way. Yes, let's also go that way. No one would talk like that. In real life, like writing the script must have been so ridiculous.
I love that the guy in that clip that you were just played there was his name is Saul. So when I'm listening to this, like they're like Saul, they keep calling for Saul, and then he starts talking, and it does not sound like a person that you would think is named Saul. Like I just assumed it would be like, oh boy, oh these zombies, they're all over the place. Oh jeez, oh boy.
Is anybody else hot in here?
Oh, it's so stifling in the back of this car. Oh, the zombie, he bit me on my neck. Oh, Jesus.
Funny. That's funny. So there's a couple of things that are going on in this show that I think you and I both picked up on. Obviously, lots of sound effects, poor writing, but then the acting is just incredible. There's so many moments of just terrible acting. If you want to play, so I put in here, is this guy in pain? I can't tell. And listen to this good 22-second long clip with this guy in agonizing pain in the background.
Oh! You idiot! Hello! Anyone? We're under attack at Dunbar! Anyone out there? Shut him up! Hell, they're...
I looked up just as our lights went out. I was able to scramble back over to the security room as I saw the monitors go black.
I've seen professional wrestlers be more subtle than this guy.
You know what, brother? Holy shit, dude.
It's ridiculous. And then what's funny is that part, it ends and then they go to a different scene. They come back to that scene and the guy is still doing it. I'm like, oh my God, I could probably clip this and add it, but I'm not even going to. It's just too much.
All right, I got here's just another brilliant acting piece here.
Okay.
I'm sure you're not,
Well, we'll get to the safe house and check him out.
You sure you're not, and then like talking about Saul because he was bit. Oh, I was bit. Oh, I was so terribly bit upon my neck. Are you sure he's not, bit?
Yeah. There's a lot of things like that where they have to cut each other off, and it's so awkward and it doesn't work at all.
Yeah.
Here's one that's pretty funny. Play the Look Out for the Rock, and just listen to how terribly this is acted on both people in this quick scene. Number 5.
Look out for the rock.
Oh, you mean that thing that's behind us?
Look out for the rock. Like, is that how you would ever alarm somebody or alert somebody that something's going on? Look out for the rock. But Kevin, being that I'm always looking to bring a musical element to the show, that clip did give me an idea, and I put some production behind this. Play number 6.
Look out for the rock. Look out for the rock. Look out for the rock. The rock. The rock. Look out for the rock. The rock. The rock. Look out for the rock.
Oh, God. Very, very well done.
Thank you. I don't know why Twisted Sister has come up many times on our show. I don't ever talk about Twisted Sister outside of you and I having these conversations, but for some reason, it just seems to be appropriate.
Oh, boy. Oh, this Twisted Sister. They were playing it, and then I saw a rock behind me.
It's so loud.
It's so loud. It's so obnoxious.
So here's one that I just call cut. Play track 10.
We don't know where it is. That tunnel could go where they piss and shit. We don't know.
Why wasn't someone just like, cut? Let's do that again.
The tunnel could go where they piss and shit. God.
It's like, he's like, guys, do that one again. He flubbed his line. I don't understand. Were they on a quick turnaround timetable or something?
That's where they could go pee and poo. I don't know.
Makes you wonder if anyone's even directing this, but apparently there is.
All right, here's one. Listen to this.
Yeah.
I think we're fine. No symptoms at all.
Is that?
Get it!
Hello? It's Michael.
Speakerphone!
Oh, we don't have that on this phone.
Not you. What is it?
Oh, we don't have that on the phone.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, we don't have that on the phone.
Get
it! Jesus, get that phone!
So the woman you were just playing there goes in and out of some type of accent, and I can't tell what the accent's supposed to be. And this is something we haven't talked about yet, is not only is the acting terrible, but the voice talent is pretty shitty too. Play track 14. Listen to both characters in this. You can tell that there's an accent and there's not an accent, and the guy is just putting out a voice that's definitely not his voice.
Generator's on. So just take a second.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know they're going to try and convince us to stay, and
I'm not gonna let that happen.
Wow.
Was she trying to be Russian at some point, it sounded like?
She sounded like Ariana Huffington.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But obviously he's putting on an accent, and then the guy's like, I'm not gonna let that happen. There's no way he talks
doing
like
his Batman impression. Gotham. Yeah.
Not gonna let that happen, Commissioner Gordon.
Here's another clip I pulled.
what does the scratch look like? Does it look like anything?
Look like something? What? What is that supposed to mean?
What are you getting at? Take a look closely.
Wait, you want me to...
Just do it. It's important.
What does the scratch look like? Like every scratch. A vagina. Every scratch looks like a vagina.
Is it a big vagina? A small vagina? What size are we talking about?
What are we talking? Axe, wound, head, go!
Well, so this is another piece that we really haven't talked that much about, is the terrible script. and just the awkward conversations people are having that wouldn't really happen, play track 7. I think this is an example of that.
Holy cow. How far can they go? There's supposed to be like a water table or shit this low?
And there's supposed to be a water table or shit this low? Was that how it was written? Or is this guy improving?
I think this guy's improving. That sounds like something he would... He's the type of guy who would carefully slip shit into a description of something. Kind of how we jam fucking into everything that we say.
I've noticed that, yeah.
I think that's just the way this guy is. But all the more reason why Not should be named Saul. He should not be the character.
Well, what is there, a water table or shit?
Oh, it's a water table.
That. I'm going to start using that. I'll just say or shit.
Or shit.
Right way to end a sentence. What do you guys want to do? You want to go out for food or shit?
Oh, do you guys want to go to the sale at the flea market or shit?
So speaking of the word shit, it's not just Sal who likes to use it. I actually put together a montage that you can play there.
Shit. Shit. Shit.
Shit. Shit.
Shit. Ah, shit. Shit.
Shit.
Piss and shit.
Shit.
Son of a bitch.
That seems to be the most. Whoever the writer is, every reaction is shit. Yeah. Shit. Even when they're whispering, they're like shit.
It's a 12-year-old fucking kid. That's who's writing it.
And I'm the 12-year-old kid who's clipping every swear and putting it together in a montage. This will be hilarious for my show.
Oh, boy.
It's not lost on me, the irony, people. Trust me. It's not lost on me. And speaking of how immature I am, when you talk about theater of the mind, I'm terrible at this. I grew up in a generation where we didn't have to use our imagination. But I did. There's this one part, and it's quick. They slip it in there fast. But there's one part where I could actually picture this, and I started getting into it. Play track 11.
Saw you coming on the monitors.
Saw you coming on the monitors.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh. Someone got caught with his pants down.
Skeet, skeet, skeet.
While we're just running through clips here, why don't you play track 8? I don't remember what it is, but I called it More Brilliant Acting.
I don't see a way out. We better turn around before they see us.
Yeah, go. Go ahead and back out the other way.
What?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What is that happening in that scene? I don't even...
Are you asking me?
Well, that's kind of... not only, is this a really fucked up listen, but not knowing there was 47 fucking parts before this, you have no idea. When you're listening to this, you're like, I have... whatever. I just hear machine gun fire, people sounding like zombies, and Saul complaining about being bit. It's like, I don't know exactly what the hell's happening.
I don't think even if you listened to all the episodes, you would know what was happening. And I'll give you an example. The way that part 3 started, and I'm not exaggerating this, play track 3. This was the beginning of the show, and it's just sound effects.
No, all right. So, in my theater of the mind, I'll tell you.
Do you understand what was going on there?
Yeah, I think I know exactly. All right, so we open up. All right, so close your eyes, right? All right.
Okay.
We open up. It's a dark night, right? And it's rainy and it's shitty, and there's just dead zombie bodies fucking strewn everywhere across this field, right?
Okay.
And that kind of robotic sound you're hearing, it was actually Johnny 5 for I'm short. So
okay, I believe it.
Rolling over all of the dead corpses, and he's just looking back and forth. That's that kind of squeaking noise that you hear. That's his head turning. And he rolls up right in front of the camera with a sign that says Johnny Five is alive.
Oh, because the show's called We're Alive.
Yep. See, and then there's no camera, too, so I don't even understand how that works.
How did I not pick up on that, Kevin? I feel like an idiot now.
Well, you got to use your imagination, I think.
I feel like a dumb idiot.
Yep. Yeah, that's...
Kevin, maybe we can create a theater of the mind. Do you have any sound effects you can play while we do our podcast?
Yeah, let's see what I got here. Let's do something here. Carl!
Under gunfire!
There's gunfire! Get Saul!
Yeah, Saul! Where's the gunfire coming from?
Oh, boy, it's coming from over here. I can't seem to get around the bullets. They're coming a little too quickly for me. Oh, boy, now they're really shooting.
Very fast.
Oh, good God. Oh, boy. Oh, they just don't stop, do they? They're just so angry at everybody. Oh, what's this now? Oh! Oh, boy.
Clears!
Oh.
This is fun. I think our next show should just be us playing sound effects. I guess not. Never.
No.
I have a track on here where there's a scene where it's like a bunch of women together, and they just seem to have a ton of questions. Play track 12.
Is it them? Are they done?
Is that one of ours?
What is it? Switch the cameras. I can't see them.
Oh, shit.
Shit, where do they go?
What the hell are they carrying?
What is that?
What? Why? Why am I here?
It's like, Jesus Christ, enough with the questions. It's fucking dummies.
Apparently, yeah, you turn into a fucking complete moron when zombies are attacking.
Or when you're a woman.
Oh.
I can't tell which one.
Carl at whoarethese.com, everybody.
That's right. Yeah. That actually is true, isn't it?
Actually, shit, that is your real address. Oops.
Carl with a K.
Oh, well, yeah, shit. You see, you corrected him. They would have been...
Shit!
Carl to a C. Shit!
Shit!
We're going downhill? Oh, yeah, we're going downhill.
Oh, we're going to keep going downhill. How much further are we going to go? Well, we're still going.
There's a rock behind us.
Shit!
Oh, my God.
Oh, no, they're firing at us again. Saul!
Saul! Oh, help me.
I like that you only grabbed like 3 clips of gunfire. I thought you were going to have some explosions and shit. No.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nope.
So, well, that was fun. I actually, I enjoyed, thanks for suggesting that one. I actually enjoyed listening to all of that Foley work. It was so over the top and ridiculous. But next week, we're going to do it again. We're going to review another podcast. And as I often do, I went a completely different direction. Play next week's teaser.
Our first game is called This Is Not Happening, and here to play it are Casey D'Amico and Fred Strauss. So what guilty apps do you have on your phone? Guilty pleasure apps?
Instagram.
Instagram.
My cat. I take a lot of pictures.
I was like, Instagram's fine. You're like, my cat. And I was like, oh, yeah. How about you, Fred?
Trivia Crack, Quiz Up, and you can do some guilty things with just a web browser.
Well.
Ugh.
I hate when an audience woos.
Oh, it's fucking the worst. So, yes, you got it right, Kevin. It's another NPR show.
Oh, terrific.
So we listened to Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me a few weeks ago. This one is called Ask Me Another. And it's a trivia quiz game show type thing in front of a live audience. And this episode that we're going to be listening to and reviewing is from May 27th, 2016. And the celebrity guest is Sir Patrick Stewart.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, this is intriguing. I like Patrick Stewart a lot. He's awesome. Yeah. So I'm sure this is going to suck, but I thought it'd be interesting to go to another very popular show that people actually listen to. Not that people don't listen to We're Alive. I'm sure there's some dummies out there who do. I don't know why. Apparently they have no value on their time. But then again, I'm the guy who put together the shit montage. So how much value do I put on my time?
That's true.
What am I even talking about?
Oh, that's so true. Oh.
So please, people, join us again next week, because it might be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We want to remind our listeners that you can check us out on whoarethese.com and on Facebook. We're always looking for podcast suggestions, so send us an email, leave us a comment, or post a death threat. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called Ask Me Another. Episode is from May 27th, 2016. As always, we both listen to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP, everybody.
WATP.
Hey, oh, WATP.
Like me, Kevin. ATP.
WATP.
You're getting it. You got it.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
So what's up?
I listened to another NPR show.
So did I.
I don't like NPR shows. I don't think they're very good.
No, I don't know. It feels like they're trying to be edgy.
Yeah, they're trying to be something they're not.
Yeah
whatever
definitely.
that something is. But this is Ask Me Another, which is a game show, or I guess they keep calling it a puzzle show or something. And it's taped in front of a live audience.
Right.
It's taped in a theater.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything about the live audience? Because there was something I was picking up on.
There's times where I questioned whether or not the audience was real.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking too. It didn't seem like they would actually be laughing at certain things or applauding at certain times.
Right.
And the way they were mixed in there, seemed really fake.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I had the same comment. There's some weird fade outs and fade ins of the crowd that were bugging me quite a bit.
So I'll give you a couple quick examples. Play track 3, and you hear this abrupt crowd fade out.
Okay.
Sir Patrick Stewart. Our first game is called This Is Not...
Yeah.
And then, real quick, play track 4. It's another one.
So what guilty apps do you have on your phone?
That's not the way a crowd dies down.
Yeah, and that's the same clip I pulled, number 4.
Is it?
There. Yeah, because it's so noticeable. It's like the person that was editing, like they just discovered the fade in, fade out. Like,
yeah, they do it so cheesy. It's like how I do it.
Right.
And I'm not good at this.
Right.
Last episode, I pretended that I'm really good as a Foley artist or something, but I'm not. I'm terrible at this. And that's how I do it. And this guy works, for NPR.
Right.
Whoever's doing this. I can't remember what this is, but I have a track on here called, Is This Really a Real Audience? Is that even possible? Play track 8 on there.
After the newspaper incorrectly announced his defeat of Harry Truman, a former New York governor gave up politics and created a numerically based method for organizing his local library. Puck.
The Dewey Decimal System.
That is correct. I love you guys because no other crowd would laugh at a clue like that.
It does sound like canned laughter.
It does. It sounds like a laugh track.
Yeah. I guess I didn't pay attention enough to it, but that clip really drives it home.
Well, because it's not a funny thing they're talking about, and it's highly uninteresting. And these people are applauding and laughing and carrying on.
Right.
Maybe they all get them high or something. Maybe they just start pumping out vapors in the room or something, getting everybody stoned, and they're just giggling at everything. But I was thinking about this, Kevin, and, a peek behind the curtain here. Kevin's the guy who, after we do our show, puts all the finishing touches on and makes sure that it's, we had some technical issues last couple of weeks that hopefully are taken care of. But, you go in and clean things up and make sure that it's going to sound good for people.
Right.
And I don't want to challenge that. I appreciate that you take on that responsibility. But what if we did like this show, Ask Me Another, and we pretended there was a live audience watching us do our show? I went back to an old episode of ours called Bronyville, and I kind of re-edited it based on the idea that there's a live audience watching us. Play Bronyville Revisited. I always love in G.I. Joe when Cobra announces who has arrived and who is attacking them. As if they don't have logos on everything. There's logos on their airplanes, on their missiles, on their faces in a lot of cases.
Yeah, they're...
Oh, Cobra! Okay.
They really want you to know who's attacking. It's
Cobra!
Could you imagine if it was like Al-Qaeda?
That's what I'm thinking. It's like, you don't see ISIS scream. Well, maybe they do. I really think about that. You just got ISIL'd, bitch.
You know what it is they spent so much money for a graphic designer to do that Cobra logo. They're like, we're putting this shit on everything.
Do you know how much I spent on this logo?
Now that we have the stencil, we are using this everywhere.
It's on letterhead. It's fucking everywhere. Everywhere there's anything Cobra, there's a fucking Cobra logo on it.
They could be a case study in branding if you were going to school for marketing. This is the way you make a brand. Watch how Cobra Commander did it.
If we're going to spell the name out, make sure you do it in all lowercase. That's how people do it this day.
We have a specific font. You didn't use the font.
Holy shit.
How awkward was that just now? You and I are just sitting here listening to ourselves. I didn't plan that out real well. I'm so uncomfortable. I'm so uncomfortable that we just did that.
It was weird, but you know what? I think I like the show better.
Yeah, I know. Because I said some jokes that weren't funny at all, and then people responded like it was really funny. And I'm like, oh, maybe I am funny. All right, yeah. I like this.
I like, there's one point in there where you say something about ISIL or whatever, and there's guys like, yeah!
The guy's like clapping, ISIL! Thanks for picking up on that. That's great.
So, let's see. I have a lot. I feel like the same clips that you do, but the guest on the show is Sir Patrick Stewart. And they introduce him and they ask him about what it's like to be knighted. And he answers with a really sad, I don't know. Just let me play it.
Yeah.
I've never talked to a sir before, and I'm just wondering, it's an honor. Was this something that you, even as a kid, just dreamed of being knighted?
Being a sir?
Yeah.
I just dreamed of hoping there was some food for the next meal. That was all.
Oh, God.
Yeah. How is that funny? Like I grew up in poverty.
Yeah, it's like...
Woo, poverty!
So awkward.
Yeah, it probably wasn't. He probably shouldn't have pulled that. He could have just said no, and it was beyond my expectations at that time.
Right. A bad reference.
Right. Way to drag down the show. But fortunately, the audience is so dumb that they have no idea what he's talking about, and so they just laugh and applaud.
Right.
So I started off our show saying I don't like NPR, and I do have an agenda here. There's specific things about NPR I don't like, and I'll reiterate it because we went through this when I made us listen to the last NPR show we did, which was Wait, Don't Tell Me. If you want to go back to the archives on whoarethese.com, you can check it out. The thing I don't like about NPR is people who listen to NPR feel like they're smarter than other people. And they're not. They're actually dumb. And I have some examples of this that I'd love to play for you. So the way that this show is formatted, there's 7 games that are played throughout this hour-long show. And the first game is, it's not even being smart or not. It's just they explain what a mobile app does, and you have to decide whether that's a real mobile app that's available or if it's something that they made up. So it's just kind of a 50-50 chance guessing game. But you got to listen to this one. Play track 5, and then we'll talk about how dumb this person is.
Here we go. Fox News Translator. This app listens to Bill O'Reilly or Megyn Kelly and then outputs calm, rational discussions about climate change, President Obama, and the war on Christmas. The Fox News Translator is fair and rebalanced. Casey.
Real.
No, I'm sorry, that's false. Fred, you're our winner.
Okay. Could you imagine if there was an app that could actually understand the nuanced context of what people were saying and then regurgitate that, taking out bias in order to explain what the actual message is? How does this dummy think that that's possibly a real app? That would be groundbreaking. That would be mind-blowing. Google is working on that shit day and night. They're 30 years out from making that a reality. And she's like, oh yeah, that sounds like totally an app. Yeah, something that can figure out what Fox News is saying and tell you the real story.
She must think that like Terminator is real. Like that's going to happen.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
I love our robot overlords. Yeah.
I just thought that was funny because all the other apps were just dumb. Yeah, like, oh, this app can tell you what you ate by smelling your fart, shit like that. And it was pretty easy, like, oh, that sounds fake, that sounds real. And then this one comes up, and it's like, oh, you dummy.
Yeah, it's there was the game part of this was really bizarre to me. There just didn't seem to be any. Well, I guess, you know what, before I get into that, I want to play this clip because it's right at the beginning of the show, and I'm not 100% sure why it's there.
Okay.
So here it is.
Warning. The following content has been deemed inappropriate for the radio. It may also be inappropriate for children, offices, or sensitive grandparents. Please put on your headphones.
So
I grabbed the exact same clip, and I was going to ask you the exact same question.
Yeah, because there is no, it's not like they're dropping F-bombs or, talking about fucking vaginas or whatever.
Well,
yeah.
that was trying to be funny, obviously. It's like, grandparents, whatever. But I think that was real. I think that really is a disclaimer.
Right. Oh, definitely. There's a reason that they put it there. I mean, obviously they are trying to be funny, but did they get are they worried that whatever, like, because Sir Patrick Stewart said like shit 2 times or something like that.
Right.
I just thought that was really weird that they would go to the length to put that in there. I don't know.
Well, here's how they describe their show on their website. It says, what you'll hear resembles the casual intimacy of a game night at a friend's house, one where scores are forgotten in favor of hilarious gaffes. So I think what they think they're creating is, and like you were saying before, like edgy, conversational, anything goes type of show, but it's boring people who, probably have their PC radars cranked so far up that they would never say anything provocative or interesting anyway.
Yeah. There's a lot of fucking nerdy talk on this podcast.
Oh, there is quite a bit of nerd talk going on.
Yeah.
Starting with this terrible joke because Patrick Stewart's on the show, they start off the show with this doozy. Play track 2.
Puzzles, the final frontier.
Yeah.
How is that a joke? Again, it sounds like the audience was just, that's got to be a laugh track or something.
It was very cringy. And, now that you say the laugh track thing, there's a time where at the end when she announces the winner, the way it transitions from what the show part of it to her announcing it sounds like it was recorded after the fact. There was some, I remember hearing it and going, is she like recording the winner and like saying, hey, thanks for, you won, blah, 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 and not in front of the crowd? And then all of a sudden the crowd comes in. And it's weird, man. I don't know. I think you're onto something. I think this might be completely done in a studio and everything added afterwards.
Well, it's some conspiracy we've cooked up. There's even pictures of them doing this stuff live in front of an audience.
Oh, really?
I don't know how elaborate they would be with. What's that?
This is like the 9/11 conspiracy.
Yeah, right, exactly. We're going to have loose change. We're going to have like a documentary about Ask Me Another.
Steel doesn't melt, man.
All right, so real quick, I did want to talk through how they formatted this show. So the first game, they had 2 contestants, and you can become a contestant by emailing them or something, and then I guess they have you actually there physically at the show. They record out of Brooklyn. So the first game was that what I told you, whether it was app is real or not. So just a guessing game. The second game, Totally False Eponyms, was just the easiest game. It was easy as shit. I grabbed 2 examples of these trivia questions. Play track 7.
When Conan O'Brien's sidekick isn't sitting on the couch, he's out in the field measuring earthquakes using this magnitude number system. The bald-headed star of the Fast and Furious franchise really gets into his work, doing thermal efficiency experiments in his trailer and creating this type of fuel.
It's like they're trying to sound like they're smart questions, but they're not smart questions. It's Richter scale and diesel fuel.
Yeah.
These are like anyone can answer these questions.
Well, I think you pulled the same one I did, but this one just made me fucking furious.
Okay.
Don't you know that you're not supposed to cross the stream?
Oh, yeah.
But we have to stop Gozer schemes. No, you're not supposed to cross the streams. But that marshmallow man is too extreme. We gotta blast it, yeah.
So, let me...
Yeah, how is this a trivia show? It's not you know what it reminded me of? These questions? When SNL used to do the Jeopardy things.
Yeah.
And Alex Shark would do like just a number. Just any number will do.
Just say your name. What is your name?
Exactly. Jesus Christ. How is this entertaining to listen to? And it's so obvious.
Yeah, well, to set it up, I guess, for the listeners there, that last clip we played, the reason the guy is singing it is that game that they're doing is they're describing a movie to the tune of I Heard It Through the Grapevine. So he does like 3 of basically the same verse of that song describing a movie. And that
I think he does 4 or 5. It's just over and over and over again. It's like, that's so boring and obnoxious.
But I mean, can you get any easier than, the name of the film is Ghostbusters.
Right.
I want you to say the word Ghostbusters.
Howard Stern played this game with Beetlejuice recently. That was called, the name of the game was The Answer is 5. And the answer to every question was 5. And it was just so funny. He's like, all right, now Beetle, if you want to get this right, the answer is going to be 5. And then he like asked the question, what's 3 plus 2? And Beetle like 7. Like, maybe for Beetlejuice this would be a tough game, but for anyone who's not retarded, you would think that this would be a really boring type of trivia show.
You'd be like,
so
who, me? Me, this is Ghostbusters.
I weigh 250 pounds.
250 pounds. Ghostbusters.
I weigh 75 pounds. So as I said, the second game was really dumb, and then the third game was, and this is really stupid too, but Patrick Stewart would just read lyrics to a song, and then you had to name what the song was. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't one of those things where you buzzed in as soon as you knew it, because the whole joke is that this British guy is, reciting the lyrics to a Britney Spears song or whatever. That's hilarious. So that was obviously easy. And then the fourth game is like impossible. So you have all these games that are just dumb and anyone could do it. And then listen to how they set up the fourth game, track 11.
Yes, this game is called Scientific Rhymerific. In this game, a scientific concept will be described in each clue, as well as some other considerably less scientific term that rhymes with it. You will have to give us the two-word rhyming answer. A little complicated. Puzzle guru Art Chung, can you give us an example?
The physicists thought they had achieved a reaction in which atomic nuclei form a heavier nucleus with the release of energy, but it was just a mirage or trick. So the answer to that clue is fusion illusion.
A cutie
is fucking crazy. You just blew some minds with that one.
I lost it. Like, he's reading what the game is about, and I lost focus. Like,
yeah, me too. It's so funny because all these other games are so easy. So then the fifth game after that one is what you were talking about with the guy singing the same verse of Heard It Through the Grapevine, but with just explaining movies so obviously. There's like Titanic's in there, and it's like, your love will still go on. It's like, right. Really? Could it be any easier? And then the sixth game is Sir Patrick Stewart is actually being quizzed. And they quiz him on Shakespeare, which he has a vast knowledge of because he's been a Shakespearean actor since 1966. So that was boring. It's like, yeah, he knows everything about Shakespeare. Neat. Whatever. And then the seventh game is the final round. And everyone who won their games earlier get to play in this final round. And this was a dumb premise. So the answer to the question contained a vowel in it, but the vowel could only appear one time. And the first answer would have to be an A. The second one would have to have an E. So it like went in order. It didn't even make sense.
Yeah.
And then the game ends with a third. Play track 14 and listen to how this whole hour-long game show ends.
Pat, food so delicious it literally makes you salivate can be described as this.
I don't know.
Yeah, you have no idea? All right, let's move to Fred. Fred, do you know?
Ambrosial? No.
No, I'm sorry, that's not right. Let's go to Steffi. She's looking at Allie.
No, I don't know.
3 seconds, no. Allie, do you know? No, shaking her head. Tom, if you know the answer, you're our grand prize winner.
Well, I'm really, really hoping it's mouth-watering.
That's right.
I love how the guy made sure that he enunciated. I'm hoping that it is mouth-watering.
Yeah, but you didn't phrase it as a question. So, right. What is mouth-watering? Yeah, it's pretty funny that these adults, these duds up on stage, none of them could figure out this easy answer. And meanwhile, you got Fusion Illusion, or whatever the fuck that other game was. It seemed to not fit in with the rest of this show at all.
No, I don't understand the reasoning for any of the games, really. But there's so many of them. I think they're just trying to justify the fact that this is a game show podcast. It's like, let's just cram a shit ton of games in here. that really don't relate all that much to each other. They're just sort of, I don't know, like bar games, like shit you would do like if you went to the bar and did like geek trivia or whatever the fuck that thing is called.
Well, I agree. Yeah, right. Geeks Who Drink. I agree, except for they're worse. They're convoluted in a way that they don't need to be. It doesn't make it more interesting. And this is amazing to me. You would think that coming up with these games would be pretty easy, but oh no, it's not easy for NPR. Play track 15.
Additional puzzle writing by Greg Lightman, Josiah Madigan, J. Keith Van Straten, and senior writers Kyle Beakley and Karen Lurie.
There's 5 people who write these puzzle games for this show, 2 of them being senior writers.
Right. Well, yeah, I've been around for a while, man. I'm a senior writer now for NPR podcasts, and
maybe you've heard of Totally False Eponyms. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Do you remember a little thing called Ghostbusters Song?
That's great.
Yeah, I was completely underwhelmed by the games on here. I really thought that NPR, being a major, player for radio and broadcasting, would bring, I don't know, just more substance to the games themselves. But it's really just a clever excuse to have a celebrity on,
Right. So I had mentioned I don't like NPR because I think that people who listen to it think they're smart, but it's actually really dumb. It's not quality, entertaining. When you listen to NPR and you listen to the newscasts, it couldn't be more boring. They don't have broadcasting down at all. They just read very quietly and with no emotion, or you know what I mean? They're just not professionals. And the other thing I hate about NPR is it's publicly funded. It's taxpayer dollars go towards NPR to fund it. And yet, for some reason, over the last few years, it's transitioned to now they just blatantly play commercials. They used to say, there's underwriting, and they would maybe mention the name of a company, but they wouldn't go through the taglines and everything else. I put a couple of the commercials in here. Play the NPR commercials.
Support for Ask Me Another comes from the Lagunitas Brewing Company. Leave no questions unasked. Because life is uncertain, don't sip. More at lagunitas.com.
Support for this podcast and the following message comes from 5th Generation, maker of Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito Beverage, yeah, that's his real name, incorporates the concepts of artisan craftsmanship found in boutique wineries into the spirits industry to create Tito's Handmade Vodka.
Yeah.
So not only are they taking advertising dollars, but guess who whenever they decide who the target audience is who's actually listening to this, it's alcoholics, apparently, is who's listening to this shit. Don't think you're so smart, NPR listener. Apparently, based on all the calculations they've done, you're an alcoholic.
Right. I love to listen to those goddamn songs.
Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. This is hilarious.
I think that's a Ghostbusters 2. Oh, no, it's the first one. Oh, God.
And then, so they're getting taxpayer dollars. They're also supplementing that with this revenue from advertisers. And yet these are the prizes they give away. Play track 13.
Not only is Hillary Ann Kotler going to get an Ask Me Another Anagram t-shirt, but you, Sir Patrick Stewart, are also going to get an Ask Me Another Anagram t-shirt. Thank you so much.
You know how celebrities usually will donate their game show winnings to charity?
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to donate that t-shirt to charity? That's the worst prize I've ever heard of, and it's embarrassing to give it to a celebrity.
I'm Sir Patrick Stewart. I'm going to give my t-shirt to a sick kid with cancer.
You're a hero, Mr. Stewart.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You were playing when Sir Patrick Stewart first came on, they had an interview session. And that was awkward, too, because it was him promoting the new TV show that he's doing.
Yeah.
Which didn't fit the format at all of this game show. They introduced him in the beginning, but they didn't bring him out. And then they played a game, and then they did bring him out. And then they did an interview. And I was wondering, going back to the show we did last week, We're Alive, which was all about post-apocalyptic zombie, pre-scripted serial show.
Right.
What if we combine the two? I want to hear what it would sound like if Sir Patrick Stewart were being interviewed in We're Alive.
I'm Ophira Eisenberg, and with me right now is our very important puzzler, Sir Patrick Stewart.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We're happy to have you. I know this was not much of a commute for you, because you're now a neighborhoodie.
But nevertheless, I still had my limo drive me here and drop me off. You know, you have to keep up appearances. That's...
Maybe that doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't fit.
No, like especially the fart at the end. I think throws it off. It's I can't.
That was actually Sir Patrick Stewart.
I'm sorry for that.
Mexican food around here is delicious.
Speaking of farting, did you know there's an application you could use to figure out what you've eaten when you're farted?
Do you have any other clips that you wanted to go through?
Let's see. Oh, there's this one where they interview one of the contestants, and I just thought her voice was annoying.
Now, Robin, I know that you are a part-time pirate, and
I am.
I'm just going to let you elaborate.
I'm a pirate in Baltimore. My name is Scurvy Sal. I get to sneeze on children for a living. They find it utterly delightful, by which I mean they run away screaming, and that's exactly what I want them to do.
That's incredible. All right.
It's not easy being green.
Oh my god. I get to sneeze on kids.
Yeah, what was she talking about? So she's a pirate and she sneezes on children?
She's Scurvy Sally, and yeah, she gets to sneeze on kids. I don't know.
That sounds like a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
They should look into that. I feel like someone should do something.
Yeah. It's, at the end, Sir Patrick Stewart tells, I don't know, I guess his favorite, part of a Shakespeare play, and it just brings the whole fucking room down. It's just so depressing. So
introduced to a statue that was made of his wife, and someone says to him, if you believe, she will come back to life. And the statue steps down off her plinth and gives her ex-husband her hand, and he says, oh, she's warm. Devastating.
That is creepy.
Yeah.
What?
The audience had no idea how to respond to that.
Yeah. he brings them down this whole, he was so, there was a statue, and he gets off of it, and he holds his hat, and all this whole thing, and they're ready to laugh.
Right.
They're like,
right.
oh, he's serious. It's very uncomfortable.
Yes, it was. It's a weird format for a show. Patrick Stewart's usually very funny on shows, but when you put somebody in a situation like this, it makes it very difficult for the guest.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, it seemed like he kind of knew what to expect with this show, but then again, I don't know. If he was like, oh, I'm going to be playing games. Oh, I'm trying to do my Sir Patrick Stewart.
It's not bad.
Okay.
It's actually not bad. I think you're on point. You're good enough that it's discouraging me from trying. So I have a clip on here. We'll just pull this out randomly. I don't remember what it is, but I called it, apparently this is hilarious.
Sir Patrick, take it away.
She was a fast machine. She kept her motor clean. She was the best damn woman that I ever seen. She had the sightless eyes, telling me no lies, knocking me out with those American thighs.
As someone who loves AC/DC, that was amusing to me. But
oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay. This is where I maybe didn't appreciate it when I listened to it the first time through, because as I had mentioned, that was the third game where he reads the lyrics and you have to say what the name of it is. And as soon as he said the very first thing, she was a fast machine, I'm like, oh, you shook me all night long.
Right.
And then he just keeps going through it. I'm like, oh, what are we doing here? Why are we still going down this road? What is everyone waiting for? This is so easy.
Yeah, no, I feel like they were like, let him go through it a little bit.
Let him get his great thighs, delivery out there. It was so amazing.
Let me put my love into you, babe. I'm just trying the other AC/DC songs.
What if instead he was doing Lick It Up?
Lick It Up. I wish I knew the lyrics to that, but I don't.
Oh, I think the lyrics go, lick it up, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's only right, girl.
Lick it up.
No, the best lyric from Lick It Up is, you gotta live like you're on vacation. I'm guessing that Gene Simmons dated a chick once who would only swallow when she was on vacation or something as a special occasion. So he just threw that lyric in there.
Yes, that's a very, very true story. We were on vacation in the Philippines with my wife at the time. She was not my wife. Her name was Shannon. And when we went on this vacation trip, she would swallow my semen. And that is the only time that she would do so. Make sure you buy the Kiss coffin when it comes out on market. Yes, you can be buried in a Kiss coffin.
I was waiting for you to transition to promotional. Gene Simmons has never answered a question without transitioning to selling something. So some type of merchandise or something he's got coming up. He's the worst. He's the worst interviewee ever.
I just want you to know, Carl, that this entire episode of the podcast is brought to you by the new Kiss Pez dispensers. Yes, Kiss now dispenses candy from our necks, and you can get this candy anywhere you can find Pez. Just wanted to let you know that Kiss is always at the forefront in the Kiss Army.
Just a shout out to our sponsors. Kiss is awesome, the greatest band ever. We love Kiss. All right. I just have a couple more random ones to play just to get through the rest of this. Here's one I call terrible anecdote, and this is one of the contestants, and this is a terrible anecdote.
So my sister used to have this little ceramic owl that was in a pot, like on a spring, and you would like push it down and it would bounce back up. There's a certain species of owl that in Russian is called filin. So my sister would say, I have a feeling I can't hide.
Totally worth it. That was totally worth it.
Yeah, that was not totally worth it. And they must have laugh signs and applause signs. They're lighting them up all over the place.
Yeah.
Whoever's working those signs is not making enough money. And another example of what we've been talking about, a seemingly fake audience. Play track 9 on there.
Well, everyone knows if you want something to sound smart and highbrow, is you have to get a British person to say it. And since we have the smartest, classiest Brit with us...
Is that how you would react to those sentences?
Yeah, I don't know. I know audience reactions always are fucking weird to me.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things that I hate the most is when people, and I think I mentioned it last podcast too, when people are put on mic that are asked something, if they're in a crowd or they're asked something, usually on TV, they always woo after they say something. So they'll be like, oh yeah, you want to shout out to somebody? And they're like, oh yeah, I want to just shout out to my mother and my brother. Woo! Like everybody feels that they need to woo when they talk on a microphone. I don't understand.
So you're talking specifically about Price is Right with Drew Carey when he lets them do their shout out.
Yeah,
and they can't just say, yeah, hey, I just want to say to Elizabeth back home, thanks for watching. It has to be my mom and Elizabeth. Woo!
Yeah, exactly. Or like any, and I blame TRL because that's always that was like the cliche with that TRL show, if you remember
shout
that.
Out. Yes.
Yeah, they would say, could you shout out to blah, 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 and then they would, whatever the fucking girl would be, because it's always chicks on that show. She'd be like, I want to shout out to my mother and my father who sent me here on their dime. Woo!
TRL. How old is that? That's some poll you just grabbed there.
Yeah, I was
What
reaching.
was that show on the air?
I don't Well, all right. Here's a more contemporary.
I like it. It's right, but I'm just thinking, what percentage of the people listening to us is going to know what the fuck TRL is?
I hope a lot. But how about what's the New Year's Rockin' Eve? That's another one.
Oh, that's awkward. That's an awkward show. Holy shit, that's hard to get through.
Yeah, they always have to say, who do you what's your resolution, or who do you want to say hello to? And they're like, my cousin in DC and my woo. Like they don't even finish half the time.
They can't get the woo out fast enough.
Right? Yeah.
I just want to skip to the woo part. Woo. So, Kevin, NPR has really bad shows, as we've proven with these two. Guess how many podcasts NPR is currently putting out on the market?
Well, I don't know the exact number, but I know it's a shit ton.
There's 34 different podcasts.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's like, why don't you guys just get one of these right and then move on to number 2?
Right. Holy shit, that's way more than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So I think I'm going to put this to Russ. I'm not going to rail on NPR anymore. I'm moving on.
All right, good.
I feel like I have closure now with NPR, but I did want to do another show that obviously has a pretty good size audience and is garbage. So I'm glad we listened to it. Did you have anything else you wanted to play from Ask Me Another before we put it to bed?
No, I think I'm good.
Awesome. All right. Well, with that, now we move on to the part of our show where we tease the show we're going to make fun of next week. This is a crowd favorite. Why don't you play next week's teaser? Sometimes I pull out clips of a show and you have no idea what it is and I have to explain it to you. This one, I pulled a clip that exactly explains what the show is.
Hello, this is minute 42 of As If, the podcast about Clueless, where we talk about Clueless minute by minute. I am Joel Torres, your host, and with me today is Ben Sunday.
Hey.
And Lindsay Busco.
Hello.
This minute 42, starts with Elton saying, "Fine," in one of those voices, and ends with Elton speeding off like an asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, yeah, he is an asshole for just totally ditching her and sucks, but she also should not be getting back in that car.
Wow.
Kevin, this is so it's a daily podcast, and every podcast they put out each day is looking at 60 seconds worth of the movie Clueless and analyzing that 60 seconds worth of Clueless.
Oh my God. What?
So the one that I pulled is minute number 42. It's called Clown Liquor. It's an 18-minute long podcast about the minute 42 of the movie Clueless.
What? How? The premise, I've heard the premise before of dissecting a movie or whatever. But why limit yourself to 1 minute? I mean, how much can happen in 1 minute?
Oh, Clueless is pretty nuanced and layered, my friend.
Apparently.
There's a lot going on there.
Wow. Holy shit. I cannot wait to listen to this.
I know. I'm actually excited about it. This is going to be fun. I might listen to a bunch of these episodes.
Yeah.
I want to see what these dum-dums come up with. Because if you told me to talk about a single minute of time in the movie Clueless, the show would be less than a minute long. I could sum it up pretty quickly, I bet.
What would be a movie that you would want to do this? Like if we were going to do a podcast about a movie,
dude,
what would we do?
Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
I thank you so
Wouldn't
much for saying
that would rule.
Jesus. I would love to do that. I think I could do that. Definitely.
All right. So, who are these guys talking about Pee-wee's Big Adventure? Is that the next podcast?
Yes. What does that break down to? W-A?
I gotta write it out. Okay. Hold on. Does it spell a word? Because that would make it easier.
Are you trying to drive me crazy?
Oh, Jesus.
What would be your choice for a movie?
Honestly, I was hoping you said that because I fucking love Pee-wee's Big Adventure. It's my favorite movie. But I really enjoy Dumb and Dumber and Kingpin. That's another movie I really like a lot. Big Lebowski, I think would be
would be an interesting one to analyze for me anyway, is the original Willy Wonka.
Oh yeah.
The beginning of it is a fucking bore fest, and there are songs that just drag on. But as soon as Willy Wonka is introduced, there's actually a lot of there's a lot of reading between the lines. I feel like that might be an interesting one to do.
Yeah. I know that's that's one of your favorite movies, right?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Way to embarrass me in front of everybody.
Oh, Jesus. There's way more embarrassing movies than that.
All right. So we're going to listen to this Clueless podcast, and I think based on what they do wrong, we can figure out how we can make our Pee-wee's Big Adventure podcast way better.
Exactly.
We'll just do the opposite of whatever they do, and we'll have an awesome podcast about Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
So this minute is where he's preparing breakfast at the beginning of the movie. And he says, "Good morning, Mr. Breakfast."
Now you'll notice that his bunny slippers, the left slipper is a little bit larger than the right slipper, and I don't know if they weren't able to get a matching pair before production started, or...
Oh, God.
So please, people, join us again next week, because it might be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We want to remind our listeners you can check us out on whoarethese.com and on Facebook. We're always looking for podcast suggestions, so send us an email, leave us a comment, or post a nasty death threat. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called As If. The episode is entitled Minute 42, Clown Liquor. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP, everybody. Hello.
Kevin, how's it going, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day to you.
Thanks.
Everybody thinks that we're fathers now that doesn't know us.
I don't care what they think. So we listened to this show called As If that breaks down the movie Clueless. And when I say breaks down, it breaks it down.
Yeah.
The show we listened to was about 60 seconds worth of the movie, starting in the 42nd minute. And they only covered what happened in that 60 seconds, which was literally just dialogue between two characters. Right. Kevin, did you go and watch the part of the movie that they were reviewing?
What do you think? I prepare for this show? No.
Okay.
No.
So Clueless is on Netflix. So I went on and I found it and I watched the part. And I actually listened to minute 43 also, the show after this show. And I have a bunch of clips from that one too. So I went and I watched the movie because the way they're talking about this is if it's some marvel of cinema. I had to go back and watch it and say, I remember watching Clueless in the 90s. Is it really as amazing as people are talking about? So I think I have a pretty good reference and can explain and kind of see through the bullshit a little bit because I did do my homework on this one.
All right. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie since probably when it came out, like whatever, 95 or whatever, when this movie came out. And I don't remember a whole lot of it except that Paul Rudd is in it and Alicia Silverstone at the height of her short miniskirt fame. That's all I really remember about this. Oh yeah,
what's her name? Alicia Silverstone.
Yeah.
She made it possible to listen to terrible Aerosmith songs all the way through.
That's very true.
That's what she's really famous for, because there's no way I would listen to Pink or whatever the fuck those music videos were in the 90s. They were atrocious Aerosmith songs. Just the worst garbage you've ever heard. But I would sit there and watch the entire video.
Well, yeah, because... I
didn't even turn the sound down. I could have. I just like, all right, I'm all in.
Well, the funny part to me is that he put his daughter, like Liv Tyler was in those, and she was like half dressed. But let's just say Alicia Silverstone caused... a lot of seed spilling in the mid-90s.
Dude, according to DNA research, I am a fan. DNA research on my sheets.
A lot of tissues were used back in the day when this movie was popular. So
I was crying when I met you. Now I'm dying just to let you do what you do. I don't even know. Anyway, I feel like I'm doing the thing from the podcast last week where they had Patrick Stewart reading the AC/DC lyrics. I was crying when I met you. Pink is my new obsession.
Crazy for being... What's that? I don't know. There's another song, Crazy or whatever.
Crazy About You, Baby.
Crazy About You, Baby.
Oh, I fucking know those songs. That's so disturbing. Okay.
Yeah, so...
Kevin, I want to play you a clip from the show that I think best sums it up for me. That's how we like to start off, to give our listeners an idea of the craptacular podcast that we listen to. So if you don't mind, would you play track 3, please?
This is a crucial moment in Cher's character development, because this is basically what she has been saying about what is
I have that one pulled too.
That guy's voice is crazy.
His voice is the creepiest thing to me. Like, it sounds like... To me, it sounded like there was, like, two, like... I don't know, maybe, like... our age, maybe a little younger, like, mid-30s or something, people doing the show. And then there was this guy who sounded like he was in his mid-50s doing this show. Like, he just does not sound right.
So you got that clip also?
I have that clip. I mean, that's not the one I want to play for this one, but this is just like, I don't know, this sums it up. There's a lot of plugs at the end of the show, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point. They do about 3 or 4 minutes worth of plugging other podcasts.
In an 18-minute long podcast. So it is a good 20 to 25% of the show is plugs at the end.
Yeah. And
it's amazing.
I just want the audience, I'm going to play this one, and this just sums up how ridiculous this entire show is to me. How many times do you hear this girl say the word in this plug? All right, here we go.
All right.
Check those out.
I have a podcast called Forgotten Failures, where we watch forgotten or otherwise obscure movies and determine whether or not they were actually forgettable or not. It's super fun. And I've also guested on a podcast called Can We Just Be Friends, which is super fun. And that's on the Rhymes with Nerdy network.
I'm sorry.
You know what? When I was listening to that part, I didn't clip it, but I was picking up on the super fun thing that she kept. She was like in a super fun daze. I do this show. It's super fun. And if you want to check out this, super fun and super fun. What is she talking about? There's nothing that's super fun about these shows. They're fucking boring as shit.
Yeah, I just, going back to what we were talking about at the end of but when we were teasing this last week, I don't understand where. Okay, so you choose this movie, right? So you've got Clueless, and they're making some connections to Jane Austen.
Yes, Emma.
Right.
I guess it's apparently based on the novel Emma.
All right, so they're making so that I understand. Okay, so there's some deeper meaning behind this movie or whatever. But where do you say, oh, what would really be unique about this podcast is if we review 1 minute of the movie and take 20 minutes to discuss this 1 minute of the movie. I don't know, just give yourself a little more leeway and be like, you know what, let's do 20 minutes of the movie or 10 or 5 minutes of the movie. Something where you actually can have more to talk about than a 60-second snippet of a
So you're saying the rules that they've created have made this intrinsically boring. And I 100% agree. There's the confines of the concept have made it impossible for them to be interesting. Because how could you talk about 60 seconds of a comedy movie, a C plus comedy movie from the 90s, take 60 seconds of it and try to have an 18-minute long podcast? It doesn't make any sense. It can't be done. And I'll give you an example of this because that was a thing when we were looking at this, how the fuck is this going to be 18 minutes long? Here's how they do it. There is a part where, just let me set up this clip and then we'll play it. In the background, behind the main character, there's a sign for a business. You wouldn't even know it if you didn't pause it and stare at it, because that's what I had to do to find this thing. But listen to the discussion around just the sign in the background for a business. Track 7.
I don't know if it's just registering a business name with the state or what, but you see a lot of misspelled things, quick. Sometimes it becomes QIK for some businesses. It feels like that's what the pack and mail is that they were like, how can we make our business seem like it's for mailing and packing, but obscure it so that we're not taking someone else's name that already exists.
Yeah.
She's explaining why the name of the company is PAK Mail. And that was a part of it. They talked about that for a while.
Yeah. The guy, the creepy dude was like, I'm so pissed off at the business name, that business name packet.
Yeah. Right. Who gives a shit? It's a sign in the background. They're on a street in LA. What's the difference?
Because they're reaching for anything to fucking talk about it because it's a dumb premise. I'm sorry. It's a stupid.
It is. It's a terrible
premise to do 60 seconds of them. I love movies. Review fucking any. Look, you know what? Next week we should do fucking Dude, Where's My Car and break that down. I'm
ready to do that right now. Let's go.
But I mean, pick whatever shitball movie you want to and review it. That's totally cool. But the 60-second limit thing, that's putting a huge hamper on a lot.
Right, because it's not even a scene. You're not even reviewing a scene. This 60 seconds, because I did a dummy go do my homework and actually watch the 60 seconds. It picks up in the middle of a conversation, and then it ends before the scene is over, which has a couple of other crucial parts that they should be discussing, but they can't because of the rules of this. They even talk about it. They're like, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a thing that comes up next that's pretty important. And it's like, who are you spoiling this for? Someone's watching this movie a minute at a time and then waiting for your podcast to come out? What the fuck do you think is going on here?
I didn't even think about that. But yeah, so
it's so fucking dumb. Like, feel free to discuss the whole fucking movie. It doesn't make a difference. And then, by the way, speaking of that actually segues nicely into a clip that I call, "What movie does this retard think she's watching?"
Kind of skipping ahead with the rest of the movie, but it never gets resolved. It's not really a spoiler, but they never. This is the end of Elton and Cher, really.
Yeah, that's
which
true.
Which is weird because he's around still, but it's just kind of swept under the rug and no one talks about it. It's weird.
So she's discussing how the scene that just happened does not get resolved. No shit. This is not The Godfather Part 2. It's Clueless. It's a fucking comedy.
It's 1 minute of the movie.
It's 1 minute of a fucking comedy. Dude, do you think that, like, are people watching Caddyshack and going, wait a second, Rodney Dangerfield only pretended to break his arm during that tournament. He didn't really break his arm. Why don't they come back to that? And, the judge should be upset about this, and he should have some medical tests. Like, it's a fucking comedy. It's a device. There's no reason why this should be resolved. What is she fucking talking about?
Oh, my arm. I think it's broken. I can love that.
I know. Well, right. But if they were analyzing Godfather 2 and they found a plot hole, that could be discussed because it's a fucking masterpiece. But this is Clueless. I have to keep saying that. This is the movie Clueless.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it doesn't, I mean, I can, like I said, almost excuse it based on the fact that I like movies. And I don't like Clueless. I don't remember liking it except the eye candy. Of the movie, but I understand what they're trying to do, but they're just limiting themselves with it. And then, like you said, it's like no one is. She says something about spoiler in here, like someone's going to be watching the movie and is like, "Fuck, man, son of a bitch! I was going to watch that next minute tomorrow." Fuck.
Son of a bitch! I want to meet that person who's getting thrown his hat. I'm picturing someone throwing his hat on the floor. Like, what the fuck? This doesn't get resolved.
Throwing his fedora on the floor. Son of a.
The other thing that they do, so aside from analyzing things down to signs that are in the background with nonsensical conversations around it. Who gives a shit how you register a business name or why you would name your business PAK or whatever? Who gives a fuck? But I love the part where they go into psychological deep dives into like motivations of what people are doing and what they're thinking and why they're doing it. These are made up characters. And in some cases, when they're talking about these people, these are not people who are main characters. They're just in the movies to further along the plot line of the main characters. But they want to go in and do a deep dive and figure out what's going on. Play track 5.
This is some like weird like abuse technique to make him seem like somebody who keeps her safe by abandoning her in the middle of the night in a place she doesn't know.
And also, it could be interpreted as him humiliating her in order to sort of mollify his ego after being humiliated by her through her rejection of that.
And there is like a whole other movie that can be made of like the aftermath of this night, and how no one believes Cher's side of the story because women lie. Mm-hmm. I can see a Lifetime movie being made out of the fallout from this evening.
Fucking retard. So this is a 60-second part of the movie Clueless, and this woman's thinking that this should have a whole trilogy built around it, this incident that happens. And I should take a quick step back and explain the part of the movie that they're talking about. This guy, Elton, who's into Cher, which is Alicia Silverstone's character, is driving her home from a party, and he tries to make moves on her, and she refuses, and he gets pissed and drops her off and drives away.
Right.
Okay. That literally was what their podcast should have been, what I just said.
Right. Yeah,
This should have been a 7-second podcast instead of 18 minutes.
Yeah, I got another one of these deep thoughts here.
Elton is definitely a guy who's very invested in this idea of social hierarchy within the high school setting.
Social hierarchy?
Oh, dude. All right. So you got to play. I have a clip that overlaps. I call it Hierarchy Without an I. Listen to the way this guy pronounces the word hierarchy.
very invested in this idea of social hierarchy within the high school setting. And he feels like anything, him hooking up with Cher, if he can like justify it through the hierarchy, then like you said, it's airtight. Like there's no possible way to contradict that, because that hierarchy is everything.
It's a word he can't pronounce, and he keeps using it over and over again. It's hierarchy.
It sounds like one of those words that like feminists make up. Like, it's hierarchy. You know what I mean?
Story. Yeah, right.
The hierarchy.
I thought that Z was really interested in the... Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Hierarchy. That's not a word, buddy. That's not a word.
I have a clip I just called "Creepy Guy is Creepy." I don't even remember exactly.
You're not going to walk all the way back, are you, baby? Or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
The guy does not fit.
Guy's voice.
He just doesn't fit with the rest of the thing. I mean, whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being fucking overly critical, but it's just like
critical. I don't think so. That's not our MO.
See how meta is this podcast that we're doing right now? Because we're reviewing a podcast that's reviewing 1 minute of.
Yeah, so you're right. So we've taken a podcast 18 minutes. This should be 7 seconds, and now we're going to do a 40-minute podcast talking about this 18-minute podcast. Right. If this were to continue on, like let's say someone makes fun of our podcast, this 60 seconds in shitty cinema history could turn into like millions of hours of content.
And it's all based off of 60 seconds of some shitball 90s movie.
Mind blown. Like, that's like, holy shit. I feel like Malcolm Gladwell's next book is going to be about that. One thing that I noticed about these guys, and I did listen to a podcast that you didn't listen to, also the Next Minute 43, which were all different hosts, which is a whole other thing we need to talk about. But one thing I noticed is that these guys, in every other show we listen to where there's multiple hosts, they're always talking over each other and interrupting each other, and it's annoying. These guys do not do that. They are very respectful when someone else is talking, actually to a point where it's not good. If you play track 2, I call this, feel free to interrupt this dummy before she embarrasses herself. There were so many chances for somebody to come in and just help her with her whatever she's trying to explain, and they just let her die. It's great.
And his response to that is just so, like, it's so douchey. Because he's like, why would I go with Ty? Don't you even know who my father is? Which is, it is just terrible.
I didn't edit that at all. She takes a pause. She's just waiting for someone to step in, and then she's like, it's just terrible. Yeah. I can't believe the bad guy in this movie is acting like that.
As she's tying a rope to a fucking beam.
These people are so dumb. They're like, I like the protagonist, but the antagonist, that person's a jerk. That's kind of the way it fucking works, idiots.
I like the hierarchy. Oh, gee. The social standing.
You played a part earlier, the clip where the woman was plugging other things she does.
Yeah.
I have a clip that's right before that when they go into the plugs, and I call this the plugs. Plugs!
We're going to go straight to the plugs here before we get any more depressed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ben, go ahead. What do you got?
Yeah, I have film writing on 366weirdmovies.com, as well as the Brattle Theater Film Notes blog. And so if you want to hear more opinions from me about film, go ahead and check it out.
And I've heard you on the Clueless podcast also. Minute 38, 39, 40, and 41. You were pretty good.
Oh, yeah, I highly recommend that.
Check those out.
Why are these people doing plugs? They're nobodies. Kevin, you and I both listen to podcasts where they have celebrities on and comedians, and they say, okay, what are the plugs? Oh, I have a date coming up. I have a movie coming out. Right. These people have fucking nothing going on, and they're doing 4 minutes of plugs.
Yeah, it was a lot of promotion for other shows in there.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
I want the other guy to be like, you can catch me on my other podcast. It's called Upskirt Minute. And it's It's me. I have some GoPros duct taped to my ankles. I like to walk up to unsuspecting females and get upskirt shots for your pleasure, and then I discuss them 1 minute at a time on my podcast.
I also host the Jailbait Instagram account. You guys are going to enjoy that. I find girls who are noticeably underage and sexualize them.
Yes.
So that's something else to look forward to, as I am a creep in every sense of the word.
This guy is probably like a fucking principal of a high school or something. We're like totally fucking...
His voice alone makes him a creep. So sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Here's a track, because these guys talk about themselves a lot, like with these plugs and shit. I don't remember exactly what is on here, but I called this track "Holy Narcissism, Batman."
And I've also, funny coincidence, been on like the last 4 or 5 episodes of this podcast with Ben and Joel. So if you just started with minute 42 and you're like, hey, this is pretty good stuff, but I really want to listen specifically to these people, go back like 4 or 5 episodes.
I also recommend that.
Jesus.
That's fucking awesome. So let's assume you're starting at minute 42 on the As If Clueless podcast, which Kevin and I are the only 2 fucking people on the face of the earth who've done that.
Yeah.
And trust me, we're not going to go back and listen to the ones before this. But this show was so boring and had nothing going on. And this woman thought that at the end of it, she's like, you're probably going to want to go back and listen to the other shows that I'm on. So let me just tell you which ones to listen to.
Yeah.
But this brings me to another point that is fascinating to me. This podcast, where they put out, an episode for every minute of the movie. So if it's 90 minutes, there's going to be 90 podcasts. They have different hosts, and they mix and match who's on there talking about the minute, which is bizarre. So the next minute 43, are 3 totally different people.
Yeah, that is strange to me. Like, I understand, like, maybe mixing it up, like, but having the same, like, having one main person that's on all of them.
Right.
But,
well, you would think that there'd be someone who was so passionate about the movie Clueless that they were the driving force behind this concept. And they're like, all right, I'm doing a thing about Clueless. Anybody wants in, if you're into Clueless, you can be on the show. And yeah, maybe have like a co-host and then mix in special guests or something like that. But this is just people who are desperate to be on podcasts. And I'll prove it. Play track 17.
When did you first see Clueless?
Jordan, you go first.
Okay, so honestly, this is the first time I watched it the whole way through.
So this guy's like, you want to be on this Clueless podcast? He's like, fuck yeah, I do. I should probably watch it, though. I don't know what the fuck it
is. What's Clueless? It's a movie? All right, yeah.
It's a movie? And so that was from episode 43, which is a whole different cast. And these people are delusional in other ways. Play track 12, I call this, is this possibly true?
There's so many great articles out on Clueless now because everyone's obsessed with it.
What?
Who the fuck is obsessed with Clueless?
The
reason why I picked this podcast is because I was appalled that someone was devoting their time to this fucking movie.
This is just one of those, like, I guess it's like a cult class, like a hit thing or something. I don't even know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm a fucking movie nerd, and I feel like I am abreast of the goings-ons, and I don't know anything about Clueless being like this little sleeper hit that everyone loves. I mean, I know they made a TV show out of it and shit, but I don't know. It's weird. And Alicia Silverstone
more than
is
I do.
batshit crazy now, by the way.
Well, she is a woman.
No, but I mean, she was like...
Carl, and who are these? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, what was... like a few years ago, Alicia Silverstone was like on the news because she had a kid. She had a kid, and she was doing something where she was like pre-chewing his food.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was pre-chewing his food and like giving it back to him like a fucking baby bird. Like,
she's one of those people.
Yeah. She's like weird or something. Like she's like completely fucking lost. I think, you know what? It was being in Batman and Robin. It was playing Batgirl.
Yeah, that sunk her, man.
Yeah.
That was brutal. That was worse than those Aerosmith songs somehow. Some guy was like, I want to make a Batman movie that sucks worse than Steven Tyler singing a love ballad. And he fucking pulled it off.
Oh, God.
So this minute 43, Cher gets out of the car. The Elton douchebag guy drives away, and now she's out in the middle of a place where there's nobody around, and she gets mugged.
Oh, wait. You just totally spoiled the next fucking minute for me.
I should have known. Dude, spoiler alert. If you haven't watched minute 43 yet, please turn off the show. So she gets mugged, and that's what these guys are talking about on this next show. So if you play track 13, this is another psychoanalysis of just a made-up bullshit thing with made-up people doing made-up stuff, and they're like analyzing it as if it were real. The mugger says thanks as he walks away, and this is the analysis.
Initially, like, she starts giving him a hard time, and then she cooperates. So I think he felt that this ended up being a successful mugging. You know, he's appreciative that it all went well.
All right, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking go out on a limb here and say we all need to get other things to do. We all need to figure out something else in our lives that
we've run out of problems.
Yeah, why are we doing this? Why is this a thing? God damn it, man.
All right, well, I'm 100% with you, but I'm not done yet. Here is more brilliant analysis of the mugger part. Play track 14.
But one thing I did notice that while, as you point out, Jordan, it is his job, he doesn't seem to be very good at it because he missed the diamond earrings that she was wearing, as well as the diamond necklace. Although I think it was a diamond necklace, it looked fancy, but it was certainly diamond earrings because I paused it and stared at it. And then she counts to 3, looks back, and gets up, which I thought was kind of ballsy and impressive, considering that she's obviously, like we said, never been mugged before in a really sketchy area, and the guy had a gun on her. Off of that, we go into another Cher VO where she declares that her evening had turned into a royal mess and she'd been sexually harassed and robbed.
Okay.
So this Cher is a made-up character who does not actually exist, and they're explaining how she's never been mugged before, and the made-up mugger who had a made-up gun, like that's really ballsy. She would give after 3 seconds, considering this made-up guy with a made-up gun had that gun. Do they not understand how movies work? Do they think they're watching a documentary? Do they think they're watching a reality show? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Yeah, I was watching Clue on Vice, on the Viceland network.
You're watching Clueless?
Yeah, Clueless. What I took away from that clip was both of those female hosts had lisps. And I don't understand.
And they also get vocal fry a lot too. They're super annoying to listen to. So that was a long clip, but it started off with them explaining how this mugger is not very good at his job because she's wearing diamond earrings and a necklace.
Diamond earrings.
So diamond earrings. So of course, because this movie is so amazing, one of the co-hosts decides he needs to explain away the plot hole. So listen to this. So this is just speculation as to why the mugger would not have stolen the diamond earrings when you would think a mugger most certainly would. Play track 15.
Jewelry.
So yeah, maybe he just doesn't have someone he knows that he can take those like expensive looking jewelry to that wouldn't turn him in.
This guy's explaining how a fence works. Like, oh yeah, he doesn't have a fucking fence that he could bring him to, man, and totally fucking like sell him.
This guy's underground network of buyers and redistributors is a little off. Like, he could get a handbag, no problem, but if he's got a diamond, man, that dude's gonna turn him in. Like, what the fuck kind of analysis and made up horse shit? Like you said before, like, really, is this what we're doing? Is this what we're spending our time with, making up shit?
Yeah.
And And this fucking mugger part is 18 seconds of the movie. The mugger comes in, hey, give me your handbag, and then he runs away. And listen to the fucking deep dive they take into not even just what happened in the movie, but now they're looking at the guy who played the mugger in the movie, play track 16.
And then I clicked on, again, to see what he was doing. And I learned that last year, in 2015, he was arrested for possessing child pornography. And then let's bring the podcast down. And in January 2016 of this year, he pled guilty to promoting a sexual performance by a child and possessing obscene performances. Oddly enough, he went from playing a mugger to directing 32 episodes of Law and Order, and yet got arrested and is impending some sort of legal action right now.
I feel like everyone has that they've directed 32 episodes of Law and Order on their resume.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. It's not impressive. I mean, I'm already up to 20.
Exactly.
Did you hear the nervous laughter when she talks about child pornography? The one girl's like, like, what the fuck are you bringing that up for? If you found that information, just let it be. This guy is not only possessed child pornography, but he was arrested for promoting sex among minors. It's like, okay, that's horrific.
Right.
This guy has 18 seconds of screen time in this shitty fucking movie. Let's just move on.
Right.
There's no reason to bring that up.
I just love that the whole thing is being read by Sylvester the cat. Fucker and fuckotash. There's so many kids that were raped.
All right, you just made child pornography funny. Good job. That's not an easy feat. All right, I have a couple more clips that I do want to get to. I don't know if there's other things that we missed that you want to circle back on.
As far as clips are concerned, I mean, I didn't get many of them, and a lot of them are kind of have been repeated so far. So this was just them discussing why this wasn't a good minute, and it's not a fun minute.
Hey, this isn't a fun minute to talk about. It's just really gross and creepy.
No, yeah. So the minute that they just reviewed, this is before the mugging. Is not
right. This is just them having the dialogue in the car, and he tries to make out with her, and she says no.
Yeah, it's not a fun minute, Carl. It's not.
Yeah, they're like this is the darkest minute of this movie. They use the word dark. Like, okay, come on, guys. It's fucking Clueless.
So yeah, that's all I think I have as far as my in-depth analysis of this shitball podcast.
So the episode, the minute 43, the show that I listen to with all different hosts, they also do this whole plugs part at the end. Apparently that's part of the format of this terrible show. And so this is a clip that I call No Shit.
I have to confess that this is my first podcast I've ever been on.
Wow. I had no idea. You're such a natural. Well, what I love about that is because I made the point before that they have these plugs for nobodies who have nothing going on. It's like, all right, so, Lindsay, what do you want to plug? I actually have to go to work now. I have a shift at Arby's. It's like nothing to fucking plug. These people are not doing anything. They're not talented artists. What the fuck are we talking about?
I've got to go. I've got to try to get a hold of the Tweety bird who then
I want to plug $5 footlongs all weekend at Subway. I'll be there Saturday from 5 till 10.
I've got to go spin a sign on a corner to tell you to buy mattresses.
I got to spin my pizza sign in front of Little Caesars from 2 to 4, and then I go out to the mattress store from 5 to 7. They have nothing to fucking plug. I just have one more clip that I want to play. I call it unnecessary censorship. They actually put in like a bleep. And Kevin, I want you to help me break this down. Play track 6.
Yeah, like if a woman is nice to you consistently, then they must want to with you in some way.
Yeah, I remember asking myself, what is it that they're like?
What word did she use? Yeah, because she says they must want to blank with you, which you would think would be sleep with you.
Right.
But it wouldn't be a swear word. You wouldn't, like, what swear word could you possibly say, this chick wants to blank with me? Cream pie? Was it cream pie? Like, what is the term she was using there? Was it bukkake?
Bukkake.
I think this chick wants to bukkake with me. I mean, she must have said sleep. I don't know why they put in a bleep there. That was very bizarre.
Fuck her and fuck my cock.
I think Sylvester needs to be a reoccurring character on this show.
Oh,
I'm liking this guy. I'm liking this guy. All right, one more point that I want to make on this show, and really, I'm going to put this out there for all podcasters. It's something that I've seen. Kevin and I have been doing this show for a while now, so we listen to a lot of shitty podcasts. And there's a theme that's going on. I think it has something to do a little bit with a generational thing. But you'll notice that Kevin and I don't spend a lot of time talking about ourselves. Nobody gives a shit. It's fucking boring. Nobody cares about details of your personal life or what you've done in the past. These fucking dummies on that second show, minute 43, I put together a montage of just them talking about themselves. Play that.
Maggie Corman plays the sister Laura in Some Kind of Wonderful, which is my favorite John Hughes movie.
I actually saw 10 Things I Hate About You in theaters.
It was the day after my 16th birthday when I first saw this, and
I've guested on a couple of podcasts. I don't have one of my own, although I have one in the works. If you want to follow me on Twitter, because I'm super awesome at retweeting other people.
Like I said, my dad owned a business. It was a video business. So I grew up on... Yeah, I know. But he was out of, the actual video rental and doing it for convenience stores like Shop and Save and stuff by the 90s. He no longer had the stores himself.
So here's a fun fact about me. I have a big pop culture blank in my brain, and I'm a pretty obsessive person about a lot of things for all of June and July of that year, because I was doing a study abroad program in Russia, and
I was in Russia that summer. Amy,
were you really?
Yeah.
So I was in a small town about an hour north of Moscow. It's called Tver. And but we went down to Moscow, we went up to St. Petersburg, we did some traveling about, and I had been 4 years earlier on a big tour, the People to People tour. I went to University of Buffalo, and they were a computer engineering school, so we had Unix accounts and VAX accounts, and they had even in '92, they were wired really well. So when I got over there, we could check our email for 15, 20 minutes a day. Yeah, and I didn't have cable, so
boring.
When I went back to school, I didn't really know anything. I remember the hubbub about Divine Brown, so that's why I think it maybe happened in August.
Yeah, I was so surprised. I was like, am I a genius, or is Russian just kind of easy to catch on to?
So, because I promise you, I'm super exciting. No, I'm not, but I might be. I'm occasionally very amusing. My sadness about Agent Carter has been primarily what I talk about on my author page on Facebook. So...
Oh, my God.
All three of them couldn't shut up about them fucking selves. So Kevin, yesterday... I'm listening to this podcast through my earbuds, and I'm walking to the supermarket because I live walking distance to a Wegmans, which is the supermarket that people this in upstate New York, which is where I live. I grew up in upstate New York, and so we like Wegmans around here. So I was listening to this show, and I was walking on the sidewalk because it was a nice day, and it was a good day to go for a walk. So I figured I would listen to the podcast while I was walking, and... it was probably 75 degrees. I was wearing shorts because it was nice shorts weather. And I was listening to this part of the podcast, and I was just listening and thinking, wow, these people really talk about themselves a lot. And I don't like it when people talk about themselves so much. So then I came inside my house because, like I said, I have a house that's near the supermarket. So I got back from the supermarket, and I was in my house. This is what these fucking people sound like. I don't know how else to fucking put it, but shut the fuck up about yourselves. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, in a couple weeks I'm going to be moving to Tucson, Arizona. And, I currently live in Portland, Oregon. But prior to that, a year ago, I was in Seattle, Washington. And then prior to that, in Rochester, New York, with near where Carl is. And so, the last 3 years I've just moved around quite a bit. And now I'm, going down to Tucson, gonna start my life down there again. And
isn't it hard to do that?
Yeah.
Like, as I was going through that, I'm like, oh my god, it's so fucking obnoxious. These people, if you just asked them a question, they wouldn't shut up about themselves. And if you're on a podcast, you know what? Fuck it. Never mind. Not if you're on a podcast. If you're anywhere, if you're at a party, if you're at a fucking open house for your kid's school, just shut the fuck up about yourself. Nobody cares. Seriously, the world would be such a better place if everyone just realized that nobody gives a fuck about you and your boring life.
I was in Moscow.
Oh, Jesus. Am I a genius, or is, like, Russian easy to learn? Like, is that the most fucking pretentious thing you've ever heard in your life? Fuck you.
In Soviet Russia, we hate Americans like this bitch.
We have a word for that. It's called pretentious.
Pretentious cunt.
Finally, the C word makes its debut on this episode.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I thought that was a show worthy of Who Are These Podcasts. It's fascinating to me that this is a whole network of podcasts. They keep plugging other shows to talk about other movies that no one cares about. And there's all these interchangeable people that are on all these shows. And I don't understand what that network is. I was trying to look up who these people are, and I couldn't find any information about them on the internet. So I'm guessing it's because they're ugly and afraid of people finding out who they are, which is unfortunate, because especially the Sylvester the cat, I wanted to see what she looked like.
I'm very, very pretty.
I'm super sexy.
Super sexy.
But next week, we're going to do this all over again. We're going to listen to another podcast. And just to get you, the listener, very excited about us talking about ourselves and our lives while pretending that we're doing a show about something else, I pulled a clip, and let's listen to a teaser from next week's podcast.
So she got a medical marijuana license, which is legal in California, and she asked me to go to Roseanne Barr's dispensary with her. Apparently she has one here.
Hey, come on in here.
Yeah.
How's she sound?
I'm DJ. I don't know.
Come on, get the pot. You need the pot.
But so, yeah, she has a dispensary here in Orange County.
I'll let that settle.
So
I'll give that some room to breathe.
When was the last time that Roseanne sounded like that?
I don't think she sounds anything like that impression. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Like, maybe like when she first came out, there was a character to be like, housewife.
You know what it reminded me of? When we listened to the Man Cow show.
Mm-hmm.
There was the guy who did the shitty impressions, and he'd like they did a prank call guy. It sounded like that too. I'm like, oh, I hope that this guy's like a morning zoo type of personality where he thinks he's hilarious and everything that comes out of his mouth is just comedy gold. I'm hoping.
You just described me. I'm the shitty impressionist for the show.
Sucker and succotash.
Sucker and all.
So the show is called You Suck Show. It's with hosts John Jacobson and Michelle Madison. The episode that we're going to be listening to and reviewing is number 11 from June 8th, 2016. And I'll give you just a quick synopsis of what's going on here. Each week, as they complain about, join personalities, so-and-so and so-and-so, each week as they complain about all this stuff they love to hate. If you don't take yourself too seriously and just want to laugh at the world, then this irreverent comedy podcast is for you. That sounds like garbage. I am looking forward to this.
People should not be in charge of writing their own bios.
Oh, I know.
One thing I fucking hate. Like, even doing ours for this show is just like, it's so difficult to try to explain and make it like something that sounds, like people are going to enjoy. It is difficult, and so I give them that, where you're like reaching for something, but.
I love when people describe their shows as it's like you're having a conversation with a couple of old buddies. People think that they're so engaging and interesting that everyone's just sucked into their fucking boring narcissistic conversation. I'm looking at you, Cocktails and Centaurs.
Oh.
We love those women. They're awesome.
Yeah. Should we talk about that at all?
I don't think it'll matter. It's not like anyone's going and listening to our show now just because we made fun of their show. But I will say that the Cocktails and Centaurs folks show we reviewed a couple months ago were actually really cool about hearing us call them the C word over and over again.
Yeah.
I have a lot more respect for them now because they have a great sense of humor about it.
Yeah, no, that was really cool of them to to not completely flip the fuck out about us.
Right. Because as the Dice Man would say, this show, it's a goof.
Hey, it's a fucking goof.
It's not to be taken seriously. So if you do, if you have a podcast and we start calling you a cunt at some point down the road, don't take it personally. We don't know who the fuck you are. We really don't care.
Yeah,
we're just making a goof.
We're nobodies, too.
We're the most nobodies of nobodies. You notice how we don't have any plugs at the end of our show? God, what do you have to plug? Fucking nothing.
Yeah, my impressions that I'm doing to my girlfriend. That's those are the impressions that I'm doing.
I hope she shows up for that this time. I'm expecting an audience of 1, but it could be 0. Yeah. We'll see.
Every day I have to roll out a new impression for her, like that I want to see if she'll get.
Okay.
And I'll roll it out and she'll be like, like either laugh or just kind of be like, So I'm trying to like prepare her for when I move down there that, the things are going to be me just doing ridiculous impressions of stupid shit all the time.
So when you are practicing these impressions, is it post-coitus? Or as the act is being completed? Let me just ask you this, and you don't have to answer, but what would Nicolas Cage say while he was finishing on someone's chest?
Oh, Jesus. There's your Declaration of Independence. No, I don't know.
All right, I think this is a whole new genre of just impressions of people who are finishing on someone's chest, or possibly the small of their back. Either way,
the bees. That's my favorite fucking Nicolas Cage. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah, I've seen that clip. I haven't seen that movie. The clip is.
Yeah, it's very, very funny. And my girlfriend now is probably not my girlfriend anymore. Now talking about post-coital Nicolas Cage impressions, but
shit! She's listening to the show. I didn't think anyone listens to the show.
Yeah, no, she listens. She's probably right now like cringing. So
yeah, I would think that talking about sex with you would be cringeworthy.
Yeah, it certainly would be.
Okay. Awesome. So please, people, join us again next week because it might be the show where we find out once and for all who are these podcasts. Sleep well, every pony.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Who Are These Podcasts? I'm Kevin.
And I'm Carl.
And we listen to podcasts so you don't have to. We want to remind our listeners that you can check us out on whoarethese.com and on Facebook. We're always looking for podcast suggestions, so send us an email, leave us a comment, or post a death threat. On today's show, we'll be analyzing and reviewing a podcast called You Suck Show, episode 11, titled Billboard Violence, Shady Dog Dealings, and Weed. As always, we have both listened to the show separately. We have not discussed it with each other beforehand. So without further ado, let's find out once and for all, who are these podcasts?
It's showtime.
WATP.
WATP, everybody. Coming at you.
WATP.
Yes, W-A-T and P.
Kevin, how you feeling, man? What's going on?
I'm all right. I'm doing okay.
We're doing this at a different time than usual, which is neither here nor there. Not that I would care.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Getting out a little bit late. Getting out a little bit late this week.
Yeah, a few days late. I had some shit going on over the weekend, and I guess we'll probably have some more shit going on this weekend and the following weekend because I'm moving and all that fun shit. So,
well, plus we're celebrating our independence from the British.
Yes.
Let's not forget about that minor detail.
How many Brexit fucking tweets are you going to see on Monday?
Oh, Jesus,
this was the original Brexit.
We're going to exit. I don't even know. I don't even know how you make that joke. Oh, boy. So we listened to You Suck Show.
Yes.
And You Suck Show is hosted by John Jacobson and Michelle Madison.
John Jacobson. That's such a radio voice.
Oh, he's trying to do the whole radio thing, too. So let's get this out of the way, because I know we're going to have to discuss it. Michelle Madison is pretty hot.
Oh, really? I didn't look her up.
You didn't look her up?
No, I didn't.
Your show prep, I feel like, is getting worse and worse.
I didn't realize I had to look up the hotness level of a girl, but...
of course you got to look up how hot the chick is. Why are you listening to her talk?
Do I have to bring her up now? What's her name?
Her name's Michelle Madison.
Michelle Madison.
So she's also... So you heard them talking about VGO on their show? Did you know what that was?
VGO.
Yeah, like when they were getting their voicemails or whatever they were talking about, fan mail, they're like, oh, this is something we talked about on VGO or whatever.
Oh, okay. Is it a video game, something or other?
It is. It's Video Game Outsiders. And these two do like a Twitch thing. Aside. So they have like a whole YouTube channel network thingy that they're doing. And I watched some of those videos too because I do my research, Kevin. You know, I don't want to put you down in front of everybody, but I actually go out and explore these people and figure out what the fuck's going on.
I've looked up Michelle Madison, and wow, she has done a lot of images where she's wearing swimsuits.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw that.
No? At least
I'm looking at her Twitter.
Okay.
But, we can cyberstalk her after the show if you want.
Okay, all right.
Freaking ridiculous.
Hey.
But if you look at the You Suck Show image, the icon for it, there's a picture of her. She's pretty hot.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I just want to get that out of the way because we oftentimes will analyze the attractiveness of female hosts, and we've been 0 for life so far. So, aside from what Kevin thinks,
there's been a few in there that have been okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. There was Choosy D. Choosy D was pretty hot from Snatch That Weave.
No, I was actually thinking more brony guys, but.
Oh, dude. Are you going to read the email that we got on this show today?
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah,
sure.
All right, we'll save it for later, but
all right.
I do love that you guys are finding our website and our Facebook page and reaching out and communicating with us. I like to keep this a one-way communication tool because fuck you. But if you do write us an amazing email like the gentleman who did last week, we'll probably read it.
Yeah. Sorry, I was taking some fucking water. Doesn't sound like I'm drowning over here.
Taking water?
I was taking on water.
Is it a suppository? You mean taking water?
I feel like I'm a pirate. We're taking on water.
Yeah, right.
No, what the fuck are we talking about?
Well, we should probably get into the show.
Okay.
I feel like we're out of sorts today.
Yes.
We always like to start our show by playing a clip that we think best sums up the podcast that we listen to and that we're reviewing. So for me, it's actually right at the end of the show, but it's number 16 there, Kevin's called Good Representation of the Entire Show.
Go to yousuckshow.com or find us on iTunes. I don't know if we're on Google Play, but you can also just...
We are.
You can just download our show as well.
Yeah, we're on Google Play.
Okay, good. And you could sub it at twitter.com/yousuckshow or follow. I don't know. We're all over in the typical places.
Are we not on?
I don't know.
I put us on there, I thought.
We're on.
I thought...
You Suck... Yeah.
So there's a couple things happening there that you're going to hear on a lot of these clips. They don't have good chemistry. They're constantly talking over each other and interrupting each other.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of confusion.
Yeah, the talking over thing that got to be a little tedious at times, I think, with this.
Oh yeah. Oh, very tedious at times. Do you have a clip that you wanted to play as your summation of the show?
Yeah, I want to play this. This is should they take a caller, and this is
Tucson has a higher number of accidents per capita than any other city in America.
That could just be all the Mexicans.
It's just complete bullshit. No matter where you go in this country.
Okay, so
I love how she got really quick out there like that was a joke.
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
I don't really think Mexicans are bad drivers. In fact, nobody does, and that's not a good joke. And
yeah, have you ever heard? Have you ever heard that stereotype before? I've never heard that stereotype before.
I don't know. I don't even. Yeah, I'm not even sure where she was going with that.
Yeah, that was a bit ridiculous. So,
well, while you're talking about that, that was a voicemail that they went to their voicemails at some point.
Yeah.
And that person talked about the driving patterns in like 3 different cities that he's lived in, and it went on and on and on. And Michelle was even like, "All right, cut this off. Why are we still listening to this?"
Right.
And then she went on to talk about the fucking driving issues that she has had in multiple cities, and that conversation went on and on. I'm like, didn't you just say this was boring? Are you that dumb? And there was a couple of things from that discussion I thought were interesting. If you play track 14, I guess this John guy's from Chicago originally, and they're talking about this roundabout in Chicago. But listen to this clip.
See, they call it Suicide Circle in Chicago.
Yeah, well, isn't Illinois just the murder capital overall? Give Zero says, yeah.
So there's a intersection that's dangerous, and Michelle equates that to the murder capital. So does she understand the difference between gang violence and driving accidents? What a fucking retard. They call it Suicide Circle. Well, yeah, it is the murder capital of... What? What are you talking about?
The blood's in
it.
it.
Just because... the ones in the country are like, yeah, all right, man, you drive around that roundabout, we'll see if you even get here.
Exactly. They're just shooting at each other in the roundabout.
Now that would be a Suicide Circle.
Yeah.
That would be sweet. Before we get away from this topic, Kevin.
Yes.
I don't know if you picked up on this, but they talked about roundabouts for a while. And Michelle is not a fan of roundabouts. And I put together a little ditty if you want to play the roundabout discussion track.
Listen, I want to say one quick thing, though, about driving. Roundabouts around here piss me off because people don't know what the fuck they're doing. Roundabouts. Roundabouts, yeah.
You enter the circle, go around, and then you exit to the road you want to go to.
Roundabouts, yeah. I hate them. I don't want them.
Yeah.
I don't want to ever see them again. They're all dangerous. Roundabouts, yeah. Like 3 roundabouts. Like, they're dangerous and stupid.
It's a Des Plaines Wolf Road roundabout. Thank you.
Wow, that was like a fucking prep burger bit you just did there.
Fuck you.
No, it was really... No, I mean, it was done, like, well. Like,
yeah, you're right. I just totally prep burgered this. And you know what's funny, too, is I picked a song from, like, 1976. As if anyone listening to this is going to be like, oh, sweet pull, dude.
Actually, I was. I was like, that's yes. Sweet.
I'm such an idiot. I just heard the word roundabout. I'm like, well, this is going to be a song. We'll just fucking pop this music in.
That's a good tune. Now I want to listen to some Yes. Fuck.
Dude, for the rest of our podcast, let's just play Yes.
All right. Sweet. Let's do it.
Followed by some Kansas.
There's the guy here, what is it? John Jacobson.
Oh, John Jacobson. He's a big video gamer.
John Jacobson. It sounds like the middle square on Hollywood Squares. What was this? Oh, that was John Davidson. Yeah, so it's almost the same guy. Anyway, no, he talks at some point in here. he's telling the story, and man, there were some really rough parts of this fucking podcast for me, because he tells the whole story about how he had to put his dog down and how he's trying to get another dog and how that is all like sad and just it gets really depressing during this podcast. But he's talking to her at one point, and he's like, she starts talking, and he is in the background with the creepiest, like, uncontrollable laughter that I don't know. I gotta just play it.
Does it sound like this?
Yeah, but it's like I think he's trying to hide it, but it just comes off. It sounds like Barney Rubble, like is in the background, like, hey, Fred, like,
okay.
It probably stems from her bad experiences with people where somebody's just like, I want a dog, and then they end up trying to give it back, or it's not. But still, I mean, I think like the fact that you were willing to make a video and really were interested, she should have fucking been a little more accommodating.
Yeah.
But
no.
I didn't even pick up on that. That is weird.
Right? It's like he keeps it going. It almost sounds like Dr. Hibbert from The Simpsons.
Right, yeah.
Oh, Homer. But it just keeps going on in the background. It's like, dude, just, I don't know, cut your mic off, or don't, like, why?
Well, he was making a noise on purpose because what she was saying wasn't funny. He wasn't really laughing.
Yeah, it was like an uncomfortable laughter to cover up what I don't know, because I don't know.
He was certainly emotional about his dog.
Yeah.
But there was something I picked up on during that whole segment. And by the way, there's three major segments in this show. Well, maybe four. But there's like rants that they go on. The first one is all about the legalization of marijuana, which I have some clips. I definitely want to get into that, but we'll hold off. Mm-hmm. The second one is a conversation about this controversial X-Men billboard where the villain is choking out a female superhero.
Yep.
And then the third rant is all about John having to put his dog down and then finding a new dog. And it goes on. That's the longest one. It goes on and on and on.
Right.
And actually, if you play my track 11, this is how they even summed this up.
This is such a depressing episode.
Yeah, I'll say.
Definitely.
So, but not depressing in the way that they think. I was just depressed that I had to listen to these assholes. I think they could fucking do a show together. So, this part where he's talking about finding a new dog, I don't know if you picked up on this, but they both use the word, John more than Michelle, but they both use the word right too much. And again, I've said this many times, but I hope that these dummies are Googling themselves and find us making fun of them, because I think that this piece of criticism would actually help them fix their show. Stop saying right? Play track 9.
Right?
Yeah.
So I fucking call this rescue person, right?
Right.
So I'd have to drive like an hour or two, right?
Right.
And I'm okay with that, right? I mean, this dog has no fucking home, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right? What? I'm like, well...
Like you were selling her a story to somehow get some dog.
Right? You know, and all this shit. And she thinks it's just lip service, right?
Yeah.
All of this, right? I just want to give a dog a fucking home, right?
Right.
Can you fucking believe
And
this
fuck
shit?
these
What the fuck is
old
going
bitches.
on, right?
What the fuck is going on, right? It's everything ends with right? Am I right? Maybe I'm not right. Am I right?
Though, I think anyone could do the same thing to like our show too.
Well, yeah.
And pull out the crutch words that we use, like fucking. Like I use fucking a lot.
I use fucking a lot. You use like a lot, which I would love to make fun of our show and pull a bunch of clips. I know. But this thing with right was out of control. And yeah, I did a little bit of editing on that. But did you hear that? He was saying right multiple times in a row. And he would say right, and then she would say right. And I don't know. I was spellbound by that point. I'm like, I can't hear anything but the word right now. I don't know what they're talking about. I just keep hearing this guy say right.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even pick up on that.
You didn't pick up on that?
No.
I always pick up on that. And you know what? There's a few times that this guy actually makes sense. Like, play track 8.
Whatever. You know what? This does suck. Okay, so
it does suck.
Fuck off.
Yes, this does suck. I agree. But then there are other times when he's completely wrong, like play track 10.
I know that I don't sound like a dumbass, and the
wrong.
Right?
Wrong. I know I don't sound like a dumbass, right? Wrong. You, sir, are a dumbass.
So I know you said you wanted to get into the beginning of the show, which is they talk about this. Is it the weed thing? Like in the beginning,
yeah. Right?
So just her whole argument just sounds like a kid who's like in participation in government class.
Oh my God! Yes, I was friends with the guys who did this project.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, like every year
so
there's the kids in pig class who are like, marijuana should be legalized, man. It's crazy. Like, it's just another drug. There's all these other drugs. And she had the worst. You're exactly right. It sounded like a teenager. She had the worst argument I've ever heard.
Yeah, I have a little bit of it here. Here we go.
I think alcohol is far more damaging
to people's
lives than marijuana.
Right. And so is tobacco. I mean, if this is really a free country, I think people should be allowed to do what they want as long as they're not harming others. So,
ooh, that's a hot take.
I know, right? I know, it's so controversial. This is a really funny one, dude. Play track 2 from my clips.
But I myself feel like it too. It's like I've been conditioned to feel like something bad or wrong was going on. Just watching my friend get something really no different than Advil, right? Like, all drugs have bad side effects. So, she was bleeding from aspirin, and for her doctor to tell her, try this, it helps. People are,
She was bleeding from her aspirin.
Kevin, really no different than Advil is what I called that clip. Have you ever smoked the marijuana that you can buy in dispensaries in California? I don't know why I'm asking you that. You haven't.
I have not, no.
It is way different than Advil. I couldn't move for hours. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. The marijuana in California that you can buy if you have a prescription or whatever it is that you need is ridiculous. It's like tripping. It gets you, it's so potent, it gets you so high. And that's the worst argument I've ever heard. She's like, it's really no different than Advil. And like, even aspirin makes your stomach bleed. Like, whoa, time out.
Put on the brakes, right?
Yeah,
right?
Put on the brakes, dummy.
Right?
Right? It's really no different than aspirin. So when your kids get on the bus, you don't care if the bus driver took aspirin in the morning or ate a brownie? That same thing? Okay. Well, go for it then. I mean, listen, I'm all for legalization of marijuana. I don't want to sound like I'm coming down on the other side, but that's the fucking dumbest argument I ever heard. And to prove how dumb this woman is, she starts to make a point about politics for some reason, and just her brain gets so flustered that she makes 0 sense and then just trails off. Play track 1.
But
so what is your point here?
My point here is I think America lacks common sense, and there's just so many of the ways the way our political justice system is set up, and just I don't want to get into politics, but super delegates and the what's the other thing? Like it's just all shitty.
I had the same clip.
She goes, I don't want to get into politics, but like super delegates and that other thing.
It sounds like she says super delicates. I was like, what is that? A setting on your fucking washing machine? Oh, I put it on super delicates.
Well, what's funny is that she's talking about the political justice system. So that is talking about like the laws, I would imagine. Now things are illegal.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I don't want to get into politics, but super delegates. Now, super delegates has to do with the two-party system that we have and how they choose who's going to run for president. It has nothing to do with this argument at all. And I think that she got so flustered by saying super delegates. She's like, what's that other thing? Oh, that other thing that's politics besides super delegates? Fucking retard. That cracked me up so hard.
Super delegates.
She said such an idiot. That whole weed conversation was the dumbest thing I ever heard. And she even prefaced it at the beginning by saying, now, I've never tried weed, but even I think that it should be legal. And I was like, whoa, time out. whoa, stop the clock. How is it possible you've never tried weed? What year is this?
Yeah, that's it's a hard thing to stand on now to say that you haven't. I'm sure there are people out there who have not done so, but
yeah, I'm reading the list right now. It's Michelle Madison. End of list. I didn't get that at all, but okay.
Her take on that was just so awesome to me because it really does sound like a kid in social studies class where
just an Advil, man.
Yeah, it's it's super delicates, man, and like the other government thing, and like I just think it should be legal, man. Like if marijuana is like should be legal because like alcohol is like legal, right? You could do that, and then you could smoke. Like that was her argument, and like
they kept talking about tobacco. Well, tobacco's legal, and
right.
The political justice system, and it's fucking retarded. That was great. We were talking about how they interrupt each other. I have a clip that I call Amazing Chemistry on Air, which is a great example of this.
That's causing all
I know,
this...
everyone is talking about this, for God's sakes.
I'm kind of upset that
I didn't get it at first. I because someone tweeted it, and I just did not get it
Well,
until...
I saw the X-Men movie.
Right.
Did either of them finish a single thought?
Yeah, that was... It's, I gotta say, it is tough when you're doing a show, but I think, like, we've known each other for a long time, so I think we kind of know when we're going to...
What's that, Kevin? Are you still talking?
Right. Well, I mean, like, and maybe this is just an example.
Yeah, I also think... Oh, I'm sorry, what?
This is just an example, I think, of two people who don't work together often or don't really... I don't know. That's just my take on it, but...
I think it's two people who aren't very good at doing a podcast. That would be my take on it.
Oh, boy. So I didn't...
love about our show. It's there's no barrier to entry here. If you want to have a podcast, go for it. Nobody is stopping you. There's no certifications you have to pass. You don't have to get the state to agree that you qualify. You could just start doing a podcast, and so many people have. It's really great. It's really great for our show.
I was going to say it is kind of the purpose of this show, but
it is. It makes me happy.
Although people do get very, very hurt feelings, as we've learned. We've had some hurt feelings lately here on WATP.
Guys, remember, it's a goof.
Yeah.
We're doing it for the goof.
Well, for the goof. Yeah, it's funny. I looked at we went to iTunes, and we've got, our star rating or whatever. I don't know if you've looked at it lately. But we have, like, one published review, so it's somebody who's reviewed the show, and it's a favorable favorable. And then we've got just star ratings, because you could just throw a star at it and not, comment.
Yeah.
And I think we're like 2 stars out of 6 or something like that. The whole show's rated.
Every podcast we've reviewed has gone on there. Just got guys.
It's like, I would rather that they gave a shitty, like, say something at least. So we know, like, what to do.
They were like, these guys are immature shitheads who made fun of me for saying fucking, and that's all they say.
Right.
Like, okay, I can get down with that.
Yeah, I think that sometimes it's lost a little bit that we're in on the goof. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is
right.
This is all fun, people. We're not like some, big mean, podcast gods. We're like, you guys are doing it wrong.
Well, I am, but Kevin's not.
Yeah, I'm a good guy. I'm the good guy. So it's Carl with a K. Carl at whoareThese.com. Okay, so don't tweet me. Tweet WATP, which is also a Twitter. It's Who Are These Pod on Twitter, if you want to tweet us.
Are you asking or telling?
No, I'm asking and telling. That's how I work.
Oh, what is it?
It's I believe it's Who Are These Pod, our Twitter handle. So,
okay. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, so if people want to tweet there, they can do so, or they can tweet me if they would like as well. I'm not necessarily, my opinions do not represent the entire show, but I will relay some messages back if I need to Carl if I need to, and there we go. All right, that was my little soapboxy whatever.
I always love it when I get a new message coming in. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what's behind door number 2.
Oh, yes.
Always fun. So, Kevin, in the next segment, after they talk about marijuana, like a 12-year-old, they go into this billboard that was promoting the new X-Men movie. And the controversy was, by the way, this show is supposed to be on PC. So the controversy of this billboard is that the villain is choking out a female superhero, and the social justice warriors, I'll call them, or whoever, feminists, whatever group, actually started a petition or rallied against it, and they got it taken down because they said that it was promoting domestic violence against women. And so these two start talking about that, and I loved what John said. He didn't really get it out quite right. Listen to track 4, and I'll tell you why this is ridiculous.
We create fictional stories with fictional characters who are bad against everybody, right? So you have a 50-50 chance that he's bad to someone in this poster, right?
There's a 50-50 chance he's bad to someone in this poster? I don't think his math is right there.
I don't think that is. I don't know if that is math. I don't know what that is. But
yeah, what is that? What's a 50-50 chance that he's bad to someone? I think what he meant was there's a 50-50 chance that it's going to be a guy or a girl getting choked out.
Right.
That doesn't make sense because there's more male superheroes, but whatever. I don't want to get too into semantics on that. I just thought that was a funny quip that they let go by that was totally incorrect. So listen to John's opinion on this billboard over and over and over again. Track 5.
This is a fictional comic world, all right? And this guy is really fucking bad, and he hates everybody, right?
And
why can't we have fictional characters being
she's
bad
dead wrong.
to everybody, right?
To be
It's a
choking
fucking
a woman.
story. Why can't we create fictional stories with fictional characters who are bad against everybody? It's
So
fiction. I saw it, and I got it. It was some badass fictional-looking...
Right,
but it's a fictional
the
comic
guy in
book
Deadpool.
world. That's what I don't get.
Right.
This is not... Right, I mean, this is a fictional world.
There he is, beating that dead horse.
Like, that segment was 10 minutes long, but he kept coming back to, guys, this is a fictional, we get it, John. You have nothing else to say about this.
There's a point in there he does a whole thing on like World War II movies. He's like, but this is a non-fictional story. And it's non-fictional. Guys, all I'm saying is a non-fictional.
Stop saying fictional.
Gelman.
There was one part in this podcast, you probably clipped it too. I'm sure you picked up on it. Just reminded me of something that's near and dear to my heart. Play track 6.
Who are these people?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Makes no sense.
Okay. So I heard that and I was like, holy shit, these guys just wrote our new tagline. So I am suggesting that either we start or end the show with what I created here, track 7.
Who are these
podcasts?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Makes no sense.
Podcast.
I don't know. I don't get it. Makes no sense. That's our new tagline. That's fucking brilliant.
Oh, shit. That's good.
Well, you know what I have to say back to them is my ISO that I pulled out, the stupid one.
Stupid, gay, whatever.
That's one that I feel like we could pull back and use in future shows.
Stupid, gay, whatever.
Okay. And I'm moving that over to a permanent board for me to use
Thank
again.
you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Well, do you want to play though? I thought it was kind of funny. I edited together the clip of him describing the guy on Twitch calling him gay?
Sure, yeah.
This guy is gay. Why are you so gay? Hey, John, you're gay.
So he brought the show back with that.
Oh, God.
That was fun.
Again, people, this is we're just two people, you know. Carl and I are just two guys.
We're just reporting on what we heard. That's
we're
all
just
we
reporting what's out there in the land of podcasts. We know that we're not, you know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'll probably cut it
Kevin,
out.
I'll help you out here. What Kevin's trying to say is that are we one of the 5 best podcasts? Maybe not. 10 best? Probably. So to us to have the balls to make fun of all other podcasts, you got to say, you guys aren't even the best. That's true. Maybe there's a few out there that are better than ours. But for the most part, these podcasts that we review are giant pieces of shit. And deserve everything. No, I'm kidding. You guys are all great. It's a lot of fun. It's all a goof.
Exactly.
It's a goof.
It's a goof.
And speaking of the podcasts that suck, play my other ISO that I got.
And where's the sucking part, John?
Oh.
Your words are coming out of it.
Oh.
That's the other sucking part.
Now I really gotta look this girl up.
Oh yeah, she's attractive. I'm not gonna lie. And she sold some type of digital network to Break Media a few years ago. She's probably got some dough.
Wow, really interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Break Media. I didn't even realize they were even still around.
I didn't either. They used to be a competitor when I was at E-Bombs World back in the day.
Yeah.
Now, let the hate emails fly. This guy was at E-Bombs World? Of course he was, fucking asshole.
We're now going to take your podcast and put our name on it. We're going to watermark our name.
Okay, that's actually a really good idea. We could just use Joe Rogan's podcast, just put WATP, and then we'll just play Joe Rogan's show. After that, then we'll have a great show that way.
We'll just stamp our logo on everything, and we'll
I love it.
Yeah, and then have like a video of cats falling off TVs and shit too. We'll do it all. We'll be pioneers in the field of podcasting.
I think at one point we went to having Catter Day videos because the cat videos were so popular. We're like, all right, every Saturday, new cat video on the site.
Are we going to get sued by E-Bombs World now?
And it is Catter Day. I don't know, probably. I don't have any money, do you?
No.
What are they going to take?
Oh, this is our last episode, everybody.
You know what I was noticing about this You Suck show is that they're on different coasts, just like you and I are.
Okay.
He's in, I think, Boston area, and she's in LA. And they were obviously on Skype. And I didn't hear a lot of the same Skype static that I hear when I listen back to our fucking show. Why does Skype suck so bad for us?
I don't know. And if anybody out there, and this is a real call to action here, if anyone out there that listens to this show happens to know a foolproof way of doing fucking Skype
Listen up,
audio. Yeah. Listen up, Abel. No, I because I've tried many methods now. And I mean, Skype is the clearest as far as audio quality is concerned, but I've done software methods. I've done hardware methods with mixing boards.
You know what I think it might be? I have a dial-up modem.
Oh, yes.
And that's why sometimes we have to restart the show when someone picks up the phone. It's like, oh, I'm on the internet, Mom.
Yeah, I forgot you had an 800 baud modem.
So that might be one of the issues. I'm actually using Net Zero because I don't want to pay more than $10 a month.
Oh, right. I forgot you had Net Zero.
I got these banners following me around the internet.
Yeah, it's carl@netzero.com. Everybody.
Or you could use my AOL account. Whatever. I still have that.
I think, don't you have you had a personal site too, so people could submit questions.
I know you're going with this.
Yeah, I think it's www.angelfire.com geocities.com/h.
It's geocities.1478b9.com.
We're dating ourselves. People are listening to this now. What the fuck is that, man? What's AOL?
Well, if anybody understood the fucking Yes reference, then they're probably on board. Kevin, I don't know, man. You got any other clips you want to play from the Suck Show?
I think I'm good.
So we usually go into the teaser for next week, so you can hear what podcast we're going to listen to and review next week. But I don't know, man. Do you want to read the email that we got? Because it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah. Let me bring that up.
Okay. So we got a note from our the forum on our website, and I guess this dude listened to, was it not Bronyville? It was FurCast.
Yeah, it was the FurCast.
Okay, we reviewed a show called FurCast. Go back to the archives on whoarethese.com or iTunes or whatever and check that out, because we ruffled this guy's fur.
Yeah. So it's from, the user name is Commander Wolf, and the subject is biased and bad info. So here's the body of the message here. I tried my hardest to say this in the nicest way because most people get this wrong. Hello, my name is Commander Wolf, and the reason I'm writing to you guys is because of your episode talking about furries and the furry podcast called FurCast, and did not agree with your interpretation of furries, and yes, I am a furry and would like to clear things up.
Thankfully, we're going to get some real information because apparently we did not know what the fuck we were talking about. So please read on. What did we get wrong?
First of all, furries do not just have sex in fursuits. That's like saying, oh, if these terrorists were Muslims, then all Muslims are evil. Also, sex is part of life and exists in every species. Asking furries, do you have sex, makes some furries basically want to ask, the better question is, do you have sex?
All right, I'm going to stop you right there. I don't agree with the argument, and we were talking about how they fuck while they're still in their furry costumes,
right?
Not whether people who are furries have sex or not,
right?
I assume that they're not virgins, but Kevin, you've done stand-up comedy. Do you fuck while you're doing stand-up comedy?
Only at the good clubs.
Okay, well, okay, so maybe every now and then you get a good gig. I play guitar in a band. I've never fucked while playing guitar. Like, there's a difference between fucking in a fur costume and just being a furry and also having a normal sex life. Anyway, moving on.
Okay. Your so-called research was on Wikipedia. And this is all caps. No respectful person would use that as a credible source.
Which, by the way, I 100% agree with.
Right. You also misinterpret most of what they talk about. When you said they don't represent the entire furry community, they meant that they aren't the furry podcast, since they are fur media, for what it's worth, etc.
For what it's worth.
Yeah, for what it's worth.
There's a podcast called For What It's Worth. That's got to get on the list. That sounds good.
And when you said you were disappointed when you found out that they didn't do the podcast in fursuits, is because it's seriously hot in those suits. Have worn one? I'm assuming he says it means have you worn one? Right. No. Besides, one of those guys doesn't own a fursuit. I guess that not all furries have a fursuit, which again is what your credible source claimed. Plus, there are other things that people consider weird, like beer-bellied guys going to Green Bay shirtless in freezing weather to cheer on the Packers, or fangirling over bad boy bands. Jesus.
Oh, shit, Kevin. Hey, I got to stop you again right there.
Yeah.
So, not all furries own fursuits. Remember the furry convention picture that I think we posted on our site that we were looking at?
Yes.
And there were hundreds of furries in their fucking costumes and like one dude who like looked like he photobombed it.
Right.
Not all furries. Okay, so 99.5% of furries own a fursuit. And I love the idea that they didn't do their show in their furry costume because it's hot in there. I would argue it's because it doesn't work really well when you're trying to talk into a microphone. I think that's probably more the problem.
Just as a side note.
Did you want to call into a show at some point? This is Red Fox.
That picture of all the furries, the one dude that wasn't dressed up was Commander Wolf. That was actually this guy.
That poor guy can't afford his fucking wolf.
Not everybody has a fursuit, and it's
my last name really is Wolf, guys. Could I just be part of this or what?
Okay, we're almost done with it. I know it keeps going on for those at home listening.
You know, I know you're struggling with it. It is a little bit nonsensical and hard to read.
Right. Okay, here we go. The true meaning of furry is a fanatic or fan of anthropomorphic characters or animals that are given human traits such as talking, walking on two legs, using technology, and wearing clothes. Movies like Zootopia and Robin Hood are examples, and for books, Redwall and Narnia. Look, I'm not saying you're a bad podcast. But
everybody else does.
But you can't just look something up and expect actual information to show up right away. That's why people always, for more than one source and must be credible. All I'm asking is that you take your time while researching the topic and make sure you read it correctly. All right, now that the venting is finished, I must end the email.
So what I love about that is he thinks that we're trying to really get to the bottom of this whole furry thing. We're doing a comedy podcast, asshole. Yeah. I don't give a fuck if you're fucking in your fur costume or not. I thought it was... We all think that's a funny scene.
Right.
Who doesn't want to picture a furry orgy and giggle to themselves? Nobody's trying to get to the bottom of this, you fucking retard.
I think to me it's impressive that not only did this person find our podcast that was reviewing FurCast, but also took the time to go to whoarethese.com, go to the contact section, fill out the form with this really long, I kind of thought out email about.
Yeah, he took some time with it for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, it's I guess it just is, and if anything, it shows you the level of the fandom here, like where these furries kind of come from, and like that it's a huge deal. And for me, it's like, just like you said, we're just. We're saying what everyone else is thinking about furries because it's not a normal thing. And I mean, I'm into a lot of stupid, not normal shit too. Everybody is. Everyone's got their weird shit they're into.
I'll tell you who I'm not going to fuck with is juggalos.
Yeah.
Those are people with time on their hands. Yeah. The furries I'm not so worried about. They might write an email that was actually relatively polite. The guy's like, oh, I'm not saying your podcast is bad. It's like, we just made fun of the thing that you totally identify with for 45 minutes, and you're not saying our podcast is bad. Like, that's so nice. What a thoughtful dude. But the one thing I'm not going to say is that Faygo is a shitty pop.
Yeah.
Or that ICP sucks. That I will never say on this show because juggalos scare the shit out of me.
Well, you just did. And it's Carl at Who Are These Now? So just to reiterate,
my address is
just to reiterate what we've been saying through this whole thing, because all of a sudden it seems like we've gotten a lot of feedback and ratings and emails and tweets and things from people who I'm assuming from people who are either on the podcast that we did or are fans of the podcast we've reviewed. Basically, calling us out and saying, shitty things and stuff, whatever. I can be fine with it. I'm a little sensitive, so it hurts my feelings a little bit. Carl, obviously.
What are you talking about? We're goofing on podcasts. It doesn't hurt our feelings. It's fine.
I know. So it's like, but it's just weird to me all of a sudden that and I guess I want to drive home the point that this is all in fun. We're not like we're not the gods of podcasting. We're just two dudes who came up with an idea, who are, doing this and kind of pointing out the foibles of people who think that they can do a podcast. And not everyone is suited to do it. And maybe we're not either, but we're going to call out the other people who aren't as well. So that's my soapbox. Let me write. You write that down.
Well said, Kevin. Make everybody at home please write a note. Kevin, the good one. Carl, the asshole. Are we all clear on that? We can
people are already making that. They're already drawing that line. When I get emails to me saying, "Hey, Carl."
Yeah, I know, and that one was addressed to me specifically, but it makes sense. I was the one reading the Wikipedia page,
right? And
actually, I knew anything about furries, which I still don't. I don't know anything about furries. It's bizarre, but I do love that. What was the name of that one podcast? For your consideration, what was it?
For your consideration. If that's what it is. Oh, jeez.
I'm going to start one called For What It's Worth. Hello, this is Red Fox, and you're listening to For What It's Worth.
Oh, shit.
The only podcast that talks about how ridiculous it is that I like to jizz on furry costumes.
For What It's Worth. It's, actually, you know what? That is the name of it.
For What It's Worth.
For What It's Worth. Fur Media. For What It's Worth, etc.
I like For Your Consideration.
Holy shit! So right. We've managed to
doing that. Let's talk about what we're going to do next week, assuming there is a next week.
Yes.
We actually, we talk about visit our website and our Facebook. This one came in as a suggestion on our Facebook page. And I started listening to a little bit of it, and I got to say, I'm excited about it. Let's listen to next week's teaser.
Those stories and more today on Real Ghost Stories Online. Tony and Jenny Brewski joining you once again.
Hello.
This about a Blue Man Group ghost or something?
It's not. And I thought you might go there because there's three sisters and a blue man, and I could see confusing 3 and blue for Blue Man Group.
And they're drumming on garbage lids 3 times?
No.
What?
So that was a funny dynamic, and it might be hard to understand what's going on, but apparently this is hosted by a husband and wife.
Oh,
and
all right.
You can tell that the wife wants nothing to do with her husband's corny jokes, because she's like, all right, we got this story that's coming in, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, Blue Man Group? She's like, no, I thought you might say that. Yeah, they're drumming? And she's like, no. It's really funny. Looking forward to hearing more of their dynamic, where she's just like, shut up. It's fucking idiot.
So the podcast is ghost stories then, right?
Ghost Stories Online. And it's people either writing in or calling in with their ridiculous bullshit horseshit stories.
Okay.
And actually, I don't usually do this, but I pulled an extra teaser, and I know I'm already getting into next week's show by doing this, but the intro to the show is this thing where you can subscribe for $5 a month. And for this $5 a month, you get to hear stories that you don't get to hear on Real Ghost Stories. These are this is the content that's locked down that you gotta pay to get. And I just pulled a couple of these amazing stories. Listen to track 18.
It's only $5 a month when you sign up at realghoststoriesonline.com by clicking Become an EPP.
There was an old lady standing at the foot of the bed, and she said she could see details and everything. It just looked like an old lady standing at the foot of the bed.
But it felt like it was in my head. Like, it didn't feel like I was hearing it. It felt like it was in my head.
These guys have no stories. They have to repeat themselves in the same sentence. Oh, yeah, there were ghosts.
It was at the end of the bed.
Spiders and Mexicans. Sharks.
Full disclosure, this is the type of podcast that I listen to, like paranormal and UFO and conspiracies.
It's like coast to coast AM kind of shit.
Right. I love this type of podcast, but I do tend to avoid ones that are listener submissions because they're all horseshit. And I mean, not that, ghost stories are like 100% real all the time, but.
No!
Yeah.
Ghost stories aren't 100% real all the time.
But typically,
on our Wikipedia page. Thank you.
But typically they really are. These types of shows are like this. Like there's another one that I listen to that's I used to anyway. It's a Bigfoot podcast, and it's all user submissions. But they'll call in and be like, "Yeah, and then I was out having a smoke on the back porch, and saw this big old hairy guy get up out back of the woodpile there, and boy, he moved real slow, but I was real scared." It's like that kind of shit. Like, but then the host is like humors them. The host is like, yeah, I've heard that. They like to hide behind wood piles. Yeah, that's a thing. Like, it's totally like on the up and up. But
I just like that they all sound like they're Richard Christie. they're all just from the backwoods of Kansas. Like, oh yeah, well, growing up, we were always getting tucked in by a vampire, and the Frankenstein monster is the one who packed my lunch. So this will be a fun show. I'm sure to do more of my heavily requested Richard Christie impression.
Nice.
People can't get enough.
Yeah, they're writing in for that.
They're writing as we speak. Not that you guys don't have the best podcast, but that Richard Christie impression. It sucks. All right, well, hey, guys, join us again next week, because Kevin will stop apologizing, and it might be the show where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, everybody.
Who are these
podcasts?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Makes no sense.